The Politics of Change, Ideology and Critique by Werner Bonefeld and Kosmas Psychopedis. The title of this work seems banal, of course. The world we live in is a changing world. Yet what is meant by the politics of change? And how might it be possible to make practical a change towards a society in which everybody contributes according to their ability and where everybody receives according to their needs? The demand for such a change appears outdated. This volume does not concern itself with reintroducing the majestic idea that human beings should not live in a society where they are not subjected to the abstract rules of equality, but rather where they are in control of their own affairs as equals. However outdated such a demand might appear, we consider it a universally desired human condition. Is it really necessary to justify its practical and theoretical meaning? Kant defined the Enlightenment as humanity's attempt to leave behind its self-imposed immaturity. The task of social theory is thus to provide enlightenment not only about the misery of the human condition, but also its social constitution and ways to transform these conditions for the better. Enlightenment is a thoroughly subversive business. The claim, then, that the demand for human conditions is outdated is not only disturbing, it is also symptomatic of a society whose laws of development are seen by many to be governed by an invisible, and to be sure, irresistible hand. There is no doubt that we are witnessing profound political and economic changes, and these will shape our world well into the new century. The debate on globalization has focused and highlighted these changes. This volume offers a critical critique of contemporary assessment of economic and political change. Its central themes is the relationship between the politics of contemporary global change and the theoretical uncertainty concerning the meaning and significance of this change. This uncertainty can be seen in the introduction of new and even newer research agenda in the organizing terms such as, for example, risk society, postmodernism, disorganized capitalism, post-industrialism, post-Fordism, and globalization. Are these new research agenda merely the result of academic fashion, a sort of innovative trend-setting, or are they, as its proponents claim, required to supply an adequate understanding of contemporary change? Whatever the answer might be, the immense innovative capacity of the social sciences has shown over the last 20 years is at least puzzling. It is also symptomatic of the uncertainty that change presents better. It is systematic in that it satisfies the traditional moral philosophy, i.e. to serve the established power. Yet, at the same time, as the social sciences embraced the world of fashion, the capitalist world has rediscovered its liberal roots. Rediscovered not because these liberal roots had ever been abandoned, but because, especially during the 1950s and 1960s, capitalism projected itself in Keynesian terms. Keynesianism did not amount to a theory and practice of a third way between laissez-faire capitalism and planned socialism. Indeed, one of its important characteristics was the ideological projection of a reformed and tamed capitalism, a capitalism that offered salvation in the name of democracy and citizenship. The rediscovery of market liberalism during the 1970s was not a rediscovery as such, but involved, in fact, a return to the basic principles without the ideological projections that Keynesianism presented. In conclusion, then, while new and newer research agenda made it look as if Marx's critique of political economy had been rendered redundant by changed and changing circumstances, the capitalist world unashamedly and unsurprisingly has returned to its roots, celebrating a vulgarized version of the achievements of Adam Smith and arguing that his theory of the invisible hand supplies a solution to capitalist crisis. In other words, while the political right projects backwards to find salvation in the future, those seeking to set the agenda with the introduction of new research terms have abandoned Marx and replaced his critique of political economy by terms and theoretical perspectives that seem to indicate that capitalism is no longer capitalism. In the Tower of Academic Fashion, the world appears as a post-industrial world, as a post-modern world, and as a post-class world. In other words, as a world beyond the confines of political economy. Of course, the debate on globalization seems to return to political economy concerns, yet this return is more apparent than real. Of course, the political economy of capital is emphasized and analyzed, yet this is at best an analysis of a Smithian sort, or worse, an inquiry characterized by pretentious theoretical indifferences, or as Marx had it, vulgar thought. Oh, that was a hard-hitting introduction. Oh my god, that went hard. The abandonment of Marx has led to the return of neoliberal theoretical positions and those associated with the marginalist revolution at the beginning of the 20th century. Of course, academic fashion dictates that these positions are hidden behind a seemingly progressive vocabulary, such as risk society or postmodernism. Yet while favoring vocabulary with a progressive ring, all and everything is treated theoretically in terms of philosophical convictions. It is well known that in the world of philosophical convictions, unfavorable conditions need not be changed. All that is required is to interpret them more favorably. Oh my god, this is fire. In this way, the conditions, concerns, and life of human beings are quietly forgotten in all their returns through the back door that figure out traditional theory, Ancilia Constitutions. The book is in 3 parts. Part 1 examines the contemporary debate on globalization. The contributions show that this debate espouses at best neoclassical theoretical traditions and argues that such a theoretical perspective is insufficient for an understanding of the dangers and opportunities that so-called globalization of capital presents. Part 2 assesses recent developments in modern social theory and argues that its methodological and theoretical foundations are equally located in the neoclassical theoretical tradition. Part 1 assesses change in terms of a so-called new reality, that is globalization, and Part 2 in terms of theoretical values, that is the abandonment of critical theory in favor of traditional theory. Part 3 focuses on change as an emancipatory concept. Through the critical assessment of the new world of capital, the contributions seek to formulate and identify a new beginning for socialism. Generally, a globalization theory assumes that we witness the creation of a truly global economy in society, and that the everyday life has become dependent on global forces. Globalization is seen to have undermined national democratic systems of accountability, rendering both national states and social movements powerless to withstand global market pressure. Globalization is seen to have been driven by neoliberal principles and to have shifted the balance between the market and the ailing democratic state in favor of globalized market. Some commentators argue that the neoliberal politics of globalization is deeply unstable and that it will have disastrous social and economic consequences. In order to contain the unfettered and unchecked rule of globalization, commentators call for the creation of mechanisms of democratic accountability at the transnational level to safeguard normative rights and to extend the democratic principle of rational administration to the global level. Particularly, since the collapse of the Eastern Bloc in the late 1980s, most commentators agree that there is no alternative to liberal democracy and no alternative to market-centered systems of production. In short, while there appear to be no alternatives to the rule of the market, the proposal for democratic renewal, adequate to globalization, suggests that the working of the market can nevertheless be made accountable to liberal democratic scrutiny, answerable to normative rights, and the global market relations can be regulated rationally so as to minimize the adverse ecological and social effects of globalization. This book deals with the issue raised by the globalization debate in a direct and indirect way. Part 1 examines the relationship between the state and the market and asks why it is to be understood by global forces and to what extent globalization is in fact the all-pervasive force that it is said to be. The most depressing aspect of globalization theory is that the human beings are on the whole ignored. Globalization's emphasis falls on systems of social organization, such as the market and the state, while it views human beings as factors or agents whose conditions and social practice are determined by global forces. What constitutes the globalization dynamic? Does it make sense to see globalization as a consequence of an economic logic that, as the proponents argue, started to assert itself during the 1970s? Peter Burnham focuses on traditional and neo-Gramscian contributions to the study of international political economy. He shows that theories of globalization rest on historically suspect evidence. For Burnham, conventional international political economy amounts to a vulgarized form of classical political economy, and globalization theory is seen as less a theory and more as a product of academic fashion. The chapter led by Werner Bonefeld deals with the claims of globalization theory and examines the social constitution of the global world market through the lens of Marx's conceptualization of the world market. Bonefeld's chapter suggests the reading of change is not confined to the parameter of a capitalist world. He discusses change as an emancipatory category. The proponents of globalization accept that it is driven by neoliberalism, and some commentators argue that the global world of capital can be made accountable to the democratic values and normative rights. Of course, both the world of the labor market and that of normative rights belong historically together. Is it merely a coincidence? What then is to be understood by neoliberalism, and how does modern social theory, including the theory of globalization, differ from neoliberal theoretical premises? Of course, the attempt to make globalized capital accountable to democratic demands is well intended, and in its political orientation, quite indifferent from neoliberal positions. Yet the demand for a transnational democracy is based on the view that globalization has an objective existence, as if it were a force of nature, and that the democratic renewal within the confines of a capitalist society can not only influence the shape and impact of its force, but also lead to a more humanized global capitalist world. Part 2 deals with the theoretical and methodological foundations of such views. Contemporary social theory favors the transnational democratization of the political regulation of social concerns and focuses on communicative actions so that moral and political judgments might be advanced to soften the impact of the objectively given and unfolding dynamic of globalization. The distinction between the impartial research of objective conditions and the subjective, moral, and political judgments on the regulation of these objective conditions is very much located in the Weberian and also economic liberal traditions of social and political thought. Kosmas Psychopedis asserts the value judgments of contemporary social theory and its abandonment of the emancipatory idea that the subject matter of the social sciences is the human being. He argues in favor of a critical theory and that it is a critique of the relation of exploitation. Heimat Reichelt supplies a critique of the work of Jürgen Habermas, including his notion of communicative action. Habermas is of course the self-declared heir of critical theory, and Reichelt shows that Habermas's ambitious research project falls back on traditional theoretical concerns. Both chapters scrutinize the methodological and theoretical foundations of modern social theory and argue that these foundations are of a neoclassical variety. Many argue that globalization has undermined socialist alternatives to market-based systems. In this sense, globalization theory agrees with the end of history thesis, and the collapse of the Eastern Bloc is viewed to have justified the legitimacy of market-based systems, replacing for good the spectre of communism by that of the market. It should be noted that every Eastern Bloc country had a market. So yeah, I don't know why no one ever points that out. I'm sure they will in this book at some point, but anyways, back to this. In distinction to this view, Part 3 discusses change as an emancipatory project. Maurice Godelier revisits the Marxian concept of transition and shows that the division between evolution and revolution is passé. I wonder what that means. Instead, there are a number of multiplicity of movements which, despite their differences, converge on the issue of democracy. He calls for a constituent democracy, echoes the revolutionary demand of the Enlightenment to lead humankind to maturity. For Godelier, such a constituent democracy is identical with the realization of a society based on human dignity. That seems suspect to me. I'm surprised that's in here based on everything else I've heard in this so far. Johann Agnoli deals with the view that globalization has created conditions for the withering away of the state within capitalist society. Should it really be the case that Marx's dream is realized not in communism, but in capitalism? Against capitalism's impossible dream, Agnoli emphasizes the real utopia of a democratic society of the free and equal. John Holloway examines the relationship between the Zapatista uprising in the late 1994 and the financial turmoil of early 1995. For him, human dignity holds the key not just as a tool that unlocks the insurrection against capital, but also as the foundation of a human society. The key is the most difficult to turn. There is no invisible hand nearby. This is a piece I really like by Werner Bonefeld, and in it, he argues that frameworks like postmodernism, globalization discourse, and post-Fordist theory end up treating the market, state, etc. as isolated, independent entities due to their allergy to structural analysis and, quote, meta-narratives. As a consequence, labor does not avoid being treated as a passive factor of production, rather than the active constituting force of social reality that it is. State power itself is the prime driver of global market integration. The state is an essentially political node designed to manage the recomposition of capital-labor relations. Governments use the language of globalization and technocratic constraints to create a real inversion where the deliberate political choice of austerity and labor discipline appear as natural, unavoidable, and externally imposed global necessities. Anyways, let's get into the text. Globalization, Depoliticization, and Modern Economic Management by Peter Burnham. Bourgeois social science, it has often been remarked, is a real, dedicated follower of fashion. It should come as no surprise, therefore, that when the works of Foucault, Derrida, and Lyotard begin to weave their spell into the early 1980s, the new paradigm began to celebrate difference, novelty, and particularity in the micropolitics of subjectivism and empowerment. Whatever the post-structuralist reading, the relativist message was clear. The meta-narratives of modernism, especially Marxism, were to be rejected. The discovery by social science of globalization in the 1990s appeared to reintroduce a grand meta-narrative, the inexorable march of free markets battering down all Chinese walls. However, it soon became clear that in the hands of paradigm shifters, quote-unquote paradigm shifters, the phenomena of quote-unquote globalization was absolutely compatible with postmodernist ideology. In fact, it complemented perfectly Foucauldian discourse theory. Not only were early assessments of globalization as one logic considered flawed, but it was now claimed that globalization was a process with many logics consistent with the regionalization and decentralization. Above all, globalization signaled the demise of that great modernist symbol of totalizing power, the nation-state. This is, of course, no uncontested definition of globalization. Hegel offers an example of the eclectic international political economy orthodoxy, arguing that globalization represented a. the emergence of a set of sequence and processes that are unhindered by the territorial or jurisdictional barriers, and that indeed enhanced the spread of transborder practices in economic, political, and social domain, and b. a discourse of political knowledge, offering one view of how to make the postmodern world manageable. Implicit in such a view is the idea that economic interdependence and the power of financial markets in particular has changed the course of modern capitalism, resulting in new structures of global governance. The principal responses to the globalization thesis have been to assert either the call of Ecclesiastes that nothing much has changed, that there are no new things under the sun, or proclaim that all is new, and presumably history's bunk. While skeptics and realists line up to dismiss globalist claims and reassert the power of the state, liberals and postmodernists point to the retreat and even disappearance of the state as the principal form of political authority. In contrast to the often quite sterile debates produced by this realist-liberal encounter, this chapter suggests that a return to classical Marxist ideas on the relation between class, capital, and the state in a global context offers a more productive approach for mapping recent industrial, political, and economic change. I shall argue 3 points. First, most approaches to globalization fail adequately to theorize the relationship between state and markets insofar as they see states and markets as isolated, fragmented aspects of social reality existing in a purely external and contingent manner. The result is the populist and misleading claim that states have lost power to markets. By contrast, Marxist methodology views the relationship as internal and necessary and enables us to understand current changes in terms of the recomposition of an organic whole. Second, it will be argued that processes of international restructuring are undertaken by national states in an attempt to reimpose tighter labor discipline and recompose the labor-capital relationship. Global capitalism is still structured as an antagonistic state system, and many of the changes that characterize the global political economy are introduced by states in an attempt to solve problems that have their roots in labor/capital conflict. Finally, I shall argue that the current governing strategies are usefully characterized in terms of depoliticization, involving a shift from discretion to rules in economic policy, a reassertion of the boundaries separating legitimate political, economic, and industrial activity, and a fragmentation, devolution of decision-making in numerous arenas. In terms of key state activities involving the regulation of money and labor, there have been a preference for depoliticized forms of management in the global political economy from the mid-1980s. The language of globalization as depoliticization has enabled state managers to capitalize on changes in the global system, placing the political character of decision-making at one remove, thereby enhancing the efficacy of political implementation. In short, as with much postmodernist ideology, globalization and the associated strategies of depoliticization are neither entirely novel nor signal the end of established sites of power, By contrast, I will argue that these processes are best understood by engaging in historical analysis and by drawing on an heir to classical political economy, the most sophisticated, discredited meta-narrative. The first part of the chapter discusses three popular approaches to understanding the changing character of national states in the global political economy. Arguments premised on notions of the post-Fordist state and the new global order withering away of the state and the internationalization of the state are reviewed and found wanting in three main respects. First, they counterimpose the state and the market as two opposed forms of social organization, stressing how globalization gives the market power over the state with a resulting loss of sovereignty and national autonomy. The weakness of this view is that the states and market are conceived in a reified, thing-like manner that excludes the possibility of class analysis. In addition, it precludes conceptualization states and markets as aspects of a wider and more fundamental set of social relations. Second, the approaches reviewed overestimate the extent to which national states could control capital before 1973. In this sense, by invoking historically inaccurate notions such as the Keynesian welfare state, they support the increasingly implausible idea of a watershed in the global political economy occurring at some point in the 1970s. Finally, they tend to see labor/capital relations as external to the process of restructuring itself, if deserving of a mention at all. The second part of the chapter indicates how an alternative methodology can be derived from Marx, and the final section utilizes aspects of this approach to characterize state and market relations in Britain in the era of globalization in terms of the notion of depoliticization. What's happening to the state in the era of globalization? The post-Fordist thesis. Favored by regulation theorists, state theorists, political sociologists, and many within the field of industrial relations, the notion of post-Fordism has led a charmed existence. Jessup provides the clearest and most sophisticated thesis, claiming that the post-Fordist accumulation regime associated with the internationalization of production now requires the establishment of a now post-Fordist state. The post-Fordist state is hyper-liberal and is increasingly hollowed out from below and above horizontally. Some national state capacities are transferred to pan-regional or international bodies, others devolved to local levels within the national state, and yet others are usurped by emerging horizontal networks, local and regional, which bypass central state and connect localities and regions in several nations. In this form, Jessup's thesis appears determinist and monocausal, and to suffer from the defects of structural functionalism. Admittedly, he does his analysis a thought experiment. State form is derived from the needs of the accumulation regime, and identifying the way in which these needs are met apparently constitutes an explanation of social change and new institutional arrangements. Class relations, and by implication struggle, are viewed as external to the process of restructuring, and the labor and state itself are depicted as powerless, passively responding to the demands of the post-Fordist economy, an ideal type itself rejected by many industrial sociologists. Moreover, the post-Fordism thesis relies on a caricature of historical development predicated on identifying watershed and /sharp breaks in labor, /capital, /state relations, and awkward constructs such as the Keynesian welfare state. For a general critique, see Glenn. In this model, continuous and state policy tend to overlook the novelty of current arrangements as established only by overemphasizing elements of the post-war settlement, which themselves should be more properly be the object of critical analysis. Towards a new global order / withering away of the state. This popular approach builds on aspects of the post-Fordist state argument, combined with liberal transformationist writings, which see the end of the state as nigh. Recent arguments by O'May and Strange point in this direction. This argument is developed, albeit somewhat cautiously, by Held, who notes that the existing strategies and practices of the left are outmoded. Current strategies may have been appropriate for an earlier national stage of capitalism, but these are now rendered obsolete by globalization. The new global order has escaped the democratic control of national governments, and so democracy must now become a transnational affair orchestrated through transnational civil society. There is a clear parallel here with the politics of postmodernism championing the agenda of new social movements. Bureaucratic, hierarchical, and technocratic national forms of politics and representation, including trade unionism, are to be replaced by post-materialist politics based on individual autonomy and self-management. As Bromley sarcastically notes, happily, this politics is at once necessarily fragmented and particularistic, as well as popular and democratic. Yeah, that's a weird irony of all this stuff. It's like they're either be like, yeah, we like micropolitics, and also we like radical democracy, and it's like, it's just a liberal soup, honestly, if you ask me. Again, we are presented with a view of the state as powerless and external to the market, with globalization favoring the market against the ailing democratic state. This extreme version of the market power argument rests on a Fortune magazine / Economist view of international process, which claims, I've never seen someone go that's a hard roast for an academic paper. Yeah, you have the Economist magazine view of the internationalization process. That's crazy. Which claims seemingly unproblematic that we live in a borderless, stateless world dominated by stateless firms with unlimited global options. This, incidentally, is also the conclusion of Albert's populist account of different models of capitalism, which ends by lamenting that for 100 years or so, the forces of democracy in the nation-state had gradually tamed capitalism, and now the tables have been turned. Divided and disunited, the nation-states and their puny borders can offer no real resistance to the globalized capitalist economy. Capitalism intends to tame the state, eventually it hopes to do without it altogether. Claims about the democratic nature of the state prior to globalization are grossly idealized, as is the capacity of new social movements to displace existing structures of political power and representation. In short, these approaches failed to engage with the state debate of the 1970s and 80s, most penetrating of which underscores both the weakness of rainbow coalitions and the enduring class character of the capitalist state in whatever guise. The internationalization of the state? Of all the recent attempts to understand the changing character of the state, the most thought-provoking is that provided by Cox, who coined the phrase, the internationalization of the state. Cox argues that we are witnessing the transformation, the reorganization of structure and role both internationally and externally, not the destruction of the state. His position rests on 3 points. First, that the states historically have acted as buffers and bulwarks, protecting national economies from disruptive external forces in order to sustain domestic welfare and employment. Since 1975, this priority, he notes, has shifted to one of adopting domestic economies to the perceived exigencies of the world economy. Second, this shift has affected the structures of national governments. Agencies that act as conduits for the world economy have become preeminent within governments. Ministries of Industry and Labor are now subordinates to ministries of finance. Finally, we have a transnational process of consensus formation that transmits guidelines to dominant state agencies, which in turn enact national policies. The state's role is therefore one of helping to adjust the domestic economy to the requirements of the world economy. The state is the transmission belt from which world to domestic economy. It has become internationalized from the outside in. It is a tributary to something greater than the state, orchestrating governance without government. Cox's bold thesis provides suggested themes for future research. However, in typical international political economy fashion, it is largely silent on the issue of labor. This is, of course, somewhat paradoxical, given that, as Sinclair notes, Cox's work scans outside the usual parameters of international relations theory, insofar as Cox develops a critical and historicist epistemology which sought initially to integrate labor into mainstream international political economy. However, the relationship between the problem-solving and critical theory of Cox's work and the difficulties involved in combining Weberian and Marxian methodologies have not been adequately addressed or resolved in many respects. Cox seems to endorse the view that the different methodologies can be selected legitimately to study different chronological periods, even since 1945. Although, therefore, Cox seems to offer a critique of mainstream international political economy, his stance of methodological pluralism produces the same conceptual disaggregation of state and market and theorization of labor as external to restructuring. That is, it present in mainstream IPE. This is reflected in much of his empirical work, which, for instance, in the case of the cycle of hegemonic stability, is barely distinguishable from sophisticated neo-realist accounts. In respect of the internationalization of the state, class relations and by implication struggle are viewed as external to the process of restructuring, and labor and the state itself are depicted as powerless, passively responding to the demand of the post-Fordist economy. In addition, Cox's thesis fails to convince on historical grounds when, since 1900, the states pursue domestic welfare as their central priority. In terms of a theory of policymaking, Cox sanctions a somewhat simplistic fractionalist view of policy, making at behest of fractions of finance capital, and it underplays the extent to which globalization may be authored by the states, and regarded by state agents, both liberal market and social democrat, as one of the most efficient means of restructuring labor/capital relations to manage crises in capitalist society. Although Cox's analysis promises a critical edge, his failure to develop a coherent theory of the state and its relationship to class has important implications for his conceptualization of the global system. In short, by viewing the state and the markets as opposing forms of social organization, with globalization tipping the balance in favor of the market against the state, Cox and most other IPE approaches follow implicitly the liberal/realist position that separates social reality into rigid categories and looks for external linkage between artificially disaggregated phenomena. In this way, much IPE theory resembles not a progression from classical political economy, but a revision to what Marx termed vulgar economy. Despite the trappings of theoretical sophistication, many IPE writers simply produce tautological accounts of state and market, of interdependencies, interaction, influences, and autonomies, which fail to grasp the complex organic set of social relations, which is the global political economy. Reassessing states and markets. Classical political economy in Marx. Tradition of classical political economy sets itself the task as conceptualizing the internal framework of capitalist relations of production, distribution, and exchange. The aim of classical writers, from William Petty to J.S. Mill, was not to describe contemporary events, but to identify the social classes that comprise society, define the economic relationship between these classes, and discover the laws that regulate these relationships. For James Stewart and Adam Smith, the structure of society is conceptualized on the basis of an understanding of its economic foundation. William Robertson provides the classic statement arguing that, in every inquiry concerning the operations of men when united together in society, the first object of attention should be their mode of subsistence. Accordingly, as that varies, their laws and policy must be different. While this orientation may well strike a postmodernist audience as reductionist, it nonetheless offers a conceptualization of social relations which far surpasses globalization theory's description of state and market as opposed forms of social organization. As the heir of the classical tradition, Marx vilified vulgar economists for failing to investigate the real internal framework of bourgeois relations of production. Instead, they are content to flounder around within the apparent framework of those relations, systematizing in a pedantic way and proclaiming for everlasting truths the banal and complacent notions held by the bourgeois agents of production about their own world, which is to them the best possible one. The charge that modern globalization theorists reject conceptualizing the inner relations of capitalist society can be illustrated from Gilpin's magisterial account, where despite the centrality of the concepts of state and market, the author notes whether each developed autonomously, the market gave rise to the state, or the state to the market, are important historical issues, though whose resolution is not really relevant to the argument of this book. Marx, of course, developed his critique of capitalist society through a thoroughgoing assessment of classical political economy. Marx's early economic and philosophical studies led him to question, by method of immanent critique, the naturalistic basis of classical political economy. The error of the classical writers was to naturalize or present as universal the historically specific social relations of capitalist society. Behind the formal abstractions of classical political economy, land, labor, and capitalist producing rent, wages, and profit, lay an unexamined historically specific postulate, private property. Only by taking for granted the existence of private property could the classical writers assume that classes were derived technically from the division of labor. The best exponents of classical political economy for Marx provided an analysis of value in its magnitude, however incomplete, but failed to ask the vital question: why this content has assumed that particular form. In fact, as Holloway points out, Marx saw the question of form as being the crucial dividing line between his theory and bourgeois approaches, for whom this question of form is meaningless. Capital begins, therefore, with an analysis of the commodity form in order to emphasize, in contrast to the classical writers, that the products of labor only become commodities in historically specific and thereby transitory forms of society. On this historical and materialist basis, Marx builds a theory of capitalist society rooted in the concept of value, surplus value, and class. The isolated individual of liberalism is parodied, since private interest is itself already a socially determined interest, and the symmetrical exchange relation is shown to conceal exploitation, thereby exploding Adams's theory of harmony of interest existing between classes. Capitalist society is based on a particular social form of production within which the production of useful goods is subordinated to the expansion of surplus value, although therefore Marx agrees with the classical writers that the anatomy of civil society is to be sought in political economy. His total reformulation of the classical concept of inaugurated a revolution in social sciences, the result of which has yet to be assimilated by those approaches that seek to explain the novelty of state-market relations in the era of globalization. By counterimposing state and market as opposed to forms of organization, bourgeois globalization theories are not simply committing an empirical error, but rather they're endorsing a conceptualization of society that has its basis in the marginalist revolution in economic theory. The end of the 19th century saw the rise of the marginal utility theories of Stanley Jevons and the Austrian school under Karl Menger. The marginalists redefined economics as a branch of praxeology, the science of rational action, in an attempt to introduce a more scientific and mathematically precise, disciplined political economy as an economic theory of society, becoming positive economics. Defined later by Robbins as the science which studies human behavior as a relationship between ends and the scarce means which have alternative uses. Economics could now be narrowly interpreted as an isolated study of utility maximizing individuals expressing their subjective preferences in a taken for granted market situation. As Perlman notes, the replacement of political economy by positive economics actually constituted an omission of a field of knowledge, a headlong dash from reality, in effect a great evasion. This left space for the growth of complementary disciplines, each established in relation to a specific, irreducible type of action, social action, and political action. The organic study of law, government, and society on the basis of the mode of subsistence as undertaken by the classical writers became a much more narrow and politically conservative study of the determination of price and resource allocation in accordance with individual choice. The methodology of modern globalization theory has been established in accord with the marginalist revolution, reproducing its fragmented, ahistorical character. One of the great strengths of Marxism is that it rejects this fragmentation. It rejects the fetishism, rigidity, and fixity of the concepts of modern social sciences, such as the state and the market, dissolving these in the categories of human social practice, however alien and perverted these practices might be. Rather, therefore, than viewing the relationship between state and market as external and contingent, Marx's approach places the antagonistic class relations at the center of analysis and starts from the premise that the relationship between states and market is internal and necessary, although of course the institutional form of this relationship varies given the historical character of class struggle. States are an aspect of the social relations of production, a historically specific and differentiated form of those relations, and their power derives from their ability to reorganize labor and capital relations within and often beyond their boundaries to enhance the accumulation of capital, both domestically and globally, from its greater elaboration, see Holloway and Picciotto, and contributions to Clark. This interpretation of Marx's approach to the state has been developed most consistently under the auspice of the Conference for Socialist Economics and in the journal Capital and Class. Rooted in Marx's account of the fetishism of commodities, this approach dissolves the state as a category and sees it as a rigidified or fetishized form of social relations. National states exist as political nodes or moments in the global flow of capital, and their development is therefore part of the antagonistic and crisis-ridden development of the capitalist society. As Bukharin argued, I didn't expect him to show up here, Early in the 20th century, the struggle between national states, which is nothing but the struggle between respective groups of bourgeoisie, is not suspended in mid-air, but is conditioned by the special medium in which the national economic organisms live and grow, the world economy. National political economies and the social division of labor within them exist only as part of the world economy and thereby of an intermediate division of labor. Individual states may seek to alter the character of their integration into the world economy through the route of production, trade, and finance, but they remain circumscribed by their ability to enhance accumulation and manage class struggle in both international and domestic arsenals. Thus, Marx's approach does not reject the state as a category in favor of a new social movement, but rather sees relations between national states in terms of the social relationship which constitutes state as moments of the global composition of class relation. In contrast, therefore, to theories that equate the end of the state with the demise of particular institutional characteristics, Marxist methodology draws attention to the political form and highlights that the management of labor and money are the central axes of state intervention in capitalist societies. In many instances, as de Burnham points out, monetary policy as a form of managing crisis has functioned historically as a means of organizing recession in order to establish a new subordinate of nation of labor to capitalist command. The remainder of this chapter will indicate how it is possible to build on this approach to conceptualize recent changes in state-labor-capital relations in Britain in terms of the politics of incorporation, politicization, and depoliticization. Unlike the approaches detailed above, which assume a state versus market model, the following account shows how marketization also benefits state managers and how the market-driven policies, in a global context, enhance the process of governing vis-a-vis the working class. It will be argued that the real significance of the shift from discretion to rules lies in how state managers use the language of external commitments and globalization to legitimate the recomposition of labor-capital relations in the guise of global competitiveness. Depoliticization and modern economic management in Britain. From 1945 to the mid-1980s, successive British governments adopted the politics of incorporation to manage labor and money. This required increasingly elaborate state intervention to persuade business, trade unions, and others to moderate wage demands in the context of relatively full employment. The product, largely of fortuitous structural conditions, as the Treasury was later to admit. Successive administrations sought to regulate labor through moral exhortation in the national interest, increasing the exercise of centralized authority over wage determination, and through the creation of new surveillance and guidance machinery. In many key respects, the story of the state policy in the post-war period confirms the view of Kalecki that the lasting full employment is unsound from the government's point of view, causing particular social and political problems, and that large-scale unemployment is in many important respects an integral part of the smooth operation of the capitalist economy. By 1975, it was clear that politicized management had been far from successful. A special Treasury study of government wage policy concluded, it can hardly be argued that our income policy has kept our degree of inflation lower than that of our neighbors, and until very recently, it cannot be plausibly asserted that important price problems had unfairly prejudiced our success. Moreover, it cannot be said that the policy has found a formula for a fair or efficient distribution of incomes. Nor is there, in spite of the National Board for Prices and Incomes efforts, any evidence that restraint assisted either economic growth or economic efficiency. Income policies must therefore to date be judged a failure. It was clear by the time that the economic circumstances that had given rise to relatively full employment in Western Europe had changed, the return of large-scale unemployment, fiscal crisis, and the volatility introduced by the switch to floating exchange rates and the re-regulation of financial markets enabled the British state to reassess its approach to the regulation of labor and money. Kalecki had argued, in the early 1940s, the assumption that a government will maintain full employment in a capitalist economy if only it knew how to do so is fallacious. Under a regime of permanent full employment, the SAC ceases to play its role as a disciplinary measure, and the stronger bargaining power of the worker is likely to increase political instability and lead to problems associated with political overload and ungovernability. The ability of the state to successfully pursue anti-inflationary policies and conditions of relative full employment is circumscribed fundamentally by the relationship that can be established between government, union, and employers associations, and the relationship between the latter groups and its members. In such circumstances, the implementation of anti-inflationary policies will always threaten to heighten class conflict and ultimately risk the danger that an economic or industrial crisis will become a crisis of political authority itself. This occurred explicitly in the British case, with the state's attempt to reconcile the conflicting aspirations of capital and the working class, resulting increasingly in the struggles over the extent of state intervention. One of the most important lessons of the 1920s was that by switching from discretion to rules and economic policy, governments could externalize the imposition of financial discipline on labor and capital. The stronger and more distant the set of rules, the greater maneuverability the state would achieve, increasingly the likelihood of attaining objectives. This was the logic behind Britain's return to the gold standard in spring 1925 as a pre-war parity of $1 for $4.86. The move was subjected to a devastating critique by John Maynard Keynes, who argued that the pre-war parity was too high and would impose painful and useless deflation on the British economy. Leading to supporters of the return to gold, in particular John Bradbury and Otto Niemeyer in the Treasury, were adamant that the gold standard would make the British economy knave-proof, free of manipulation for political or even unworthy reasons. In effect, it was judged that the gold standard, with its automatic corrective mechanism, was the best guarantee against inflation. Similar arguments were employed by critics of the conservative regime of politicized management in the 1950s. Supporters of Operation Robot Plan argued that the role of the market should prevail over interventionist management, and if the workers finding their food dearer are inclined to demand higher wages, this will have to be stopped by increasing unemployment until their bargaining power is destroyed. The experience of the 1920s and the criticism voiced in the 1950s were finally heeded in the 1990s in a context where the regulation of financial markets strengthened arguments favoring the implementation of depoliticized rule-based policies. The re-regulation of financial markets increased capital mobility and the creation of a genuinely integrated global market, which began in earnest in October 1979. With the abolition of the 40-year-old system of exchange controls in Britain affected significantly the fiscal and monetary choices open to the governments. Since foreign exchange dealers prefer to hold currencies backed by anti-inflationary policies, the search for counter-inflationary credibility is of paramount importance, both rhetorically and materially. Well, in the post-war era, as Thompson indicates, currency markets were driven largely by current account balances. Now interest rates differentials are the prime determinant of exchange rate movements. The 1980s and 90s have seen a general convergence in interest rates, and any state that adopts a significantly looser monetary policy than the prevailing level risks a depreciation in its currency. Since the sheer scale of flows in the foreign exchange market rules out reserve intervention as anything more than a short-term policy, monetary policy is for the moment inextricably tied to exchange rate management. The net result of this fiscal and monetary environment is that governments have a clear incentive to enhance their counter-inflationary credibility. It is common to view these developments as giving power to markets over states, and this informs many discussions about the novelty of current arrangements. An alternative, however, would be to see the re-regulation of financial markets as providing the strongest possible public justification governments can muster for maintaining downward pressure on wages to combat inflation and thereby achieve price stability. State managers were of course responsible for the creation of the euro currency markets, and that developed largely out of interstate rivalry focused on finance. In many key ways, therefore, the re-regulation of financial markets enhances the power of the state vis-a-vis the working class, since it can be argued forcefully that price stability really is the crucial determinant in the global economy, and the lack of competitiveness translates directly into a loss of jobs and profits. Globalization, in this sense, is far from being a mere ideology. In the current environment, where the maintenance of price stability is publicly acknowledged as the first objective of monetary policy, the high wage settlements are seen as major cause of inflation. Governments in advanced capitalist states across the world have attempted to control inflation by adopting rules-based approaches than discretion-based economic strategies. Rules-based approaches attempt to build counter-inflationary mechanisms into the economy by reordering parts of the government's responsibility for economic policy onto non-governmental bodies. This can be achieved in two ways. First, by reassigning tasks to an international regime, usually an international monetary mechanism, which sets definite rules. This attempt to build automaticity into the system by formally limiting government rooms for maneuver. Second, by reassigning tasks to a national body, which is given a definite role and a status, and thereby greater independence from the government, for example, moves towards central bank independence, complemented by fiscal responsibility codes. Whereas rules-based strategies are attempts to depoliticize the government's economic policy making, thereby shielding the government from the political consequences of pursuing deflationary policies, discretion-based approaches are highly politicized since the national government plays a central role in controlling inflation, usually through formal income policies. In the 1990s, depoliticization strategies have accompanied the increasing internationalism of capital. It is important to be aware that the term depoliticization, as used in this chapter, should not be taken to mean the direct removal of politics from social and economic spheres, or the simple withdrawal of political influence. Rather, depoliticization is highly political. In essence, it is the process of placing at one remove the political character of decision-making. In many respects, state managers retain arm's-length control over crucial economic processes while benefiting from distant effects of depoliticization. Furthermore, depoliticization strategies invariably require the public rejigging of bureaucratic practices to achieve their primary aim, which is to change expectations regarding the effectiveness and credibility of policy making. In this sense, depoliticization is not simply an ideology, unrelated to material practice, but rather is one of the most potent forms of ideological mobilization, reflecting changes in the form in which state policy making is carried out, capitalizing thereby on the ideological effects of changed material practice. In short, it is a move to construct new public perceptions concerning neutrality, thereby boosting the credibility of the state. As a government technique, depoliticization is evident in three aspects of the British government policy in the 1990s. First, there's been a reassignment of tasks away from the party in office to a number of ostensibly non-political bodies as a way of underwriting the government's commitment to achieving objectives. The most obvious example in this regard is the government's move to grant operational independence in the area of monetary policy to the Bank of England. On 8 October 1992, in a memo to the House of Commons Treasury and Civil Service Committee, Norman Lamont sets out the policy framework that would replace the ERM. Counter-inflationary credibility would now be sought by restructuring the institutional relationship between the Treasury and the Bank of England in order to maintain the formation of policy more transparent and our decision-making accountable. In November 1992, Lamont set an inflation target of 1 to 4% and asked the bank to assess inflation prospects in quarterly independent reports. With Kenneth Clark as chancellor in May 1993, the bank was given the right to decide the timing of interest rate changes. Finally, in February 1994, Clark outlined a new framework for monetary policy decision-making. Decisions concerning interest rates would be taken as the meetings between the Chancellor and the Governor, and minutes would be published with some time delay. Well-publicized disputes between the Chancellor and the Governor during major administration questions, and the extent to which these healthy moves towards central bank independence constituted an effective counter-inflationary anchor. The response of the government in 1995 was to review recommendations to enshrine price stability and statute as the primary objective of monetary policy, and followed the Bank of France by creating an independent monetary policy committee within the bank to oversee the making of a policy. In the wake of Blair's victory in May 1997, New Labour completed the reforms begun by Lamont and Clark. The move to introduce operational independence, broadly along the lines of the New Zealand model, has now left the bank free to pursue an inflation target laid down by a 9-person monetary policy committee. In respect to the management of labor, the reassignment of tasks away from the party in office is evident first in the legislative marginalization of trade unions, next in government-sponsored union use of the legal system, which switches attention away from the public, from government to the law courts, and finally to the reorganization of the public sector and the emergence of the so-called new public management. The second form in which depoliticization has been manifest in Britain in the 1990s is in the adoption of measures to ostensibly increase the accountability, transparency, and external validation of policy. Recent moves to establish a code for fiscal stability based on the fiscal responsibility codes created in New Zealand and the government's intention to create a conjuncture with the world market and the OECD, a code of good practice for openness and transparency in macroeconomic policy, both exemplify this trend. In July 1997, the Blair government tied fiscal policy to two rules. First, over the economic cycle, and the government would only borrow to invest. Public consumption would therefore be paid for by taxation. Second, the government would ensure that the level of public debt as a proportion of national income would be held at a stable and prudent level. Building on this framework, the government announced in March 1998 that its fiscal rules must be seen to represent a credible commitment in the eyes of the public. To make this commitment visible, the Chancellor proposed that the code be enshrined in legislation to rule out the possibilities of profligate fiscal behavior and so that the government can be held accountable for their policy decisions. At the heart of the code stand 5 principles of fiscal policy management: transparency in the setting of fiscal objectives, implementation of policy, and the presentation of results. Stability in policy making and the impact of fiscal policy, responsibility in the management of public finances, fairness not least between generations, and efficiency in managing both sides of the public sector balance sheet. To achieve these objectives, and more importantly, to indicate in public how specific policies related to declared principles, the government had drawn up plans to recast the financial statement and budget report to include its key operating assumptions and to explain discrepancies between outcomes in previous budget forecasts, and introduce an economic and fiscal strategy report reconciling short and long-term fiscal strategy. In addition to enhance accountability and transparency, the government proposes a closer involvement of the National Audit Office to police key assumptions and conventions underpinning economic policy. In short, through these measures justified in terms of openness and accountability, the government aims both to alter expectation of key actors, in particular public sector trade unionists, and insulate itself from the consequences of tight fiscal policies. Finally, depoliticization strategies have been pursued in an overall context favoring the adoption of binding rules that limit government room for maneuver. Throughout Europe, this is clearly seen in the preference for the fixed exchange rate management system, the centerpiece of which is the ERM, and the convergence rules of governing the move to stage 3 of European Monetary Union. In Britain, in late 1989, membership of the ERM was advocated as best possible means of securing low inflation while shielding the government from the impact of recession. Major and Lawson agreed with the Bank of England in the early 1990s that Britain would reap substantial benefits from joining the ERM. In particular, by ruling out periodic exchange rate realignment, both sides of industry, and Major's view, would be forced to face the long-standing problem of inflationary wage settlements. Thatcher's remedy for the 1980s that policy should focus on the control of monetary aggregates, the medium-term financial strategy, weakened as the government found increasing difficulty in controlling the money supply and as different measures of money contradicted each other. The prerequisite for sustained ERM membership was a reduction in unit labor costs through lower wages and the intensification of work. With inflation rising, the ERM offered the government the opportunity to have monetary discipline implemented from without. Clearly, the Major administration hoped it could be insulated from the unpalatable consequences of economic adjustment by joining an international regime constructed on the basis of binding rules. ERM membership, the government hoped, would force employers to compensate for the high interest rate pressure on profit by confronting the labor force to secure low wage rates and increase output per worker. A falling exchange rate would no longer compensate sluggish productivity or enable wage negotiators to agree on acceptable high claims. In essence, the ERM replayed the episode of Britain's return to the gold standard in 1925. The politics of austerity could now be legitimized in the language of globalization, with rules and external commitments uppermost in many respects and from the viewpoint of the governors. Euro membership worked, inflation fell from 10.9% in October 1990 to 3.7% by September 1992. Lamont heralded the sea change in attitudes to inflation that occurred in Britain, particularly among trade union leaders, since joining the wide band in October 1990, but above all else, this act of depoliticization enabled Major to preside over the second worst recession since World War II and survive for a further term of office. In a wider context, the adoption of rule-based strategies is also evident in the government's support for new international institutions, such as the World Trade Organization, and in particular, the linchpin of the organization, its dispute settlement mechanism, which seeks to integrate previously disparate settlement procedures and enforce the rules of the World Trade Organization. The argument of this chapter has been that by retaining a conceptualization of the internal and necessary relations between labor, state, and capital, it is possible to avoid the vague generalizations about the future of the state which abound in globalization studies. It is more productive, I suggested, to analyze the politics of state management, which in the 1990s seemed to be characterized by a number of depoliticization strategies accompanying the internationalization process. The recomposition of the global circuits of productive commodity and money capital, popularly understood as globalization, has not fundamentally transformed the character of the capitalist political economy. Despite talk of economic miracles or new paradigms, the principal problems facing both the government and capital have not changed. Okay, so to finish off here, I will summarize, I think, the key takeaways from this essay. So, bourgeois social science follows intellectual fashion. And you see this in how postmodernism celebrates difference, novelty, and rejection of meta-narratives of modernism, especially Marxism. Globalization discourse looked like a new grand theory, but ends up fitting postmodernism because of its view that globalization as a signal for the demise of the nation-state. It claims that the states have lost power to the markets, and consequently posits both as separate forces. But in reality, globalization is driven by states trying to reimpose tighter labor discipline and recompose the labor-capital relationship. Modern governments increasingly rule through depoliticization, which is a shift from discretion to rules in economic policy and the fragmentation of decision-making. The language of globalization helps governments hide political decisions by placing the political character of decision-making at a further layer of abstraction. Post-Fordist theory portrays labor in the state as powerless forces that passively respond to the demands of the economy. These views end up exaggerating the decline of nation-states and idealizing the new social movement that forms in its wake, and as a result, they end up treating labor and class struggle as an external to the process of restructuring. The relationship between the state and the market is internal and necessary, rooted in class relations. States are not outside capital, but are political nodes of the global flow of capital. The core role of the capitalist state is the management of labor and money, especially through crises management in labor discipline. Post-war Britain used the politics of incorporation wage controls, negotiation with unions, and state management to regulate labor and inflation. By the 1970s, this politicized management was judged a failure. Income policy must therefore, to date, be judged a failure. The solution was depoliticized neoliberal management. Government shifted authority to rules-based systems like central bank independence, exchange rate mechanisms, and fiscal rules, so austerity and labor discipline could appear imposed by external commitments and global competitiveness rather than by political choice itself. And the next one in this series is the Spectre of Globalization on the Form and Content of the World Market by Werner Bonefeld. This is a piece by Kosmas Psychopedis. To summarize it at the start, capitalism has always been global. It's not a fundamentally national force because the world market is the basic terrain of accumulation and competition. It's not a secondary layer that's added on top of a separate national economy. The world market disciplines states and workers alike through global competition, forcing governments to maintain conditions profitable for capital by increasing productivity, suppressing labor costs, and protecting private property. This is a decent extrapolation from what Marx is saying in the last section of where some of the Paris Commune, and also kind of the problems of the Soviet Union as well. It was still part of the global economy. Anyways, globalization is not an autonomous force above society, but a social relation rooted in exploitation. Capital cannot exist independently because it always depends on labor to produce surplus value. Modern globalization theory ends up fetishizing markets by treating them as natural uncontrollable powers, when in reality, markets are historically created and politically maintained through states, laws, and class relations, all on a national level. Financial globalization does not abolish the state at all. Instead, the states actively construct and manage global capitalism while competing to attract capital investment and maintain competitiveness. Crises are not accidental disruptions, but built into capitalism itself because they drive to endlessly expand productivity while also reducing living labor, the source of value and profit. So yes, we do believe in the TPRF. Overaccumulation occurs when capital cannot profitably exploit labor at sufficient rates, producing the recurring contradiction of unemployed capital at one pole and unemployed workers at the other. Credit and finance speculation temporarily can postpone crises by creating claims on future surplus value, but this deepens instability rather than solving capitalism's contradictions. Hence, when the crisis does collapse, it's going to be bigger, and it's going to be blamed on some random things that were done to defer it, but the crisis is always inevitable. There's no, perfect, stable capitalism. The Keynesians are wrong about that one. The idea that neoliberal globalization represents the triumph of the free market over the state is a bit silly. Globalization should be understood as the globalization of labor discipline and capitalist command on a global scale, while on a national scale, this resentment is mediated by the state and by the nation and confined on national levels. Nationalism and appeals to national interests function ideologically to persuade workers to accept austerity, wage restraint, and intensified exploitation in the name of international competitiveness. The national economy is largely political fiction because domestic economies have always existed through the world market rather than independently from it. The national state remains essential under globalization because it guarantees property rights, contract enforcement, labor discipline, and the political conditions necessary for capital accumulation, etc. The relationship between the national and the global is different in unity. States are territorially distinct, but they are structurally integrated moments of a single global capitalist system. Attempts to humanize capitalism through welfare reforms or democratic renewal leave intact the underlying exploitative relation between capital and labor, which is the real source of crisis and domination. And so, capitalism is this contradictory totality that constantly seeks independence from workers while simultaneously depending on their labor for its survival. And as a result, crisis, coercion, and class struggle will remain permanent features of such a system. The next one I'm doing is questions of theory and critique. This one criticizes social theory in general, is the purpose of that one. Anyways, get into the text now. The Spectre of Globalization, on the Form and Content of the World Market, by Werner Bonefeld. Introduction. Only a few years ago, capitalist development was analyzed in terms of nationally based strategies, such as Thatcherism or Reaganism. Their successors in office have not been granted an ism. Instead, the focus of analysis falls on globalization. Globalization is perceived as an all-pervasive force in the modern world that forces national states to accommodate to global pressure at the risk of being left behind. National states and workers alike are judged to be virtually powerless to withstand the globalized power of capital. The precise meaning and significance of globalization continues to be disputed. It is, however, generally assumed that the idea of a cohesive national economy in domestic society no longer holds. That we witness the creation of a truly global economy in society, and that everyday life has become dependent on global forces. The defining elements of globalization are many and can be summarized as follows. The emergence of a global financial structure is seen to have led to the dominance of finance over production and undermined national systems of financial regulation. Finance capital is seen to have become an independent and powerful global force in its own right. Then, there is the emergence of global oligopolies in the form of multinational companies and transnational banks. These are seen to have become the most powerful actors. The global operation of multinational companies and finance capital is said to lead to a borderless world. Globalization, in short, is seen to have severely weakened the regulative ability of the national state, and the economy is seen to have denationalized itself, leading to the transformation of the national state into a competition state. This state is seen to be subjected to the demands and requirements of an economy beyond its reach. As a consequence, national states are seen to be competing with each other to achieve comparative advantages, to control globally footloose capital to their shores, and to retain it there. In short, the competition state is perceived in terms of a hyper-liberal state that seeks to make its territory ready for capital investment regardless of the social consequences. Supported by an array of empirical evidence, critics of globalization charge, for example, that multinational companies are not as footloose as the proponents of globalization assume, and that the national state remains significant as a regulative power, and that we witness a regionalization rather than a globalization of the world economy. For the critics, an internationally anchored national political strategy to regulate the economy remains a certain possibility. The crucial difference, then, between proponents and critics of globalization rests on their conception of the ability of the state to regulate the economy, with the proponents arguing that the state has been rendered powerless, and the critics claiming that it remains a potentially powerful force. What then is the relationship between the state and the economy? Cox's view is of interest here. He argues that the state has become a transmission belt from the global to the national economy, where, heretofore, before the onslaught of globalization, it has acted as the bulwark, defending domestic welfare from external disturbances. For Cox, the state has since the onset of the capitalist crisis in the early 1970s responded to external economic pressure through institutional restructuring, leading to a greater role of the more market-oriented state apparatuses, like the Treasury, to the detriment of those concerned with social welfare and employment. This is seen to have precipitated a new form of consensus formation between the market-oriented state apparatuses and non-governmental institutions such as the IMF. In Cox's account, the state is actively involved in adjusting the national economy to global capital demands and regulative requirements. Panitch and Hirsch go one step further than Cox by suggesting that globalization has been authored by states in an attempt to set the economy free from Keynesian regulative restrictions. Globalization is thus seen as a neoliberal political project. The two sides of the debate on globalization are, despite their differences, distinctive only as a variance of a common theme. According to Burnham, both sides see the relationship between the state and the economy in terms of two distinct entities of social organization. The globalizationists argue that the economy that determines the political, and critics that it is the economy that determines the political, and the critics charge that the state remains capable of regulating the economy. The question then is that of the relative autonomy of either the political or the economic. Should it be accorded to the economy, or does it remain, at least potentially, with the state? David Held puts the view of the proponents of globalization well. For him, globalization implies a distinctively new international order involving the emergence of a global economic system which stretches beyond the control of a single state, even of dominant states. The expansion of networks of transnational linkages and communications over the particular states have had little influence. The enormous growth of international organizations, which can limit the scope for action of the most powerful states, the development of a global military order which can reduce the range of policies available to governments and their citizens. Off echoes this view by claiming that a left project of an active, preventative state providing a positive, coordinated policy has evidently exhausted itself. Anderson reinforces these views when he argues that the new reality is a massive asymmetry between the international mobility, an organization of capital, and a dispersal and fragmentation of labor that has no historical precedent. The globalization of capitalism has not drawn resistances to it together, but scattered and outflanked them. The future belongs to the set of forces that are overtaking the nation-state. So far, they have been captured or driven by capital, as in the last 50 years. Internationalism has changed sides. So long as the left fails to win back the initiative here, the current system will be secure. Internationalism, then, has outwitted the left, whose project of a national democratic regulation of the economy that apparently was appropriate in the past is no longer viable. In order, then, to recoup the terrain lost to democracy, democracy has to become a transnational affair. For the critics, national strategies and internationality coordinate responses to globalization are still possible. All depend on the development of governance mechanisms. Others argue that the left has to reorient strategic discussions towards a transformation of the state. This transformation is endorsed in terms of a return to a democratically grounded domestic Keynesianism, so as to achieve a radical redistribution of productive resources, income, and working time. The demand then is either for a shift towards a more inwardly oriented economy, or an international Keynesian authority through which national strategies of economic regulation are anchored. In sum, the argument in the debate on globalization is whether capital has escaped the state irretrievably, or whether the state is able to regain regulative control over capital. What, however, is to be understood by capital? In the debate on globalization, capital is at worst perceived as a thing that now exists globally, and the global is perceived as capital, whose economic mechanism has somewhat become dysfunctional concerning social needs because it cannot be regulated politically according to democratic principles. At best, the global capital relation is perceived in terms of capitalist competition. According to Cox, the competitive logic of capital on a world scale entails the subordination of domestic economies to the perceived exigencies of a global economy. States willy-nilly become more effective, accountable to a nebulous personified as the global economy, and they were constrained to mystify this external accountability in the eyes and ears of their own publics, through the new vocabulary of globalization, interdependence, and competitiveness. Cox's view is of interest for three reasons. First, globalization is seen as a jargon employed to depoliticize the making of national economic policy. Second, global relations of trade, production, and finance are perceived as constituting a global economy. And finally, this economy is characterized as something invisible, a nebulous to which national states are accountable. This last point echoes Adam Smith's understanding of the market mechanism as something governed by an invisible hand. Cox's view has much to commend it, especially his conception of the global economy as a nebulous. However, the shortcoming of Cox's account is that he fails to show the social constitution of this invisible mist. His conception of the global relations of capital is tautological. The answer to the question, what is capital, is already presupposed. Capital is capital, and vice versa. As shown by Gunn, such sort of theoretical refinement amounts to an infinite regress of meta-theories. The eternal quest of political economy to discover the practical meaning of invisible principles ends up as an irrational exercise because what needs to be understood is presupposed as something beyond reason, that is, as something invisible, where economic development really governs by the invisible hand, and understanding of our social world as a world made by humans and dependent upon humans' transformative power would be rendered obsolete. In sum, not only Cox, but the debate on globalization on the whole fails to conceptualize the fundamental relationship between labor and capital. This relationship remains untethered and is replaced by an understanding of capital as a self-relation. In this way, labor can only be understood in terms of the wage of labor, that is, as a laboring commodity. As a consequence, labor as the substance of value is excluded theoretically, and class struggle obtains merely in terms of a domestic working class that is controlled by capital through the threat of moving production to areas that offer more favorable conditions of exploitation. For Marx, the relation of capital to itself, that is, the relation of capital to capital, constitutes the fetishism of capital. He analyzed this in terms of the fetishism of the value form. This chapter argues that Marx's critique of the value form needs to be seen as a critique of the global relations of capital. Cox's view of the world market as a nebulous personified as a global economy serves as a starting point. This chapter does not challenge the notion that the capital relation is a global relation, nor does it dispute the view that the capitalist form of the state implies its function to mobilize those under its jurisdiction to comply with the rule of the market. What the chapter takes issue with is the notion that the state and the economy are two distinct forms of social organization. Globalization is merely seen as the globalization of the economy. What, however, is to be understood by the global? Where does it exist? If the global is extranational, where is its location? Morris' contemporary writings on globalization is premised on the notion of the world market, a notion that is merely taken for granted as a thing whose genesis and constitution remain at best assumed or at worst neglected. The next section introduces Marx's account of the world market. This is followed by an analysis of Marx's critique of fetishism as a critique of the world market. The third section examines the relationship between the world market and the crises. The conclusion summarizes the argument and suggests that the world market is not something extranational and that the national space subsists through the world market. Marx and the world market. Marx never wrote his projected book on the state and the world market. Nevertheless, a cursory reading of his writings and a brief look at various outlines of his work reveal that both the state and the world market are always present. In his outline of 1857, the world market is posed as the final and concluding part of his investigation, coming after the international relation of production and the concentration of bourgeois society in the form of the state. Furthermore, the anticipated examination of crises is associated with the projected study of the world market. The theme, then, is the world market in crises. Moreover, following his outline, the world market is conceived to be distinct from the international relations of production. His outline suggests, then, that capitalist crises can be conceptualized adequately only in the global dimension, and that the global relations of capital do not equate with the international relations between states or with relations of so-called economic interdependency. Instead, the outline suggests that the world market is the condition through which relations of economic interdependence subsist. International relations, in short, acquire a livelihood in and through the world market, and the world market suffuses their distinctive existences and relations of competition and interdependency. In short, his outline suggests that the capital relation transcends national states and imposes upon them the condition of their existence, and that is the crisis-ridden development of the capitalist exploitation of labor. For Marx, the projected study of the world market in crises is more than just the final book of his investigation. Rather, it is the conclusion where all contradictions of bourgeois society come into play, and as such manifest themselves in their most concrete materiality. This view is supported by Marx's conceptual argument that, as a rule, the most general abstractions arise only in the midst of the richest possible concrete development, where one thing appears as common to many to all. Then it ceases to be thinkable in a particular form alone. In other words, all and everything subsist not only in relation to the world market, but fundamentally in and through the world market. This view is shared by, for example, Negri and von Bronmuhl, who argue that although never fully explained, the world market constitutes for Marx the presupposition and the result of the reproduction of capitalist social relations. Indeed, in his critique of political economy, Marx's investigation into the contradictory mode of existence of capital points time and time again towards the world market as the proper mode of existence and movement of capital relation. As he argues in Volume 3 of Capital, the world market is the basis and the vital element of capitalist production. In short, the world market is the categorical imperative of the political economy of capital. The notion of the world market as the basis of capitalist production raises the question of the distinctive differences between the international relations of interdependency and the world market relations. According to Marx, capital production is unthinkable without foreign trade, and money takes off its national uniform when it reaches the world market. All this seems to suggest that the world market is an international institution that is coterminous with the international state system, which brings together national economies through trade and exchange and divides national economies through economic competition. However, for Marx, such a view is rejected. The relations of industry and trade within every nation are dominated by their intercourse with other nations and are conditioned by relations with the world market. This suggests that the world market is not the sum of many states and their national economies. Rather, it is the foundation upon which international relations between states rest. The world market, then, constitutes the totality of capitalist existence, a totality through which nationally located industry acquires its livelihood as capitalist industry. The world market then becomes the categorical imperative of capitalist production within national borders, between national borders, and beyond national borders. Furthermore, as such an imperative, trade and industry within national borders amount at the same time to trade and industry beyond national borders. The productivity then of the domestic exploitation of labor acquires its livelihood in and through the world market. It is this labor market that suffuses, confirms, and contradicts the domestic exploitation of labor. It is in and through the world market that the domestic exploitation of labor acquires its livelihood as capitalist production. Thus, Marx's insistence that whoever wants to speak about the division of labor has to speak about the world market. The division of labor entails the international division of labor, and the former cannot be conceived without the latter. In other words, the national acquires its livelihood as a territorialization of space, which is sustained by and subsists through the international division of labor. For Marx, the notion of the international division of labor does not depend on Ricardo's idea of comparative advantages. Ricardo's approach assumes the existence of relatively independent national economies and seeks to supply an argument that renders the complexity of the international relations of production coherent and capable of rational organization through schemes of mutually advantageous national specialization of production. Marx's account does not focus on international comparative advantages, but rather on the equalization of the rate of profit on a global scale. This equalization compares the productive labor set to work within industry with the productive labor of all other industries, leading to the determination of an average rate of profit. This average rate of profit obtains as the average world market rate of profit. This equalization and averaging entails the unleashing of a heavy artillery upon national states should the exploitation of labor within their jurisdiction fall below the average world market rate of profit. This heavy artillery impresses itself upon national states through the pressures on the exchange rate, the accumulation of balance of payments, deficits, and drains on national reserves. In other words, the conditions of exploitation impress themselves upon the national state through the movement of money capital. It is through this movement that the global conditions of accumulation impose themselves on national economies. World money is not only a means of exchange or a means of payment, and in case of debt repayment, it obtains fundamentally as a power that polices the effectiveness of the domestic exploitation of labor. The circumstance that the equalization of the rate of profit obtains at the world market means that the domestic productivity of labor is validated in terms of value only in and through the global conditions of exchange. The formation, then, of an average rate of profit transforms the apparent local conditions into conditions of the organic composition of global capital. The existence of the world market then presupposes a very developed totality of real kinds of labor, of which no single one is any longer predominant. This general indifference towards any specific kind of labor means that the category of labor has become, in reality, the means of creating wealth in general, and has ceased to be organically linked with particular individuals in any specific form. All social labor, whatever its specific concrete character, and wherever it occurs, is integrated into the organic composition of global capital. In sum, the emergence of labor in its most simple form as abstract labor not only requires the fullest development of the most modern society, it also establishes the world market as the basis, premise, and continuously reproduced result of the capitalist relation of production. In short, the tendency to create the world market is directly given in concept of capital itself. The market then does not obtain as a national market, but only with the necessity as a world market. Within this context, world trade is exclusively driven by the satisfaction of needs, that is, the needs of production. Thus, the perverse cosmopolitanism of bourgeois society. It institutionalizes itself politically in the form of the national state, while its condition of existence is the world market. The need of a constantly expanding market for its products chases the bourgeois over the whole surface of the globe. It must nestle everywhere, settle everywhere, establish connection everywhere. Bourgeois society is a class society. Its constitutive relationship is that of the capital-labor class antagonism, whose dynamic entails the polarization of society between two different sets of property owners, one owning in the means of production, the other owning no more than their labor power. The dynamic then of bourgeois society is one of class struggle over in its reformist guise, the redistribution of wealth, or in its revolutionary form, the transformation of the means of production into means of emancipation. From a capitalist perspective, the dialectic class struggle has of course to be contained to maintain the society of burghers. That is, the society of bourgeois property owners. Concerning this, the bourgeois form of the state fulfills a protective role. It protects the rights of private property, and therewith guarantees the foundation upon which bourgeois society rests. The exchange relations between property owners pertains as an exchange between the owners of commodities. The commodity, as Marx argues, is in and for itself beyond every religious, political, national, and linguistic barriers. Its language is price, and its community is the abstract wealth that money represents. Thus, capital, whether in terms of commodity capital, money capital, or productive capital, has neither a national character nor a patriotic affiliation. Its patriotism is money, and its language is profit. The cosmopolitanism of bourgeois society consists then in its concentration in the form of the state, whose time-honored role and function is to guarantee and protect the bourgeois rights of property, which themselves obtain at the international stage of an all-penetrating Freemasonry. In distinction to the debate on globalization, the state and economy are not two separate entities, a social organization. Neither can it be argued that globalization has tipped the balance between the state and the economy in favor of the economy, undermining the so-called ability of the state to organize its national economy according to social democratic principles of social justice, as allegedly was the case, as Cox argues. Before capital started in the 1970s to denationalize itself, the world market is the categorical imperative of the political economy of capital, and as such the practical and conceptual conclusion of the relations of exploitation. In short, the state and the economy do not exist as externally related entities, one of which determines the other, but rather as forms of the relation which constitute them. Both are distinct in unity as forms of the capitalist relations of exploitation. The term bourgeois society is distinction to the debate on globalization does not stand for a national society. The attribute national indicates some sort of homogeneity of interest and shared values, a homogeneity that is neatly summoned by the metaphor of the one national boat. Proponents of globalization, such as Reich, argue that such an integrated national society did indeed exist prior to the globalization, and that globalization has undermined the capacity of the state to regulate its national economy according to social needs, leading to a society that is increasingly fractured on socioeconomic lines. However, one might wish to assess inter alia Reich's image of a one national past. The metaphor of a one national boat stands, since Roman times, for a conservative conception of an organic or corporate society where everybody, regardless of position, fulfills socially valid tasks. The majority rowing, the minority navigating. The notion then of a one national economy that is being undermined by the forces of globalization makes as little sense as the idea that globalization, as Hirsch sees it, divides at once nationally integrated society along the class line. In distinction to the debate on globalization, the term bourgeois society stands from its inception not only for a class-divided society, but also, and because of this, for the global Freemasonry of capital. Following Marx, just as money general exchange subsists as world money, as global exchange, so the owner of commodities, the bourgeois, is a cosmopolitan. As such, the notion of a national bourgeois, of a national capitalism, is misleading. In the Communist Manifesto, the life of the bourgeois is portrayed in terms of the global existence of capital. Old industries are destroyed and replaced by new industries, whose introduction is a question of survival within the global system of production and the division of labor, giving a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. The notion, then, of a national economy of distinct national capitalisms makes little sense. It is a regressive concept that lends itself at best to the ideas of national development methods associated with the theory and practice of economic nationalism, or at worst to the reactionary romantic ideas and practices of nationalism. Of course, protectionism was and is still a very powerful device to protect a national economy. However, neither is a national economy independent from the world market, nor does it merely exist in relation to the world market. Rather, the national economy subsists in and through the world market. Protectionism then amounts merely to a measure of defense within free trade. Whereas contemporary concepts of globalization transfer mutually dependent moments, such as, for example, territorialized political spaces and the model-like relations of distinct comparative advantage that global capital seeks to exploit, Marx's investigation shows that the first moment of capitalist state is also the first moment of generalized commodity production. Generality, however, obtains only as universality. The emergence of capital as a dominant production relation entails the emergence of a world where separate and distinct stories become subsumed and condensed into a single world mark history. Insofar as it is made, all civilized nations and every individual member of them dependent on for the satisfaction of their wants on the whole world. Marx's projected book on the world market and the conclusion of his critique of political economy indicates then that the world market is a presupposition, premise, and result of the capitalist exploitation of labor. In sum, capital has been, from its inception, a global phenomenon. This can be seen to mean that capital tries to overcome the barrier of the limited domestic market by seeking out markets on a global scale. This view, however, remains attached to an understanding of capital as a domestic force that merely seeks to overcome domestic constraints by globalizing itself. Yet Clark shows that capital was from its birth a global power. This insight is of fundamental importance because it highlights that the world market, international capitalism, the global system of social relations that has grown up for the first time in history, emerged at both the same time as the national state. Both the establishment of the national state and the world market were products of the same social struggles that revolutionized feudal society social relations. In this way, then, the question of the national integration of the state could not be divorced from that of the integration of the international state system. The emergence of the national state originated as an international system of states, a system of interstate relations that is founded on the international relations of production, international division of labor, international exchange and import, rate of exchange. Furthermore, this interstate system was from its inception embedded within the global context of production and exchange. In other words, the world market is integrated into the national economy. The world market, then, is not the sum of paraphrases, paraphrasing Hirsch, of distinct national capitalism, nor is it a recent force that has undermined the integrity of national economies. Such integrity never existed, and it makes little sense to construe it retrospectively to indicate the novel character of today's capitalist world. Rather, the world market subsists from its inception in and through the territory of states, without being identical with them. The following section examines this insight by focusing on the form and content of the world market. Alright, I'm going to interject here and try and summarize all this. So, although Marx never completed his planned volumes on the state and world market, both dimensions remain conceptually present as his 1857 outline frames the world market. That's section A. I did an audiobook on that, you should check out. As the world market as the final sphere where all contradictions of bourgeois society come into play in concrete materiality. Rather than being a mere collection of distinct national economies, Marx conceptually asserts that the world market acts as the basis and the vital element of capitalist production. Instead of viewing global trade through Dave Ricardo's lenses of independent national organization via comparative advantage, Marx's framework emphasizes how global accumulation functions through an equalization of the rate of profit on a global scale. This global equalization enforces competitive standards by unleashing a regulatory, heavy artillery upon any sovereign state where the domestic exploitation of labor drops below the average world market rate. Consequently, the global integration of capital transforms seemingly local conditions of labor into a single organic composition of global capital, making abstract labor a truly universal standard of wealth creation. The expansionary dynamic of capitalism constantly forces the ruling class outward, since the need of constant expanded markets for its products chases the bourgeoisie all over the whole surface of the globe. In this environment, commodities easily penetrate historical and cultural boundaries because the commodity is in and for itself beyond every religious, political, national, and linguistic barrier. Consequently, the capitalist class operates with an entirely international orientation, which means that just as money, general exchange, subsist as world money, as global exchange, so the owner of commodities, the bourgeois, is a cosmopolitan. Modern globalization literature, by demonstrating that distinct, self-contained national capitalisms never actually existed, as any national economy has always subsisted in and through the world market. The modern state system and international capitalism were forged concurrently under the same historical ships, confirming that the world market, international capitalism, the global system of social relations, emerged at the same time as the national state. World market and fetishism. The world market is a historical precondition of capitalist social relations. The creation in the 16th century of a world-embracing commerce and a world-embracing market laid the historical groundwork from which capitalist social relations emerged. However, the capital relation can spring into life only when the owner of the means of production and subsistence meets in the market with the free laborer selling his labor power. The separation of labor from its means in the constitutive presupposition of capitalist social relations. The world market in the national state emerged historically in and through the primitive accumulation of capital, where labor was set free from relations of personal dependency, and conversely, where the former lord was freed from his dependent serfs. Once capital has been established as the dominant production relation, the historical precondition of its genesis transformed into presuppositions of its continued existence. The expansion of foreign trade, although the very basis of the capitalist mode of production in its infancy, has become its own product. However, with the further progress of the capitalist mode of production, through the innate necessity of this mode of production, its need for an ever-expanding market, the world market forms thus the basis for this mode of production. It is the historical foundation of capital as well as its continued result. Following Marx's outline of study, the investigation into world market and crises comes last because it would make little sense to let the conceptualization of social forms follow one another in the same sequence as that in which they were historically decisive. This sequence is determined, rather, by the relation to one another in the mode of bourgeois society, which is precisely the opposite of which seems to be their natural order, or which corresponds to historical development. This section argues that Marx's critique of fetishism of the value form has not just to apply to the world market, rather it is a critique of the world market. The fetishism of the value form obtains as the world of the commodity. It is this world that appears to produce the interconnection between the individual with all other individuals. Thus, the world market is understood as the most developed form of individual interconnection and interdependence. The apparent autonomization of the value form acquires then a livelihood in the apparent autonomization of the world market. From the social individual, the world market poses the totality of bourgeois social relations, and as such, a totality posits the basis of the productive practice of all individuals as alienated individuals. The world market includes not only the activity of each individual, it is also independent of this connection from the individual. The productive practice of the social individual then creates a world that, instead of being controlled by them, confronts them as an altogether independent power, as if their product has a power over them. Behind the liberation of the social individual from relations of personal dependence, the rule of objective conditions obtains individuals are now ruled by abstractions, and their abstractions subsist in the form of objective world market conditions that are independent of the individual, and although created by society, appear as if they were natural conditions, not controllable by individuals. The divorce, then, of labor from its conditions entails not only the complete independence of the individuals from one another, but also their complete dependence on the seemingly impersonal relations that the world market presents. Thus, the independence of the individual is an illusion and so more accurately called indifference. Their independence is that of atomized market individuals that are free to collide with one another and to engage in exchange within this freedom. And their indifference to each other is that of human factors of production, whose social existence as an individual appears to derive from objective conditions and their systemic laws of development. Their connection as social individuals appears to be constituted by impersonal relations, by the things themselves. The world market then appears to create a spontaneous interconnection, a material and mental metabolism, which is independent of the knowing and willing of individuals and which presupposes their reciprocal independence and indifference. The liberation of the social individual from feudal relations of personal dependency is thus overcome inasmuch as these relations of personal dependence are transformed into relations of objective dependence. Marx's insight into the alienation of the social individual to the universal form of her existence, the world market, appears to be endorsed by the debate on globalization. In this debate, the world market is understood in terms of an irresistible, objective, coercive force. However, in distinction of this view, Marx does not conceive of the world market in terms of an objective thing in itself. Rather, the world market is posed as a universal existence of the fetishism of the commodity form, thus the coercive character of the world market has a real existence. However, its objective coercive force does not derive from the world market as such. The world market appears as if it were a thing in itself only when it is conceived in abstraction from the relation of class that constitutes the global world of capital. The conception of the world market as a thing in itself abstracts from the conditions of existence within which these individuals enter into contact. The notion, then, of the world market as an objective coercive force makes sense only on the assumption that the reified world of capital entails the immediate and direct proof of the general laws of capital social relations. Against contemporary conceptions of the global power of capital, the point of the critique of political economy is not to accept the reified existence of capital, but to study its social constitution. In distinction, then, to the debate on globalization, it is an insipid notion to conceive of this merely objective bond as a spontaneous, natural attribute inherent in individual and inseparable from their nature. This bond is their product. It is a historic product. Thus, to conceive of the world market merely in terms of objective relations of dependency is to endorse the ideological projections of capital. The debate on globalization is premised on an understanding of capital in terms of competing capitalist interest, and the strategic choice and decisions of especially transnational banks and multinational companies. The debate suggests that it is capitalist competition that constitutes and determines capitalist development. In short, the debate on globalization seeks to rationalize the strategic calculation of particularly transnational banks and multinational companies, and to trace the likely socio-political consequences of their action. Globalization theory, in other words, conforms its theoretical view to the self-image of capital as an economic force that exists by and in itself. However, and against such mysterious conceptions of capital, capital cannot confront capital if capital does not confront labor, since capital is only capital as non-labor. The understanding then of the global relation of capital has to go forward through an examination of the relations of exploitation, and that is through an understanding of the dependence of capital on labor. Capital cannot liberate itself from labor, it has to confront labor, and it can confront labor only if it imposes necessary labor on the worker. Capital does not compete with capital for nothing, it competes for a greater share in the abstract wealth pumped out of labor. It is only foreign trade, the development of the world market to a world market, which causes money to develop into world money, and the abstract labor into social labor. Abstract wealth, value money, hence abstract labor, develop in the measure that concrete labor becomes the totality of different modes of labor, embracing the world market. Capitalist production rests on the value or the transformation of the labor embodied in the product into social labor, but this is only possible on the basis of foreign trade and of the world market. This is at once the precondition and result of capitalist production. In other words, the understanding of capital as an objective coercive force obscures rather than reveals the constitution of capital. It does not include human natural force. This force is the productive power of labor. Labor is value creating, and the social character of exploited labor does not show itself except in the act of exchange. Capital, as Marx insists, only appears afterwards, after already having been presupposed as capital, a vicious circle, as command over alien labor. Capital appears only afterwards because it is through exchange that the exploitation of labor is validated in terms of social necessary labor time of value. In other words, capital is neither a thing, nor can it be identified with the individual companies, however multinational they might be. Capital is a definite social production relation. And because of this, the concept of capital makes sense only when labor is seen as presence within capital. The understanding of capital as command over labor, as a perennial pumping machine of surplus labor, provides a quite different understanding of the world market of global capital to those approaches that see it merely as an objective coercive force. The world market becomes instead a space constituted by the presence of labor within the concept of capital. A global relation of command, and as such a relation that subsists in and through the contradictory constitution of this command, a crisis-ridden relationship of exploitation, and therewith class struggle. Marx's critique of political economy is not satisfied with an analysis of the operation of exchange relations. Rather, his project is to understand the social constitution of these relations, and that is the social constitution of value. The act of exchange does not explain the generation of the thing that is being exchanged, nor does it explain why the individual producer exists in the way they do. Political economy is an attempt to understand exchange relations, and from within exchange relations, the relations of production. Thus, at best, Ricardo's theory of value, following Negri, merely shows that the development of social labor produces either a process of accumulation of value or a complex norm of distribution. The secret of the social constitution of value remained unresolved because value was merely conceived as a thing and not as a social relationship. Yet this debasement of human relations as relations between things is as real as the fact that, on the other hand, there would be nothing without individuals and their spontaneities. In other words, the movement of value manifests itself as an automatic movement, acting with the force of an elemental natural process as if it were an independent thing. That is, historically, active and stands above social structures, social relations, and dictating to the social individual as if it were an unresistible force in its own right. However, value is this independent thing only if looked at merely in terms of its formal mode of movement, that is, in terms of the fetishism of capital as value-creating things. This fetishism is due to the circumstance that all of labor's social productive force appears to be due to capital rather than labor as such. There is no doubt that human practice subsists in and through the world of commodities, as if a person objectifies himself in production and the thing subjectifies itself in the person. There is, however, no form without content. To argue that form exists without content is to say that form is external to its own constitution. Like the notion of the world market as an objective coercive thing, the notion of value as a form without content espouses the religion of bourgeois society. Commodity fetishism it espouses, in other words, the notion of capital as a thing in itself. In sum, approaches that focus on the global world of capital as an objective coercive force merely describes what is already presupposed. Social existence obtains within a framework of objective economic laws whose rationally imposes itself objectively on the protagonist and set in motion the decisive conditions of economic adjustment to global capital requirements. In other words, human social practice is seen as something that is condemned to execute economic laws. In contrast to such views, Marx's critique of fetishism shows that the derivation of human social practice from action of object reformulates the doctrine of the invisible hand. In this way, social reality is seen to be governed by something which cannot be comprehended, let alone determined. Human productive relations are governed by something invisible, and this invisible defines the conditions and circumstances of human existence. However, the invisible operates with an iron fist. Those unaware of its operation will feel its cold and dispassionate hand. All that can be done is to accommodate and comply with the rule of the invisible and irresistible hand. Social practice is thus derived from something which transcends human understanding and transformative power. In other words, social existence is a fate rather than a social act. Approaches that rest on the assumption of the world market as a constituted thing of global capital as an objective coercive force are not actually only endorsing capital as some sort of economic law of nature, they are also, and because of this, doctrinaire in their conception of capital. According to Horkheimer, one of the blind spots of dogmatic thought is the separation of genesis from existence. Indeed, if capital is endorsed as a constituted thing, its dynamic appears to derive from a blind and impersonal system logic to which the social individual has to accommodate and conform in order to stay alive. Dogmatism, of course, feels most at home in approaches that refuse to understand the social world we live in as a world constituted in and through human social practice. However perverted this practice might be. In short, the constitution of the world occurs behind the backs of the individuals, yet it is their work. Following Marx, it is only in the market of the world that money acquires to the full extent the character of the commodity, whose bodily form is also the immediate social incarnation of human labor in the abstract. Furthermore, it is a tendency of capital to pull away the national ground from the foundation of every industry and to transform it to conditions of production outside itself into a general context. This undermining of locality entails the general foundation of all industry comes to generate role exchange itself. The world market, and hence the totality of all activities of which it is made up. In this way, the search for new markets, new natural resources, and new workers is a constant search. Kaffins's treatment of the contemporary debt crisis as a renewed phase of primitive accumulation and new enclosure movement has made to commend it. The enforcement of debt through the transformation of subsistence, economies, and relations of communal production into relations of capitalist exchange characterizes not only the period of the Industrial Revolution, it characterizes the contemporary politics of global capital. In short, primitive accumulation is a constantly reproduced accumulation, be it in terms of the contemporary separation of new populations from the means of production and subsistence, or in terms of the reproduction of the wage relation in the established relation of capital. The former seeks to bring new workers under the command of capital, and the latter to retain them. The positing of the means of production as capital is based on the existence of labor as objectless free labor under the command of capital. The primitive accumulation of capital is not just a presupposition of capital that merely pertains as its historical past, rather it is constitutive of capitalist social relations and as such has to be posited and reproduced within the established existence of capital. Capitalist accumulation merely presents as a continuous process what in primitive accumulation appears as distinct historical process as the emergence of capital. The world market then is founded on the worker's propertylessness. The divorce of labor from her condition is the presupposition of capital, a presupposition that capital has to reproduce in order to retain and maintain labor as objectless free labor and therewith as an exploitable resource. It is clear that capital presupposes labor as wage labor. The innate necessity of capital is then not just to create a constantly widening sphere of circulation, whether the sphere itself is directly expanded or whether more points within it are created as points of production. The universality of capital towards its irresistibility strives. Amounts also to the universalization of its genesis as a condition and presupposition of its established world market's existence. The world market is thus the basis of capitalist relations of exchange, and through exchange of the relations of exploitation. In sum, capital creates not only bourgeois society and the universal appropriation of nature, as well as of the social bond itself by other members of society by means of generalized exchange. It also carries with it its dependence on labor. It has to exploit labor in order to preserve itself as capital, and it can preserve itself as capital only in and through the progressive exploitation of labor's productive power. The world market then stands not just for the global expansion of capital, but importantly for the universality of the class antagonism between capital and labor, and therewith the totality of its own contradictory constitution. Capital is capital only in and through the constitution of human social practice as a perverted practice, as an objectless practice, which obtains in the form of a wage-laboring commodity. However, capital has no logic independent of labor's, however perverted social existence, as indicated by Schmidt. The reality in which the social individual moves day in and day out has no invariant character. That is something which exists independently from it. Thus, the critique of political economy amounts to a conceptualized praxis. That is, an understanding of the totality of human social practice, which constitutes, suffices, and contradicts the world of capital. Thus, in order to understand the working of the world market, one has to descend from its objective coercive existence to an analysis of the social relations of production, from the sphere of circulation to the constitution of value, from the objectless existence of labor to the relationship between necessary and surplus labor, and from the exploitation of labor to capital's dependency on labor's value-creating power. In sum, one has conceptualized the displacement of production towards the world market, and conversely, the constitution of the world market as the space where the perverted productive practice of the social individual acquires its livelihood as capitalist command over living labor. The existence of the social individual as an exploitable resource is as real as the circumstance that capital is nothing without human social practice. In sum, for the third time, capital is a living contradiction. Labor is and remains the presupposition of the law of capital to create surplus labor. This then is the law of capital. To avoid the threat of its own capital punishment, it is condemned to exploit labor. For capital, then to assert itself as non-labor, it has to posit necessary labor. In other words, for the fourth time, capital forces the worker beyond necessary labor to surplus labor. Only in this way does it realize itself and create surplus value, but on the other it posits necessary labor only to the extent insofar as it is surplus labor, and the latter realizable as surplus labor. It posits surplus labor, then, as a condition of the necessary, and surplus labor as the limit of objectified labor of value as such. As soon as it cannot posit value, it does not posit necessary labor, and given its foundation, it cannot be otherwise. The world market then obtains in and through the capitalist tendency to make human labor superfluous, so as to drive it as human labor towards infinity. Capital then exists in antithesis to necessary labor, and at the same time, only in and through the imposition of necessary labor. It cannot posit surplus labor without positing necessary labor. Labor is the creatix of surplus value. At the same time, as it obtains a wage-laboring commodity at the disposal of capital as the owner of the means of production, it appears then that capital posits the production of wealth itself, and hence the universal development of the productive forces, the constant overthrow of its prevailing presupposition as the presupposition of its reproduction. Thus, the social individual appears as an individual subjected to constant coercive pressure emanating from the world of capital, the world market. At the same time, however, these pressures are brought out of him by his labor. Free labor, commodified labor, is capital's presupposition. A presupposition that shows itself as alien wealth based on the poverty of the worker. The form of the world market appears then as an autonomized thing. However, its presupposition is the class struggle over capital's imposition of necessary labor on the worker. Capital depends upon the imposition of necessary labor to constitute this side as surplus labor, and thus surplus value. This dependence constitutes capital's contradictory existence, inasmuch as necessary labor is not only the constituted side of surplus value, but also, and because of this, the bearer the capitalist command over labor. The constant revolutionizing of the relation between necessary labor and surplus labor does not create capital's wealth as such. Rather, as the next section explains, it develops the human productive force that suffuses and constitutes the crisis-ridden development of capital's accumulation. In conclusion, the entire development of human productive force, i.e. wealth, proceeds in a contradictory way. The world market is not just posed as the most spacious expansion of capital's existence, but also, and importantly, as the world's history of its dependence on labor. As Marx put it, the world market is the conclusion in which production is posited as a totality, together with all its moments, but within which, at the same time, all contradictions come into play. The world market, then, forms the presupposition of the whole, as well as its substratum. As such a substratum, the world market makes the constitution of value through labor not only invisible, but in fact shows the direct opposite of its constitution. It is as if Monsieur le Capitaux and Madame la Terre do their ghost walking as social characteristics at the same time, directly as more things. That's the end of Volume 3. In sum, understanding the world market as a global space, founded on the separation of labor from the means of production and emancipation, entails that the world market constitutes the totality of activities, these intercourse, needs, etc., of which it is made up. The category of the world market is thus not a category among others, rather it is the substratum through which all other categories of Marx's critique of political economy subsist. The world market is the presupposition of all and the support of the whole. The presupposition of the world market is human labor, whose productive power exists against itself, as if its world is that of relations between things, which appear to be endowed with laws that derive from these things themselves, and whose irresistible developmental logic imposes itself, as globalization orthodoxy argues, upon the living individual as an economic dictate. Globalization orthodoxy seems to agree with Marx's insight that individuals are ruled by abstractions. However, in distinction to globalization theory, these are not abstractions endowed with systemic force as if they existed external to and divorced from the social individual. Rather, they are constituted in and through the productive and disruptive power of social practice. The global world of capital then subsists as the space where the abstraction of the category of labor as such, labor pure and simple, becomes true in practice. The social relation, which constitutes this determination of labor in capitalist society, is a relation between necessary labor and surplus labor. That is, the class antagonism between capital and labor, which constitutes the social working day on a global scale. Alright, and to summarize that up, I have some notes here. The 16th century creation of global commerce laid the historical groundwork from which capitalist relations emerged. Though capital can only spring to life when owners of production meet free laborers selling their labor power in the market. Once capital becomes established, its early foundation in foreign trade transforms into an innate necessity driven by a systemic need for an ever-expanding market. Under this regime, commodity fetishism manifests at a global scale, culminating in the apparent autonomization of the world market from the very individuals who produce it. Rather than commanding their own output, the productive practice of social individuals creates a perverted reality where they are ruled by abstractions that appear as uncontrollable natural conditions. This shift forces atomized market individuals into an illusion of independence that is more accurately called indifference, meaning they are simply free to collide as human factors of production within impersonal relations. Globalization theory often reproduces this fetishism by viewing the market as an irresistible objective coercive force, or a thing in itself, thereby adopting the ideological projections and self-image of capital. Rejecting this dogmatic systemic view, capital cannot exist as an independent force because capital cannot confront capital if capital does not confront labor. Consequently, the global market serves as the ultimate site where money develops into world money and abstract labor into social labor, relying on foreign trade as both its precondition and its result. Beneath the surface labor of global exchange relations lies a perennial pumping machine of surplus labor, which frames the world market not as a neutral economic structure, but as a global relation of command. Ultimately, the world market represents a highly volatile space in which production is posited as a totality, together with all its moments, but within which at the same time, all contradictions come into play. World market and crises. Inherent in every concept of capital is the innate necessity of creating an ever-expanding market. The expansion of the market into the last corner of the world is, according to Marx, one of the counter-tendencies to the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. There is then the tendency of capital to create ever more and more points of exchange and to develop the world market further through the exploration of all nature in order to discover new useful qualities in things, new universal exchange of the products of all alien climates and land, new artificial preparations of natural objects by which they are given a new use value, the exploration of the earth in all directions. Furthermore, the extension of the market goes hand in hand with attempts to annihilate space through time. In distinction to contemporary ideas that globalization is driven by some sort of a law inherent in modern technology, the formation of new technology that replaces space by time is a process that is socially constituted itself. Circulation time is the barrier to the reproduction of labor, an increase in necessary labor time, a decrease in surplus labor time. Thus, the development of more and more modern means of communication in order to be present in all markets all the time. Equally, the expansion of credit relations allows the creation of ever more surplus labor by reducing the time productive capital is suspended in circulation, or by bridging the gap between the investment requirements of productive capital and the profits acquired in exchange. Capitalist crisis is not simply a crisis of overproduction or underconsumption, nor is it merely a crisis of capitalist overaccumulation, where too much capital confronts saturated world markets. Overaccumulation of capital is the form in which crises assert itself. Each individual capitalist has constantly to expand his capital in order to preserve it, but extend it he cannot, except by means of progressive accumulation. The risk is bankruptcy. Thus, mediation through competition capital is spurred into action. Fanatically bent on making value expand itself, the personified capitalist ruthlessly forces the human race to produce for production's sake, increasing the mass of human beings exploited by him, depositing of the results of human labor as a force over and above the social individual, including both the capitalist and the wage laborer, and the fanatic bent on making workers work for the sake of work, is founded on the separation of labor from its means. The freedom of the social individual from its conditions entails the capitalist property rights to preserve abstract wealth through the sacrifice of human machines on the pyramid of accumulation. Capitalist property rights entails that labor capacity has appropriated for itself only the subjective conditions of necessary labor, the means of subsistence for activity producing labor capacity, such as the reproduction as mere labor capacity separated from the conditions of its realization, and it has posited these conditions themselves as things, values which confront it in an alien, commanding personification. In short, capital is a social relationship between labor and the conditions of labor, which are rendered independent in relation to labor, and which, however independent, exist as capital only if capital confronts labor by imposing necessary labor on the world's working class. The circumstance that the equalization of the rate of profit obtains at the level of the world market means that the individual capitalist always has the world market before him, compares and must constantly compare his own cost price with the market price at home and throughout the world. For capital, then, to preserve its existing value, it has constantly to increase the productive power of labor, and that is, to compress necessary labor. What restricts capitalist production, then, is not commerce, insofar as it expresses the existing demand, but the magnitude of employed capital and the level of development of the productivity of labor. The investment required to set labor in motion in production increases the cost price of production, which even under conditions of a rising rate of exploitation, tends to decrease the rate of profit. This is so because of the rising value of constant capital, means of production, relative to variable capital, labor power. The revolutionizing of the means and methods of production involves the constant class struggle over the integration of labor into the production process as an exploitable resource, suppressing the disruptive power of labor in favor of it in compliant application as a human factor of production. The containment of labor's disruptive power and the harnessing of its productive power are two sides of the same coin of the imposition of necessary labor upon social labor power. It is the constant struggle over the integration of labor as a productive factor into the capital relation that constitutes the foundation of the crisis of capital's accumulation. Capital is limited by its very nature, inasmuch as the development of human productive forces liberates social labor relative from production through the revolutionizing of its productive power. Thus, capital contradicts itself because it restricts labor in the creation of value, and does so on the same grounds as and to the same extent that it posits surplus labor and surplus value. By its nature, therefore, it posits a barrier to labor and value creation in contradistinction to its tendency to expand them boundlessly. Each individual is compelled, if its devaluation is to be avoided, to appropriate surplus value on an expanding scale. This imposes upon each capital the necessity of expelling living labor from the process of production by decreasing necessary labor to its utmost. This process relates to the relation between necessary labor and surplus labor, that is, the relation between the constitutive part of the working day and the class relation which constitutes it. While capital can do no other than to revolutionize the reproductive power of labor in order to preserve itself as capital, the increase in labor's productive power renders capitalist accumulation crisis-ridden. In other words, the containment of the disruptive power of labor through its integration into the capital relation as a human factor of production is contradictory. It reasserts the disruptive power of labor through the increase of its productive force, although the workers regard the development of the productive power of its own labor as hostile to himself. It is a development of his productive power that sets limits to the preservation of capital through expanded accumulation. The barrier then to capital is capital itself. The existence of the means of production as capital entails that the incessant quest to preserve their existence as capital through the progressive exploitation of labor is crisis-ridden. For capital to maintain its existence, it has yet to condemn labor power to the scrap heap of abstract wealth, yet it depends on this power for the production of value. Capital realizes itself only when it forces the workers beyond necessary labor to surplus labor. What needs to be made manifest then is that the exploitation of labor's productive power renders capital's accumulation crisis-ridden because labor produces too much value that can be realized with the rate of profit adequate to the continuous accumulation of capital on a progressive scale. To recap, the revolutionizing of labor's productive power entails a relative decrease to the ratio of variable to constant capital. This decrease indicates the development of the social productivity of labor. Less living labor is needed to produce the same amount of commodities. While labor's productive power increases, the cost price of production grows in terms of constant capital relative to variable capital. The value constituents representing necessary labor. The class struggle over capital's tendency to decrease necessary labor so as to increase surplus labor value increases the amount of investment in constant capital relative to variable capital, and this in order to make its command over labor count in terms of profit. There is then a contradiction between the capitalist tendency to develop the forces of production without limits and the need to confine accumulation within the limits of the social relationship of production. Both a fall in the rate of profit and a decline in the rate of accumulation express the productive power of labor. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall, including the counter tendencies to its fall, is identical in meaning. With the development of the productive power of labor, crisis then signals the overaccumulation of capital, not just in relation to the realization of surplus value, but importantly to the preservation of capital through the progressive accumulation of capital, and that is through the progressive exploitation of labor. Capitalist crisis then asserts the presence of labor within the concept of capital. The other side of exploitation of labor's productive power is the crisis of capital's accumulation. A fall in the rate of profit can, of course, be compensated by the devaluation of capital, the bankruptcy of producers, liquidation of so-called excess productive capacity, mass unemployment, and the concentration and centralization of capital in fewer and fewer hands. A fall in the rate of profit can also be offset by an increase in the mass of profits. Such an increase requires the realization of growing mass of commodities, rendering in economics of scale a counter tendency to the declining rates of profit. This insight is very much emphasized by the debate on globalization in terms of the power of multinational companies, of the concentration of productive capital in fewer companies, their worldwide chase for new markets for the mass-produced commodities and their search for cheaper labor. In contrast to this debate, this concentration and centralization of economic might does not herald a new sort of capitalism, as if globalized capital were an unassailable and invincible thing in itself. As was discussed earlier, the means of production become capital only insofar as they have become separated from the laborer and confronts labor as an independent power. In the course of capitalist reproduction, the separation of labor from its conditions is a continuously imposed separation. In short, the separation begins with primitive accumulation, appears as a permanent process in the accumulation and concentration of capital, and expresses itself finally as centralization of existing capitals in a few hands and deprivation of many of their capital, to which expropriation has now changed. The circumstance that big fish eat small fish does not render obsolete the understanding of capital as a definite social relation entered into by individuals in the process of reproducing their life. It merely shows that the terror of separation of capitalism's original beginnings weighs like a nightmare on human social practice. Capitalist crises assert themselves in the form of unemployed money capital, that is, capital fails to make a reasonable profit from exploiting labor and is spilled over into speculative channels seeking profitable returns through interest-bearing investment or currency speculation, or indeed by facilitating takeovers and mergers. The so-called plethora of capital always applies essentially to a plethora of capital for which the fall in the rate of profit is not compensated through the mass of profit. This is always true of newly developing fresh offshoots of capital, or to a plethora which places capitals incapable of action on their own at the disposal of the managers of large enterprises in the form of credit. It is this plethora of capital that for Strange and others characterizes the new face capitalism of globalization. However, the so-called credit superstructure of globalization represents a capital that cannot be converted into direct productive activity. In other words, money capital is unemployed because it cannot be converted into expanded command over labor. Hence, unemployed capital at one pole and unemployed workers at the other. The sustaining of overaccumulation through credit expansion implies a potentially disastrous speculative deferral of economic crises on a global scale. This is because money capital accumulates in the form of a potentially worthless claim on future surplus value. The solidity and very existence of money capital is endangered insofar as a progressive deterioration of the relation between credit and exploitation renders capital in its elementary form of money potentially meaningless. In sum, the divorce of monetary accumulation from productive accumulation obtains as a mortgage on the future a speculative gamble over future exploitation of labor. This speculative betting then indicates a loosening of the relationship between capital and the exploitation of labor in the present. In other words, the less credit expansion is supported by the generation of surplus value through the exploitation of labor in the present, the more the credit structure is at risk of losing its grip on the very source that supports its commanding existence as abstract capitalist wealth. There is then no doubt that capital can divorce itself from labor as emphasized by the debate on globalization. However, this divorce cannot herald a new sort of capitalism that accumulates wealth without exploiting labor. Instead, it emphasizes the dependence on capital upon labor. Capital's divorce from labor is more ideal than real. The contradictory unity of surplus production reasserts itself in M to M prime, money to money prime, the meaningless form of capital, the perversion and objectification of production relations in their highest degree. The interest-bearing form, the simple form of capital in which it antecedents its own process of reproduction. It appears then as if the social relation is consummated in the relation of a thing, of money to itself. However, interest is only a portion of the profit of the surplus value, which the functioning capital squeezes out of the laborer. In sum, while capital in the form of money assumes the form of an automatic fetish, it appropriates unpaid labor, and it is such a power because it commands the labor of others, bestowing a claim to appropriate the labor of others, and therefore represents self-expanding value. Although we see an interest-bearing capital only form without content, money must command labor so as to sustain itself as a universal form of abstract labor. It cannot forge the slow pace, the daily struggle for the extortion of surplus value, and yet it is this forgetfulness which characterizes the divorce of monetary accumulation from productive accumulation, as if capital has assumed an independent existence from labor. Although in M to M prime, the relation to labor as the substance of value is seemingly eliminated, the expansion of monetary accumulation exists as a claim of ownership upon labor, that is, a claim on a portion of future surplus value. In conclusion, the divorce of monetary accumulation from productive accumulation indicates the crisis of capitalism's innate necessity of imposing necessary labor on the working class on a global scale. The circumstance that capitalist production is sustained by credit expansion and debt, including its recycling, indicates the speculative dimension of capitalist command over labor, and that is the fictitious integration of labor into the capital relation itself. A monetary panic and industrial crash are two sides of the same coin. In a certain way, then, globalization orthodoxy rightly points out that capital has left labor behind. In distinction to the proponents of globalization, this does not, however, not indicate that capital has solved its crisis of accumulation. Instead, this leaving behind of labor is at the heart of the contemporary crisis of capital's accumulation. Capital might well go beyond its limitations, its dependency on necessary labor. However, the fact that capital posits every such limit as a barrier and hence gets ideally beyond it, it does not by any means follow that it has really overcome it. Credit expansion does not really overcome capital's contradictory constitution, but merely sustains the reality of its crisis. Credit expansion requires validation through the progressive exploitation of labor. However, credit expansion developed in inflationary form, or divorced from direct command over labor because of the over-exploitation of labor, or to use a friendlier expression, the overaccumulation of capital. The contemporary crisis on global finance and the intense pressure brought to bear on the working class confirms the crisis of capital's overaccumulation as a crisis of imposing necessary labor, and therewith surplus labor on the whole class on the global scale. The safeguarding of credit depends on how effectively capital can exploit labor and of how effectively labor resists exploitation. Capital has to command labor. Productive accumulation has to succeed in order for money capital in the form of credit to be sustained. Failure to turn credit into effective command over labor turns debt into bad debt, leading to the deflation of credit and the threatening insolvency and bankruptcy of for money capital and productive capital alike. In conclusion, the search for new markets, the concentration and centralization of capital on a global scale, and the divorce of money from direct command over labor, as well as the mass unemployment, does not support the view that globalization heralds a new regime of accumulation. The proponents of globalization correctly suggest that the capital integrates more and more living labor into the organic composition of capital. However, this expansion of capital relation amounts to an ever broader process of the constitution of the average rate of profit, and it is here that the contradiction inherent in profit, the antagonism of its constituted force, imposes itself. The world history of capital is not characterized by the globalization of capital as if capital amounts to no more than an economic mechanism that, in neoliberal terms, self-regulates itself through the hands of the invisible, nor is it an economic mechanism that in Keynesian terms fulfills useful economic functions if it is regulated well by the good offices of the state. Capital is a definite social production relation between capital and labor. If anything, then globalization does not just mean the globalization of capital, but rather the globalization of the dependency of capital upon labor. In short, the creation of a world market society would almost to the extension of the collective potency of the production and disruptive power of labor. It is this power capital has to contain as the source of the progressive accumulation of abstract wealth. The world market society is the terrain where the contradictory constitution of capital, its dependence on and antithesis to necessary labor, asserts itself as a crisis of credit, as a speculative pressure on national currencies, and in terms of financial turmoil and industrial crisis. The other side of labor's productive power is the potentially irredeemable accumulation of unemployed capital, of debt. Marx characterized the situation as the abolition of the capitalist mode of production within the capitalist mode of production itself. Within capitalist society, this contradiction can be contained only through force, including not only the destruction of productive capacities, unemployment, worsening conditions, and widespread poverty, but also the destruction of human life through war and starvation. Force is as meaningless and elementary as the accumulation of abstract wealth for accumulation's sake. Alright, so some notes here. Driven by an innate necessity to generate an ever-expanding market, capital expands globally to counteract the tendency of the rate of profit to fall through exhaustive exploration of the earth in all directions. This geographic expansion is accompanied by efforts to annihilate space through time, a socially constituted process designed to reduce circulation time because it acts as a barrier to the reproduction of labor. Under competitive pressure, the personified capitalist becomes fanatically bent on making value expand itself and ruthlessly pushes humanity to produce for the sake of production to avoid bankruptcy. To preserve value, capitalists must constantly compare domestic cost price with international market price, forcing them to relentlessly increase productivity and compress necessary labor. Paradoxically, this drive creates a barrier to capital because the resulting revolution in production methods expels living labor, meaning capital restricts labor and the creation of value on the same grounds that it boundlessly seeks to expand them. The continuous displacement of workers in favor of machinery triggers an overaccumulation crisis, demonstrating that the barrier then to capital is capital itself. When capital fails to secure adequate profits from direct exploitation, it spills into speculative channels, resulting in a crisis marked by unemployed capital at one pole and unemployed workers at the other. While credit expansion temporarily sustains overaccumulation, it creates a dangerous mismatch where monetary accumulation functions merely as a speculative claim of ownership upon labor and a mortgage on future surplus value. Although globalization orthodoxy suggests that financial markets have detached from production, from the fact that capital posits every such limit as a barrier, and hence gets ideally beyond it, it does not by any means follow that it has really overcome it. And ultimately, globalization does not signify the victory of an independent economic mechanism, but rather the globalization of the dependency of capital upon labor, a fundamental contradiction that capital repeatedly attempts to contain through economic force and social disruption. So, just to make that even more clear, okay, globalization isn't like a process that will abolish the nation state and then there will be a global revolution. No. Globalization is just merely a symptom of the current form of the policies of capital and how it needs to operate. Capital is already global. It's already global. There's no requisite to engage in globalization in order to defeat nationalism to then have, some sort of global government that you can then have one revolution for or something. That's just silly. Okay, you're always, even like, I'm arguing kind of against a straw man, but there are definitely, well, not really, this is actually kind of a common view, honestly. There's like a party in the UK, for example, that sort of works on this. They call like their opponents chauvinists or something, but their whole idea is like, we need to do the EU and have this integrated market, and then there can be a unified revolution or something because of this, and that's just so silly to believe. Like, because first of all, the UK, just say you do that, like, the national governments, they're not going to be disavowed, they're not going to disband or anything. That's never happening. Okay, like, it's silly. You won't abolish national governments through quote-unquote globalism. That's not how that works. You'll just have two governments. And this doesn't also mean the other side of, therefore, oppose globalism. Well, I mean, kinda. Actually, it does mean that, actually. Honestly. It's just, also don't support nationalism, basically. I'm saying not to support either. Okay, is what I'm trying to convey here. Okay, and conclusion, world market, labor, and the national state. The debate on globalization fails to address the very contradiction that lies at the heart of capital's existence. It ignores the circumstance that labor is a presence within the concept of capital, however globalized capital might be. Capital can neither run away nor liberate itself from labor. Instead of conceptualizing the contradictory constitution of capital, the debate on globalization offers abstract generalizations which already presuppose what ostensibly is set out to explain. Capital reigns supreme. Against this view, this chapter has argued that capital is a living contradiction. There is no doubt that capital seeks to fragment and disperse the working class. However, that this is so already posed by the existence of, that this is so is already proposed by the existence of the wage relation. Capital is not dependent upon its workers. They can be made redundant. However, capital's independence from particular workers does not imply that it is independent from labor. Capital has to deposit value, and in order to do that, it has to deposit necessary labor. Capital depends on labor, and it has to pump surplus labor out of the worker in order to secure its existence as capital. The question of space is not a question of the globalization of capital. Posing the issue in this way already presumes that labor is in fact not a presence within the conceptual concept of capital. It is, however, this presence that renders capitalist accumulation crisis-ridden. The national and global are not externally related things. This chapter has argued that the class antagonism between capital and labor subsists through the world market, and that the containment of labor within the realm of the property rights and of capital subsists through national states. Of course, the national and the global are not identical, but neither are they related to each other as merely external entities that happen to collide with one another from time to time. The globe and the national are not different in unity. They are moments of the social relations of production which constitute their distinct forms of existence, suffuse their interrelation, and contradict their differentiation. The global dimension of the capital relation is aspatial character, is thus not without space. The aspatial existence, in fact, contradictory through nationally divided spaces of political sovereignty. In sum, the concentration of bourgeois society in the form of the state entails its function to secure and guarantee the rights of private property. The national state, then, is the harmony's last refuge. The harmonies of equality, freedom, liberty, and Bentham. The wage relation subsists through these harmonies. Further, the entanglement of all people in the net of the world market, and with this, the international character of the capitalist regime entails the function of the national state to secure the property rights of capital as cosmopolitan rights. Further, the existence of the social individual as owner of commodities means that the private interest without each nation divides itself into as many nations as it is fully grown individuals. These many nations within the national territory are concentrated in the form of the state in terms of the rule of law and its enforcement. The protection of the rights of private property guarantees each equal exchange relations between the sellers and buyers of labor power, and through this guarantees the bourgeois relations of exploitation. The relation of national state to capital appears as a relation of a nationally fixed state to a globally mobile capital. However, and as Clark puts it, although the state is constituted politically on a national basis, its class character is not defined in national terms. The capitalist law of property and contract transcending national legal systems and world money transcending national currencies. Nation-states are not only in competition with each other, as each tries to divert the flow of money capital into its particular territory, they exist also as a particular node within the global flow of capital. The nation-state exists through the global relation of exploitation and is confined within limits imposed by the contradictory form of the accumulation of capital on the world scale. In other words, the concept of national wealth makes no sense. Wealth is not created to enrich the state or the nation, nor is it the purpose of the state to produce wealth. Nevertheless, the notion of the national economy or of the national interest is of course a powerful weapon with which to induce the domestic working class to exert greater and greater effort to sustain their employment. There is, as the contemporary notion of the competition state sees it, no doubt that if a capital is not allowed to get the greatest net revenue that the use of machinery will afford here, it will be carried abroad, leading to serious discouragement to the demand of for labor. The debate on globalization divides the history of capitalist development into two distinct phases. The phase before the onset of globalization is examined through the theoretical lens of economic nationalism, and the phase of globalization through those of economic liberalism. For the globalizationists, globalization is a neoliberal strategy that is directed against national regulated systems in favor of market self-regulation on the global scale. For Hirsch, globalization shows not only capital's inherent ability to overcome crises of production, but also the ability of capital to transcend national borders in search of the most favorable conditions for direct economic gains and the highest possible margin of profit. For Hirsch, the consequence of the globalization of capital is that the national state is no longer able to regulate its economy in a comprehensive and coherent way. Its ability to do that has been hollowed out. As a consequence, globalization has rendered impossible a politics in favor of improving the conditions of all citizens. The globalization of capital is thus seen to erode the capacity of an individual state to control its own economic future, and that boundaries between states have become blurred, and that the autonomy of the state has been limited. It seems that the globalization is perceived as a force that undermines national Keynesian and therewith a politics of full employment and a comprehensive welfare provisions. Was a Keynesian policy of full employment and welfare really the central priority of the national state before capital globalized itself? Might there not be a good case for arguing that the proponents of globalization create an image of the past that never was true in practice in order to draw a sharp contrast to what they perceive as a new form of capitalist development, that is globalization? The debate on globalization is founded on an analytical perspective that sets out to generalize empirical data in abstract theoretical terms. Might this not imply that the debate confuses the ideological projection of capital with reality? Of course, some proponents of globalization recognize the social injustice that globalization causes. Hence, they call for a democratic renewal at the national and international level. Yet this recognition does not have any significance for the analysis of globalization. Globalization is treated as if it is an objectively unfolding development, and it is examined according to impartial scientific principles, as if impartiality towards the reified world of capital holds the key to understanding its social constitution. Impartiality does not amount to objectivity, it amounts instead to a vague judgment that espouses the disenchanted and perverted world of capital as if it were a law unto itself. In short, the life world of the social or individual is derived from the apparent partial development of logic of capital. Against this view, this chapter is argued that the world of capital finds its rational explanation in human practice and in the comprehension of this practice. The proponents of globalization argue that globalization stands for the end of a capitalist history defined by cohesive national economies or national capitalism. The notion of the national economy is based on misleading premises. First, it is premised on the idea that capitalist exploitation of labor within a nationally organized space is, as implied by the use of the metaphor of the one national boat, based on some sort of national harmony of interest. The national interest. The claim that the national relations of exploitation consisted in national harmony should be dismissed as at best nonsense or at worst deceitful publicity. It is of course true that conservative idealist solutions to the labor question focus not just on the state as an institution, that policies the law-abiding conduct between equals on the labor market. The state is also endorsed as an institution that is capable of discharging ethical and moral functions with a view to generating social consensus so that the dependent masses accept their natural position in society. Why the proponents of globalization portray the state of the pre-globalization era through Burkean lens cannot be discussed here. Second, the notion of the national economy is premised on the idea that the limits of national harmony to national wealth are not constituted in and through capital's dependence on labor. Rather, national wealth is seen to be limited by external forces which disrupt the integrity of national economies. Thus, disharmony is merely imported from the outside. In his critique of Carey's economic nationalist ideas, Marx argues forcefully that these world market disharmonies are merely the ultimate adequate expressions of disharmonies which have become fixed as abstract relations within the economic categories, or which have a local existence on the smallest scale. In other words, global disharmony exists in and through domestic relations and vice versa. Capitalist relations of exploitation do not exist in terms of two sets of relations, that is, as relations of domestic harmony, and distinct from these as relations of global disharmony. As the quote from Marx makes clear, the world market form is the mode of existence of domestic relations, and conversely, domestic relations subsist in and through the form of the world market. The international relations between states are not merely those of economic interdependence, but subsist in and through the social relation that constitutes state as moments of the global composition of class relations. National states then compete with each other to secure a favorable position in the global hierarchy of prices. However, this competition, couched in terms of the national interest, presupposes the containment of the domestic working classes and the decomposition into productive human factors of production in all national states. Against this background, the role and function of the bourgeois state has been, since its inception, to guarantee and protect bourgeois rights of property. Economic liberals since Adam Smith have argued that the state is indispensable for the provision of the exact administration of justice to resolve clashes of interests. The protection of property, the military defense of its territory, the provision of public goods that are essential for, but cannot be provided by the market, and for facilitating relations of equality and freedom, including the encouragement of competition and therewith of conditions so-called market self-regulation. In the light of this list of state functions, which one of these has been made redundant or forced into retreat by so-called globalization, of course the proponents of globalization emphasize the transformation of the state into a hyper-liberal state, and some call for coercive measures to rectify the asymmetry between national democratic systems and capitalist global power in order to reassert liberal democratic values and ensure social justice. Whatever the civilizing effect of such democratic renewals might be able to generate, it would have to guarantee the property rights of capital. This guarantee is the historical justification of liberal democracy. Indeed, none of the proponents of globalization argue otherwise. The proposals then for democratic renewal seeks to make a world a better world without touching the relations of exploitation. This humanizing effort is confronted by the paradox that humanization presupposes inhuman conditions. Can humanization really succeed without the concern for the conditions that rendered humanization necessary? In conclusion, Cox's view that the state is accountable to nebules personified as the global economy needs to be demystified as a fetishism. The state is not accountable to capital. It is a capitalist state. Further, it makes no sense, as Holloway argues, to see capital as a thing that can be owned. Exchange moved from one place to another, applied in that industry or in another transformed into money, and moved from one country to another. The notion of capital as a thing, and of the state as an actor that is accountable to the thing, leads to nowhere except the endorsement of invisible principles as most refined criteria of truth. The attempt to find truth in the invisible and the invincible resists an understanding of our social world as a world made by humans and a world dependent upon human transformative power. However perverted or enlightened this power might be, Cox's notion then of the global economy as a nebulous reinforces the fetishism of capital, yet it goes a long way towards what this chapter has argued. New Social Thought. Questions of Theory and Critique by Kosmas Psychopedis. Does a new theory for the social sciences exist? What, in any case, does exist is a demand for such a theory, and it will be necessary to investigate the reasons why many parties urgently raise it. One reason is the explanatory failure of the structuralist theories of social action, but also of the theories of social cohesion and continuity. It has become apparent that the structures those theories refer to did not explain anything. They merely concealed the nature of societies as a place where power, injustice, and exploitation is perpetuated. The new theory that critically countered structuralism adopted uncertainty, deconstruction, etc., as forms of emancipation from the omnipotence and the binding nature of structures, and was consequently led to relativism and the undermining of its own discourse's coherence. The theory's crisis, when placed between structuralism and relativism, compels us to reflect on the subject matter of the social sciences. Concepts such as dialectics and materialism have been held in contempt by the new epistemologist. Structuralists or relativists come to the fore once more in need to be reappraised. The theory of value that was discussed throughout the 20th century as a theory of the economy, value labor, comes back as a theory of the human values attached by the competitive forces of social relations. The concept of uncertainty returns today on a new basis. It indicates that all structural systems constituted on the basis of coercive and exploitative relations are unstable. Their tendency and their structural operation have not yet been definitely defined. They are reversible. The theory of value, placed today in the center of the new critical theory, allows the critical re-examination of the questions of explaining social phenomena and translating between different discourses, in quotes, within the social sciences. It leads to the question of an exposition of the concepts of social sciences that will not conceal, but clarify and evaluate the conditions of social life, the human value those conditions cancel or promote, and the rules that regulate social life and communication. 1. The claim for a new theoretical thinking that could critically counter the new state of humanity is presented as both utopian and necessary. Today, it is necessary to reflect on the changes taking place in thought itself in the context of a changing world. The structure of the world of capitalist enterprises and markets is changing. The economy, technology, and communication are changing, and these developments are described with terms such as globalization, flexibility, relativization of normative frameworks, new constitutions, and so on. Themes such as the dissolution of structures and individualism become a focal point in contemporary debates. Related epistemological frameworks refer to deconstruction, deregulation, the lifting of normativities, and restoring equilibria through coercive negations. Theory considers the selection of one kind of normative framework, rights, and its juxtaposition to others as a legitimate move without, though, accounting for the criteria of its choice. It releases itself from the responsibility to detect which values are destroyed when some others are promoted and imposed. All these theoretical moves display a new thinking, reflecting a new world. Such thinking is allergic to the idea that theorems expressing responsibility and solidarity or critical questioning the natural and given character of individualism are introduced in epistemology. Those speaking of critical epistemologies that question the new thinking will probably be characterized as utopian, metaphysical, and dogmatic. However, it is not possible to do away with the question of the elements of a critical thought that would not remain apologetic and that would not attempt to whitewash the existing relations of globalization, alienation, and individualism, but would attempt to conceive these transcendents. It may be argued that such reflection on the questioning transcendence seems to constitute a condition for referring to present historical and social relations and attempting their analysis. Okay, so social theory is trapped between structuralism, which treats structures as determining everything. It has become apparent that the structures those theories refer to did not explain anything, they merely concealed the nature of societies as a place where power, injustice, and exploitation is perpetuated, and deconstruction, which dissolves all foundations. The new theory that critically countered structuralism adopted uncertainty, deconstruction, etc. as forms of emancipation from the omnipotence and the binding nature of structures, and was consequently led to relativism and the undermining of its own discourse coherence. Post-structuralism freed from the rigid structuralism, but it lost the ability to make coherent normative judgments as a result. Neither can actually explain society adequately, and so the need for a new social theory will appear utopian because critical theory has been marginalized. Yet it is necessary because existing theories merely justify the world as it is. The purpose of theory is not merely description, but understanding the possibilities for transcending existing relations. 2. The deadlocks of the contemporary theoretical thinking, and of the attempts to criticize it, arise from the crisis of values that established the classical theory of society and politics. The antinomies of contemporary theoretical thinking can be seen as a result of the crisis of theory during the 19th and 20th centuries. It is actually the crisis of both bourgeois thought and its critique, which resulted from the inability to realize the society of the free and equal. That theory was striving for, in the context of theory, this crisis was imprinted as a crisis of values, of the Enlightenment values that juxtaposed freedom and equality with a reality structured in an oppressive and dominating way, but also of the values of the dialectic theory in Marxism, solidarity, socialism, that opposed a historical reality structured on selfishness and exploitation. The crisis of values appears in the context of theory as the inability to project and implement them in reality due to the lack of schemes of implementation that would impose them without negating them. Bourgeois political thought interpreted the inability to implement such values in historical relations as a result of the compulsory character that the process of such implementations would take. For example, the imposition of a liberal system through political violence, Rousseau's force et être libre, according to the reasoning, a value that is imposed becomes immediately disdained, thus both the enlightened and socialism be denounced for the disgusting claims for power they contain. In reality, though, the process of implementing a value is made up by steps leading to the lifting of its abstract character. During this process, it becomes clear which relation between social classes and groups is expressed by the promise and the attempt to impose each value. It also becomes evident who benefits from the separation of the value on one hand and its compulsory implementation on the other. Every actor faces the dilemma of sacrificing his privileged positions, poverty, money, influence, if he insists on remaining a member of a society of free and equals that takes this promise seriously. The implementation of the value implies the dissolution of alliances, conflict, and reproduction of cynicism on the one hand, and moralistic protest on the other. However, it also implies the detection of the materialistic elements of social relations, the critique and the resistance to fetishize relations, an element that was not properly revealed by the Enlightenment and socialist theories of the 19th and 20th centuries. From both the mid-19th century, Enlightenment and dialectic projects were replaced by historicist ones, each of which claimed its own normative absoluteness, individuality, thus rendering themselves normatively indifferent. These relativistic epistemologies are seen as the expression of the defeat of the 19th century bourgeois revolutions. However, they actually constituted a victory of bourgeois spirit at the level of epistemology in spite of its political defeat. They consolidated a responsibility as the exclusive right of any future epistemology. Furthermore, they allowed the transition from historic totalities, the knowledge of a civilization, to positivism, the knowledge of neutral facts. During such moves, what is displayed is the ability to construct social facts as distinct and positive orders to be collected by social scientists. However, this construction was identical to the repression of the social plans of life, of the hopes and demands for an autonomous arrangement of social relations, the relations that were cancelled so that the facts would acquire their distinct existence and particular form. Even thought, though, concealed this repression of the normative context, which was destroyed by order to construct positive and calculable facts, was a key attitude of the previous century's dominant epistemology, and it also represents a constituting element of the contemporary crises of epistemological thought. 3. The crisis of contemporary social theory reflects the failure of previous attempts to establish theory on an individualistic and relativistic basis. Positivism did not simply develop from historicism. It also originated from the rival direction to historicism, that is, the formalistic critique towards historicism we find in Max Weber. The formalistic epistemology invented a machine for producing facts, starting with the individual rational actor, who chooses appropriate means for realization of his aims. Any discussion on the historical social relations determining the aims and means of action, but also any criteria that would allow this practical evaluation of these aims, becomes banished from the area of epistemology. The Weberian axiological neutrality had a double aim. On the one hand, to distance itself from the traditional values adopted even by historicism, for example, the pre-bourgeois values of Kaiserreich. On the other hand, to distance itself from the new bindingness the socialists were advocating when claiming the epistemology should be grounded on some ideas regarding the material rationality of social systems. Methodological individualism, however, never managed to dispense with the spectrum of society altogether. It never managed to dispense with the historical relations that constitute presuppositions of individual actions and reproduce themselves in it without individual actors being aware of them. Returning to grand categories and a concept of the whole that becomes actualized behind individual actions seemed inevitable. Especially during the 20th century, it was not possible to thematize wars and crises without the use of concepts such as totalities, systems, macro-aggregates. However, at the same time, social sciences should disengage itself from critical ideas like justice, social equality, and exploitation that crop up very easily in the context of macro-analysis. The presence of society behind individual action can be seen in the work of Karl Menger, the most significant representative of methodological individualism, in his theory of the unintended consequences of individual action. Two main responses prevailed in dealing with the question of how such consequences should be approached. The first one can be traced back to Menger and Hayek, and according to the society behind individual constitutes a spontaneous order that is not rationally approachable. The second one originates from Weber's theory of ideal types and leads up to the functionalism we find in Parsons. Despite its individualistic methodological credo, the work of Weber displays a version of macroanalysis that appears as a sequence of correspondence between types. The rational bureaucratic action corresponds to the rational law, which is in its turn corresponds to the activity of the capitalist enterprise, which corresponds eventually to the rational orientation to the actions of individual actors. The framework of correspondence imprints the historical relations of the modern capitalist society without referring to them directly. Theory considered as binding the types constructed with axiological neutrality, not relations themselves. However, according to this construction, the critique of social relations becomes impossible. The only possible critique remaining refers to the internal coherence of the types and the extent to which empirical material fits them. The idea of the corresponding social macrotypes is a forerunner of the post-Weberian functional analysis we find in Parsons. The corresponding types, the political, economic, social, and so on, are here replaced by individual subsystems. The function of each is a presupposition for the function of the others. At the core of systematic analysis, we do not encounter the individual anymore, but society solving its own problems. However, even here, we can detect an element that characterized the Weberian rationale of correspondence and was later utilized by structuralism. The context of action is analyzed in terms of a normatively neutral science. It is not possible to evaluate in a binding way either the aims of actors or the aims of science. So methodological individualism never managed to dispense with the spectrum of society altogether, despite starting the project with rational individuals, because it ended up continually smuggling society back in, as wars, crises, and large-scale institutions are unable to be explained in any meaningful way through isolated individuals and actions, causing the world to be obfuscated by these views. Weber's supposedly neutral analysis creates a correspondence between institutions without explaining their historical relations. Due to the inability of analysis of individuals to explain the world, it becomes inevitable to defer to macro conceptions. And as a result of this, a faux axiological neutrality is posited where ideal types are studied instead of actual social relations. Consequently, the critique of social relations becomes impossible from such a view. 4. The failure to establish a theory of social sciences for the modern era takes the form of structuralist epistemology and theory of knowledge. One of the most characteristic aspects of the social sciences crisis during the 20th century was manifested within structuralist methodologies. What's peculiar in these methodologies is the repression of the process through which the conditions of social life are constituted, but also of the human values affirmed and revoked through those conditions. Processes are replaced with arbitrary collections of data and behaviors forming whole on the basis of models taken from mathematics and linguistics. Such collections of religious, economic, etc. practices are appropriate for drawing parallels and establishing the extent to which they correspond to each other. Moves that may be necessary during the process of research appear now as the core of the epistemological constitution of the subject matter. In this way, however, what is achieved is the opposite of what any critical methodology promises and claims. In other words, the possibility of showing that the structuring process coincides with the processes of exploitation, coercion, and the negation of emancipation is precluded from the outset. Structuralism, to a great extent, was based on the misunderstanding that any form of holistic anti-individualism at the level of methodology coincides with critical science. An example of such misunderstanding is Bourdieu's theory. Bourdieu seems to believe that it is possible to formulate a sociological metascience which incorporates theoretical assumptions of various epistemological origins, summing up the major principles conditioning such knowledge. He refers, for example, to Marx, Durkheim, Weber, and adopts concepts such as the division of labor and class as central macro-theoretical categories. The demand of reducing individual standpoints to structural characteristics, with the mediation of habitus and so on, leads him to a scientific model whose structure is taken from the natural sciences. In the context of this model, any element of evaluation, critique, and action is banished from his construction, labeled as subjectivist. Thus, the attempt to identify individualism with positivism and criticize it as such ends up with the glorification of positivism, now embedded in the very structural totality. Bourdieu thinks that it is, after all, possible to represent individual phenomena as realizations of a secret transformations of structures. The more successful this attempt is, the more it ensures that in reality, the positivistic and fetishized form will spread to all strata of social life. A logical consequence of structural thought is the rationale of articulation that has developed in theories of Fordism, post-Fordism, and the regulation approach. On this, see the volume edited by Bonefeld and Holloway, 1991. Oh, that's their book on, I don't know what I said the year, it's their book on the state debate. That's when the year that came out. A significant aspect of theory's crisis, not sufficiently explored, refers to the coupling of the theory of knowledge with scientism in the context of structuralism. As far as this point is concerned, Althusser's approach to the process of knowledge constitutes a characteristic case. Knowledge constitutes A, the processing of raw material, experience ideological constructions, with the use of B, theoretical tools, scientific abstraction, so as to C, produce the concrete outcomes of knowledge. This work model, which goes back to Spinoza's theory of knowledge, is an empiricist and scientistic one. Opposite to thought lies an essential and definable object, an obscure object materiality, which supposedly becomes gradually known to the researcher. It is not recognized that this unknown thing is itself preeminently known, that is, it indeed's the case of cause of knowledge. This is what constitutes social materiality, including the contemporary alienating and dividing capitalist forms of life, questioning and rejected by people. The process of knowledge coincides with the pointing as the reason for the questioning. It does not invent ex nihilo social relations. The real, Hegel's concrete, Spinoza's third form of knowledge, not only exists before research, but also defines, as far as the form is concerned, its direction and result. The concrete is not only a result, but also a condition of the scientific inquiry mediating it. The antinomic and exploitative relation, a social communication and shared reference, the globalization of aggressive demands on each other's conditions of life. There is indeed a starting point. The starting point is in a historical state of crisis that forms the direction of scientific questions. It comprises the knowledge, consciousness of antinomic and exploitative relations of social communication and shared research reference of the globalization of aggressive claims on each other's conditions of life. Consequently, the naive surprise of social scientists for every new thing they encounter is a hypocritical repulsion of the knowledge of these relations. Structuralism, and I would say post-structuralism and actor network theory, replicate a more sophisticated positivism that fails to be subversive. Processes are replaced with arbitrary collections of data and behaviors, forming wholes on the basis of models taken from mathematics and linguistics. Structuralism replaces living social pressures with abstract models, just like Weber does, and so the possibility of showing that the structuring processes coincide with processes of exploitation, coercion, and the negation of emancipation is precluded from the outset. The attempt to identify the individualism with the positivistic conception of society ends up with glorification of this positivism, as it is now embedded in the very structural totality. The process of knowledge coincides with the pointing as the reasons for questioning. In other words, knowledge begins from lived contradictions and not from scientific machinery processing neutral data. 5. The contemporary theory in crisis, reacted to the deadlocks of structuralism by accepting the indeterminacy of structures. However, it did not comprehend the reasons reproducing social relations of indeterminacy. One reaction to the deadlock of the structural determination of the real was the introduction of indeterminacy as a natural state of the social sciences epistemology. Blinding logics were replaced by the conception of history grasped as a framework of contingencies where certain structures stabilize themselves momentarily. They were also replaced by conceptuality, by a conception of the real conceived as the product of coincidental combination of factors and at the point where the contingent and incidental are activated. This school of thought, which can be characterized as the new irresponsibility, conceived the necessary transition from structuralism to indeterminacy as a constituting element of social relations. However, it did not pursue the inversion of this move, which is equally inscribed in the social, that is, showing that indetermination and instability result from the way social relations are constructed as unjust, exploitative, and subject to domination. Many contemporary epistemological trends, without abandoning the context of axiological neutrality and scientism, have made significant attempts to deal with the question of indetermination and uncertainty from a methodological point of view. One mode of argumentation, Luhmann, deals with the question of indeterminacy as one of reducing the complexity of reality by introspection to the relevant criteria with which the real values is approximated. This problem leads to these theories to a question where they have not dealt with sufficiently. This question refers to the construction of a coherent discourse on values, and the way these problems of the conditions of action is involved in the discourse. A second way of argumentation, Giddens' approach, the question of indeterminacy, with reference to an enlightened educational process adjusting the action in the context of uncontrolled and uncertain circumstances. The action under the uncertain conditions is analyzed in the context of the theory of dual structure structuration, according to which the structured properties of social systems are simultaneously meant and outcomes of social actions. That is, here the conditions of action are connected equally to the issue of the actor's aim and that of the social reproduction. However, it becomes evident that this connection takes place in the context of a theory referring primarily to the stances of individual actors and at the expense of the macro-theoretical approach of the reproduction of the social conditions of life. This becomes evident when we examine Giddens' conception on the nature of structures. This defined as something that does not exist in time and space, because time and space are properties characterizing the interaction of living beings only. Giddens transfers Saussure's problematic on linguistic structures to that of social structures, and argues that structures do not describe objective relations of interaction. They constitute genetic rules, or codes, and means of action activated in every individual action. Following Wittgenstein, Giddens approaches rules as part of practical consciousness, occasionally allowing us to go further. However, they cannot be interpreted on the basis of their integration in the meaning they acquire in a social context, relativism. In the place of a macro-theoretical context of reference, an area of antagonism and conflict among actors is introduced. This refers to the interpretation and the transformation of rules. Here, actors use the means of power available to them with the aim of imposing their own interpretation of rules. Thus, in a quite typical manner, methodological agnosticism is supplemented by a theory of antagonism, agonistic. The philosophical elements Giddens has borrowed from Weberian tradition are obvious. For example, the state only exists in the consciousness of actors as something towards which they orientate their actions. In this way, however, it becomes evident that this line of argument fails to achieve its professed aim. Not to be simply a theory of the individual resort to the conditions reproducing the means of action, but also a theory of the reproduction of these conditions. Indeed, it fails because the conditions are merely described from the standpoint of the individual approach to them, while the rest is seen as an unknown condition and unpredictable consequences. As a result, theorizing the pre-existing conditions in relations of actions becomes impossible. The question on the interrelation of experiences in varying space-time context replaces the Hobbesian question on the establishment of order. Consequently, what becomes the link that binds together the lost unity is the individual that understands, grasps, and interprets conditions, possesses power for acting, and whose understanding becomes the context where past and present take place. In the context of the new methods, articulationist logics, alternative models, methodological individualism, deconstruction, and understanding complement each other. Here we witness the creation of the theoretical equivalent of the post-structuralist flexibility of labor relations and that of capital's new irresponsibility towards labor in the globalized society. Many contemporary epistemological trends have made significant attempts to deal with the question of indeterminism and uncertainty, but stop halfway. They do not pursue the inversion of this move, rather they show that the indetermination and instability result from the way social relations are constructed as unjust, exploitative, and subject to domination. That is to say, uncertainty is not a fundamental property of reality at all, but something produced by exploitative social relations which have to conceal. It appears as the failing of individual interpretation because of the fact that the individual interpretation is socially mediated from the outset. As a result of this, postmodern theory ends up just mirroring neoliberal capitalism, and we witness the creation of the theoretical equivalent of the flexibility of labor relations and that of capital's new irresponsibility. 6. In view of the crises of the social sciences, which accompanied the crises of societies up to the end of their 20th century, it is important to re-examine their epistemological subject matter. Against the structuralist and functionalist theoretical models working with the correspondence of structures and subsystems, we raise the question of the material element which instantiates whether these structures correspond to each other or not. This material element of social life is formed historically in relation to the way this life is threatened or preserved in theory shaped by social relations. In a sense, we shall have to talk about the values of life, freedom, autonomy, which, while being realized or cancelled, shape social relations in the terms social life. These values emerge throughout the accomplishment of failure of the actor's aims in the context of historically crystallized conditions, that is, the historically specific accomplishments of other actors' aims and their instrumentalization. Of course, the conditions of social life's reproduction may coexist interwoven in an unclear way. For example, they may relate to institutions referring to labor power, property, ideology, and so on. Furthermore, the materialization of a certain kind of aims relates to one such condition may threaten the aims, values of other actors. The aim related to the private appropriation of the social means of life, for example, may threaten other actors' aims of using them for sustaining their own life. The conditions of social life's reproduction become hierarchically ordered in a world of competitive action where the attempt of some actors to establish their own ownership on them threatens the survival of others. The latter's need for obtaining these conditions emerges as a value. Nowadays, social sciences theory acknowledges that exploring the transformation of conditions into value is a move that belongs rightfully to its proper frame of action. The same applies to its further engagement with the main scandal of the Weberian epistemology that refers to the valuation of values as a political question. Conditions, aims, values, and the political evaluation of values constitute a given horizon. Beyond it, it does not seem possible to develop a frame of constituting social facts. Yet these relations still remain to a large extent unclear. As has been shown, the present approach stands against positivism in historical sciences, the scientific theory of knowledge, the hermeneutic approach, and the new epistemologies of indeterminism. Against the scientific theories of knowledge, Althusser, we pointed out that the discourse of science that seeks knowledge should not use the new against the old. It should not pretend to know nothing about now and want to learn right now something about now. It should not conceal the only knowledge established so far regarding the world, that is, its existing experience from the world, and the knowledge of value and materiality that constitute it and is constantly negated in it. I know what is presupposed for the constitution of a world where money and objects seem to rule social relations. I know that this world is one of antagonism, atomism, and non-solidarity. It is a non-collective and a non-cooperative world. The fact that the world is as it is allows the conditions of its reproduction to be constituted in the way they are constituted. That is, through dividing property rights, dependent labor, and then employment through the arrangement of the relation between humans and nature in a way that leads to devastation and is beyond the control of actors. One's knowledge of this fact is a result of humanity's previous experience, both scientific and practical. What one already knows is the experience presupposed for the creation of new knowledge. It is actually the difference from the knowledge of conditions. It is the experience of their unjust constitution. Without this experience, the knowledge of conditions in their structuralist and functionalist arrangements would be ideology, false consciousness. However, this experience and knowledge cannot be separated from the conditions of society's reproduction. It has to be mediated by them. The reason responsible for the existing constitution of conditions of social life's reproduction is the reason our experience takes the deficient form of a life of negative values. Thus, the development of a frame of presupposed knowledge for epistemology coincides with the actions that will mediate the terms and values by changing and destroying the atomistic and alienated form of the conditions of social reproduction. The attempt to develop a frame of presupposed knowledge allows the understanding of the historicity of knowledge in its epistemological subject matter. History constitutes a field where continuity and coherence have been restored through injustice. The sequence of its events developed with the actors being powerless and exposed to antagonism and exploitation. However, the fact that the thing could have developed otherwise is a value that in turn risks to appear to us as something absolutely metaphysical and totally coherent. If I abstract from the way the conditions of life are connected, this value does not emerge as an essence to be realized or a spontaneous order to be crystallized in the new worlds I shall found freely and independently. It rather appears in the form of acts of resistance towards the existing historical forms. I can then interpret and explain these forms with reference to resistance as the forming reason, the cause of the real's formation and its mode of negation. These points lead to the critique of the way the elements of indeterminacy have been introduced in theory by the new epistemology and proponents of various approaches like Luhmann and Giddens. These theorists adopt the division between determinism and indeterminacy, and against the dogmatism of determinism, they embrace the freedom of indeterminacy. However, indeterminacy may be identified with freedom only when it cancels the coherence of conditions defined through the relation of injustice, domination, and exploitation. As far as the critique is concerned, such relations remain always determined. They are always temporarily valid and under negation. The only binding elements prove to be those to the critique towards unjust, undignified, and humiliating conditions of life, and the action aiming to overthrow them. These ideas involve a certain conception of dignity, which is introduced in epistemology. Dignity opposes the definition to the extent the latter is identified with the insistence on the unjust constitution of the social condition that confines us. The task of social theory should be to investigate the conditions of life, value, and conflicts, and how they relate to the general reproduction of social relations. We shall have to talk about the values of life, freedom, autonomy, which, while being realized or cancelled, shape social relations. Values do not come from individual preferences at all, but a historically embodied reality. What are the implications of this? The need for obtaining the conditions for these values of life emerges from their being threatened. For example, workers need survival, and when survival is threatened, survival becomes a value. As well, environmental destruction is what gives rise to environmental values. Or in other words, the fact that the world is as it is allows the conditions of its reproduction to be constituted in the way they are constituted. Theory can only explain the world if it begins from the actually existing world. History constitutes a field where continuity and coherence have been restored through injustice. The only binding elements proven to be those of critique towards injustice, undignified and humiliating conditions of life. That is to say, order exists because domination exists, and this is the normative foundation. 7. In the course of reassessing the epistemological subject matter of the social sciences, we have to re-examine the range of a theory of dialectical materialism. The task of developing a reliable delineation for the concept of the theory of dialectical materialism is still pending today. The same applies to the range of its claims to be a framework of critical grounding for the social sciences. Most theorists, when referring to the dialectical method, usually mean the grasping of society as a totality and synthesis and unity of the antithesis within it. By materialism, they usually mean an objectivity existing outside consciousness. However, the significance of the Marxian program to connect these two lines of thought in the context of a theory of value has not yet been sufficiently appraised. The concept of the dialectic exposition of concepts included in the third Kantian critique of judgment, and the Hegelian logic of concepts contrasts the concept of mechanism, necessity, with one of teleology conditioned by the idea of freedom. We may conceive society as a set of mechanical relations caused by the interaction of individual actors in the context of bourgeois society. According to Hegel, interaction is a category of necessary quasi-mechanical relation. Society is the machine that activates conditions so that they will reproduce its essential real structures, conditions, social objects, actions. However, this mechanism can be grasped as an abstraction insofar as it can only function as a means for the realization of aims that supersede it, that is, freedom, equality, solidarity. This program on the unity between mechanism and teleology is included in the dialectic of nature's intention, Kant, in the cunning of reason, Hegel. A transition from mechanism to teleology in the above idealistic theories binds the mechanical relations with a value, freedom, realized through the systems of competitive economy, liberal ideal. Even in its Marxist version, this dialectical exposition of categories contrasts the standpoint of mechanisms to that of teleology. This happens in a way, however, that it still remains unclear. There is a mechanical element in the concept of value we find in the critique of political economy. It refers to the amount of necessary labor that guarantees, during the process of exchange, the reproduction of society under relations of exploitation. This mechanical element of necessary labor is mediated and mobilized by money. It is capital that is a system of abstract labor establishing the forms through which reproduction takes place. In the Hegelian sense, the development of the forms of abstract labor may be represented as the teleology. The aim of individual capitalists are subjected to individual and unconscious aims referring to the valorization of capital in the context of a society as a whole. They are subjected to the aim of value as essence, substance, which becomes transformed into a social subject, mobilized its own self, and for which money and commodity are simple alternative forms. This teleology on the development of forms is part of a teleology of forms that moves in a way demonstrated by the Hegelian dialectic of the logic, the philosophy of right, and so on. However, in Marx's work, we also find a reconstructed teleology on the content of materiality, which contains the secret of the movement of formal teleology. The concept of materiality results through abstracting from the form of capitalist relations and from the aims of capital. Underneath the forms lies the content. Behind the value and the magnitude of value exists human labor and human time dedicated to the reproduction of social life. However, what is this hidden content of value? Marx formulates this question as follows. Why does this content take this form? Why does labor expose itself to value? And why does the measure of labor, its time of duration, expose itself to the value magnitude of the labor product? This question reveals something about the nature of the material content even Marx himself did not attempt to clarify. The content should not be identified with the transhistorical labor forces that take their specific form in our time. The content is what is revealed as a content of the form value through the stage of the mythological exposition. It should not be identified with the opposite of form and value, in other words, the non-axiological that renders value as its form. The content has an axiological nature itself, and when devalued, it allows the constitution of the value form of political economy. Analysis on Marxism are mistaken when they present it as an ahistoric way as social labor in general. This content is rather constituted as the concept of social labor, for which it is demanded that it should not be affected by atomization, and also that its cooperative nature should not be cancelled, while its collective character should be established. The concept of social labor should be open to the emancipation from the fetishism of the form. In its context, it should not be possible to restore transparent, reasonable relations in the arrangement of the process of production should be open to being placed under consciousness in design and control as a product of freely socialized human beings. All these demands, values, are part of the concept of materiality. Indeed, without this axiological basis for the materialist theory, without the hidden teleology that was not clearly developed by Marx, the constitution of the contemporary historical real as a value, in the sense of the critique of political economy, would be meaningless. Our reading and interpretation of the reference on forms we find in Capital is directed and informed by this context. It is written on the face of forms that they belong to a formation in the context of which the process of production dominates man, and as yet he does not yet, dominate it. The teleological judgment of not yet is jointly formulated with the descriptive one that grasps labor as abstract social labor. It is a result of the contradiction within the contradiction of life, social and private. The cancellation of this contradiction constitutes a historical demand and presupposes a series of material conditions of existence. Okay, so the significance of the Marxian program is to connect both dialectics and materialism in the context of a theory of value which has not been sufficiently appraised. The form, value, money, and capital, and the content, human life, labor, and cooperation, are to be distinguished as the hidden content of capitalism, which is not merely labor as a technical activity, but human social cooperation. Now, why does labor expose itself to value, and why does the measure of labor expose itself to the value magnitude of the labor product? Behind the value and the magnitude of value exists human labor and human time dedicated to the reproduction of social life. and this concept of social labor should be open to the emancipation from the fetishism of the form. The goal is not simply understanding capitalism, but overcoming fetishized social relations. 8. Contemporary social theory must be constituted as a theory of value and direct itself towards the analysis of conditions, values, and norms and the transitions between them. The arguments developed so far point out that it is necessary to approach social relations in the context of a labor theory of value developed with reference to the relation of conditions, social values, and norms. This approach results from our critical analysis of the Marxian approach to the theory of value. It encompasses a synthetic exposition of the concepts referred to the conditions of social reproduction: labor, exchange value, money, capital, and it leads to a theory of capitalism. Our own approach argues that if the theory of capitalism is to get rid of its latent positive implications, it will have to reestablish the content of social relations by reviewing its value characteristics. In fact, formulating the economic theory of value in a non-positivistic way, in the context of the critique of political economy, presupposes a critical theory of human values. On the other hand, the search for a theory of the conditions of social reproduction refers to a more loose arrangement of conditions than those of the conditions of reproduction, conceptual and historical. We find in a political economic arrangement of concepts in the Marxian critique of political economy. A theory of the conditions contains an element of contingency, since it may refer to the economic, political, legal, cultural, etc. conditions of social life's reproduction. It's rational, has similarities to Hegelian logics. It grasps the category of necessity as a relation of conditions, as a reality reproduced through them and through reproductive action. Furthermore, it associates necessity with the conceptual logic of teleology and freedom, value logic. In that sense, starting with the conditions may coincide with a start from the ideological. However, starting this way is necessary in order to reveal the multiplicity of conditions of social life's reproduction, and their arrangement. Clarifying the position of every condition in the totality of social relations coincides with the transition from conditions to values and the evaluation of each condition's significance for others in the context of this totality. The very critique of political economy constitutes a reliable explanation of the relation between the conditions of social life. It points out, critically, as a negation of the values of collectivity in the context of atomization, autonomy, communication, etc. In the context of contemporary world, the very reproduction of social life constitutes a value that may be affected by the anarchic dynamics of the capitalist process. At the same time, the social forms damaging social values, property damages collectively, are themselves conditions of social reproduction. Without property rights and labor can not meet the raw material needed for the production and reproduction of society. Certain subjective or latent conditions of the process of society's reproduction may be activated during this process or become conscious to actors when harmed by the existing social relations. The labor force, for example, is harmed by overexploitation, and the environment is damaged by capitalist relations of production, and thus the members of society realize the need for regulations protecting labor, the environment, and so on, and guaranteeing survival. The endangered conditions lead to the emergence of values that take the form of political action, resulting in regulations, norms. These regulations may constitute conditions of social life's reproduction for the next historical phase. These relations continuously impose on us the dual viewpoint of the cancelled, not functionally integrated, conditions of reproduction that affect social values or move to new ones, guaranteeing those harmed. A certain value may prove to be the preeminent conditions of survival. Democracy, for example, the free press, constitutes a condition for the prompt provision of information regarding the damages and risk of nuclear power stations. Democracy is necessary for the aversion of nuclear death. We have observed that the dialectic of the conditions and values may be expressed and temporarily resolved in an institutionalization and regulation that takes the form of transition from value to rule. Capitalist property constitutes a formal term of social life, which nonetheless harms this life by leading to exploitation. The value of life is preserved through the norm, legislation on the working day, but this norm in its turn is threatened continuously by the aggressive forces of capitalism. One of the most fundamental questions of contemporary social sciences refers to the understanding of normativity as a functional and axiological term of social life. The classical idealist theory provides significant propositions on the relation between value and norm. Such questions are those raised by Kant in relation to the implementation of practical reason, morality, in the context of law, legality. The same applies to the question we find in Hegel's work regarding the law as a means and measure mediating the social. On one hand, in the context of Marxism, the question of locating the right norm of action in existing contradictory capitalist societies was not raised with clarity due to theory's haste in pursuing the opposite direction, that is, the negation of the existing relation of devaluation and the establishment of a new value consisting in new relations that transcend totally the existing ones. The theory of the 21st century can only be a theory that focuses on norms. This is already evident in the form of crisis of social theory. In the context of normative theories, such as those developed by Rawls and Habermas, the question of roles is constituted in an irrational way, since, under the pretext of the rational grounding, its connection with a reflection on the conditions of social reproduction and social value is broken. Contemporary social theory must therefore be constituted as a theory of value. Conditions produce values, which in turn produce norms, which in turn become the conditions for future social reproduction. 9. A theory of the conditions of social life proves to be unstable and contradictory. The above observations allow the establishment of what we've already claimed. A structural model embodying sequences of conditions in arbitrary arrangements is unstable and cannot be examined rationally. The social formations resulting allegedly from the correlations of conditions maintain the contradictory character of the elements composing them, and do not reveal, with the exemption of external analogies and parallels, the internal mode of these external elements. Articulation, for example in capitalism, are articulated the elements of money, property, power, technology, labor, and so on. Structuralist models repeat the commonsensical. When we refer to the conditions of social reproduction, we refer to the historically typical sets of economic, technical, political, organizational conditions, such as the administration and defense. Marx linked the conditions related to the contemporary mode of organization of social life in an arrangement that constituted the particular capitalist mode of production. Today, many theorists, for example Giddens, attempt to deconstruct this particular arrangement by breaking it down to separate dimensions such as industrialism, capitalism, nation, or military violence. However, both the proponents of structural associations and those of deconstruction have not yet clarified the nature of the mechanisms shaping social phenomena during their constitution and interaction. You know what? I was talking to a post-structural person, and I was like, okay, how do you explain why certain phenomena we see seem to take on a certain character that seems repeatable, you know? And they said, that they don't know. Okay. Anyways, these mechanisms are economic and political transnational and national. They guarantee the continuity and intensification of economic exploitation and the domination of classes by other classes, and other societies by other societies on a global scale. Our only way to understand them is the inquiry into the values they negate, but also the values they realize: reproduction, initiation, communication. Negated values are those that could preserve human life through the redistribution of economic resources and intentional action, and could guarantee health, clean environment, participation, dignity. Only recourse to this normative nexus and modes of its negation renders the theoretical reconstruction of political, economic aggregates and of political institutions and forms of action meaningful. Without it, it becomes irrational. However, insisting on the conditions and examination of context of values raised and negated by the historical development of their correlation is a necessary process for the social sciences. These disciplines require a broad program of transitions between conditions, values, and norms. They cannot be confined to partly developed types of relations or types possessing essential characteristics only. For example, capital, economic exploitation, value, social labor. The reason for that is the development of such types beyond their essential characteristics allows the emergence of preconditions not included in their initial form. For example, the implications of environmental deterioration for political economy. Furthermore, it allows to escape the risk that the model will relapse to positivism. What arises here is the question of the dialectic exposition of value as a form of the content labor. The analysis of conditions allows the study of inversions of the classical political economic ordering of conditions, but also of the classical philosophical hierarchy of values. For example, a free political system, democracy, is not considered today along the Hobbesian model, that is, an impediment to survival, but as a condition for survival. Such inverted orderings oppose also many Marxist orderings which treat normativity, freedom, equality, exclusively as a condition of exploitation without considering the issue of normativity as a condition for human dignity. The analytical category condition, Bedingung, has a Hegelian origin. Our observations so far indicate that, albeit it is not appropriate for the construction of a social framework, of a structural framework of analysis, it is, nonetheless, necessary as the starting point for pointing out the historical the values, explaining the existence and correlation of the historical form of social life. In order to achieve the stability of a system of conditions, it is necessary to grasp the teleologies, the system of aims, these conditions presuppose. Understanding such teleological constitutes an impossible task according to the neoliberal theorists like Hayek. However, it is necessary and much awaited task, and indeed it constitutes the rational task for a modern theory of the social sciences par excellence. Finally, the interconnection of conditions compels us to approach the content of society as the product of abstract social labor, and simultaneously the result of private appropriation of the product of the collective social activity. Such an approach may help us to interpret the paradoxes linked with the issue of indeterminacy we find in social scientists such as Arrow, Downs, and Hirschman. In the context of modern societies, actors may attempt to secure a condition of social life collectively. For example, defense. However, according to the individual interest, they also move freely from a state of collective settlement of conditions for dealing with social problems to one where they separate themselves from the other actors and attempt to deal with these social problems individually. For example, by choosing between public and private health or school programs. Each time the nature of conditions in the public-private scale changes according to the opportunistic behavior of the actors. Yet this opportunism and its paradoxes refer us to the problem of materiality of contemporary historical societies and can be explained with reference to it. For explanation, see point 13, which I'm not nearly close to being at yet. Neither structuralism nor contemporary social theory explain how phenomena are actually connected. Structuralists merely list conditions, while newer theorists break capitalism into separate dimensions, such as industrialism, the nation-state, military power, I'd say Wallerstein as guilty of this, without explaining their unity. Society can only be understood through the values of the existing social relations, both realize and negate, and these mechanisms guarantee the continuity and intensification of economic exploitation and the domination of classes by other classes and that of societies by other societies on a global scale. Structuralists end up treating society as an assemblage of conditions, when Marx's achievement was showing how these conditions form a specific historic totality. He linked the conditions related to the contemporary mode of organization of social life in an arrangement that constituted the particular capitalist mode of production. Our only way to understand conditions is the inquiry into the values they negate, but also the values they realize. Many Marxist orderings treat normativity, like freedom and equality, exclusively as a condition of exploitation, without considering the issue of normativity as a condition for human dignity. And, I suppose that's true to an extent, but ultimately, I mean, it is both. It is both. It's not just one. If you think it's just one, you've fallen into humanism. 10. The social theory that will respond to the questions of the modern world will have to overcome the antinomies of the philosophical theory of values. As far as we can tell today, the social theory that arises will develop as a result of a huge collective effort, aiming at the redefinition of human values. Their hierarchical ordering, the understanding of the process through which they evolve to norms of implemented values, and their critique of the fetishized form in which they appear. The 20th century was the century of the rejection of values. It was the century during which they were rendered irrational. However, there were quite a few attempts to raise the question on values and acknowledge its scope for the grounding of the social sciences. Such attempts were made by dogmatic Marxism, but also by the positivistic camp of the Vienna Circle, and the irrational theorist of the material ethics of the values of the interwar period. The first approach was implemented in the political ethics of the Soviet state. The second comes mainly from Viktor Kraft, and the last one from Max Scheler. Most important in our context is Scheller's work. He sought to establish a theory of values in terms of a theory of the materiality. This theory was to argue that the values which arise from the analysis were to be a priori ones. They were to be independent of empirical aims and means. Furthermore, these values will result from emotional intuition and not any rational process. Scheller's model is a neo-romantic one, and from a political point of view, it is included in the models produced by the anti-democratic thought of the early 20th century. So far, I've argued for the need to ground a materialistic theory of values with reference to the conditions of social life endangered by society's current form. This demand is thought to invert and destroy Scheller's argument on values, and at the same time, to raise some methodological questions I consider important, such as the question of the hierarchical ordering of values. Scheller's hierarchical order includes 4 levels, moving from low to higher values. 1. Values of the pleasant and unpleasant, feelings and senses. 2. Values of the feelings of life, such as those of health versus exhaustion, illness, or old age. 3. Spiritual values, aesthetic ones, values of justice, values of known edge, the truth, though, does not constitute a value, and 4. Religious values. Scheller's construction grounds values by moving from the higher towards the lower ones in the sense that when the higher value is in danger, the lower one will be sacrificed on its behalf. The whole hierarchical order is borrowed from the idealistic model of the theory of knowledge that refers to intellectual practical powers such as sense, representation, intellect, reason, will, ideas, theoretical and practical. The conception of a materialist theory of values we juxtapose to the Schellerian a priori relocates the issue of values sacrifice to the realm of historical reality. Social relations in modern capitalist societies are reproduced by affecting and destroying the relations of justice, the life and health of actors, and by cancelling chances of education and dignity itself. In contrast to the Schellerian model, we consider values as preconditions for the realization of other values, not as a system of competitive levels. The relationship of freedom, justice, knowledge, and aesthetics, maturity of actors, even the things they consider sacred, constitute conditions for their action. They constitute conditions of the arrangements they will attempt in order to protect their life, their health, and other fundamental values from the threats imposed by the very capitalist form of social relations, by war, environmental disaster, nuclear destruction, enslavement, and exploitation. Today, we cannot argue like Hobbes that the value of life is higher than freedom, democracy, etc., since we realize that democracy is a precondition for life. For example, by the contributing to avoid environmental catastrophe or nuclear accidents. The hierarchical ordering of conditions and values constitutes a political question that enters the reasoning of the social sciences. The point where politics coincides with values is their de-fetishization and the elevation of forms of life that need to be protected, enrich, and escape further destruction. Fetishization of values is also the one-sided appeal to them by the one power against the other, in the same way that demand for protection of rights is raised selectively. The 20th century was the century of the rejection of values. It was a century during which they were rendered irrational. Instead of values competing in a hierarchy, they function as a condition for one another. Like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You know, it has this literal hierarchy of like values and needs, and it's like, no, they're required for each other. We can not argue like Hobbes that the value of life is higher than freedom, democracy, etc., since we realize that democracy is a precondition for life. freedom, knowledge, justice, and dignity are not luxuries to be sacrificed for survival, but the conditions that make survival possible. Now, I don't really agree with that. I believe that Marx is correct, actually, and not, Kosmas Psychopedis, and that man will only affirm himself through activating poiesis, which see my paper on my article on democracy I did a week ago, as the real point at which humanity becomes self-consciously self-forming, and so freedom appears primarily as a creative, productive self-activity. Psychopedis has creativity as, in what I just read, as one of a variety of values, which ironically puts him closer to Habermas, who he is criticizing. He actually seems to be very similar to Habermas, despite being critical of him. 11. The main task of social science is the critical examination and practical overcoming of the antinomies arising during the implementation of the axiological and the real. What is the real? Contemporary social scientists will ask. Hegel believed that it was constituted by internal substances and their epiphenomena, forces, and their manifestations, totalities, and their parts. Marx traced behind the realm metaphysic capital self-institutionalization, which today leads the process of privatization to global expansion. The real is the economies, policies, societies, and cultures. It is the globalized enterprises and mechanisms of money and credit, the technological systems and the continuously changing relations to the natural and social environment. Reality consists of the institutions and policies whose intervention or non-intervention allows these mechanisms to function, the nations and their incorporations, rallies and limitations, the belief systems, religions and ideologies, the military systems controlled by superpowers, especially by the one superpower, and so on. All these, however, should be linked in a way that precludes the external articulation advocated by structuralists and functionalists. This connection will have to turn to the element that constitutes historical social reality as such. The value is destroyed in order for the present forms of economy, politics, society, and culture to prevail. If our starting point was an ontology of values, the model of social science we put forward would be a Platonic one. We could define a set of unconditionally valid values, virtues, such as those of justice or wisdom, and then reflect on the antinomies of the implementation of the axiological dimension of reality, or in other words, on the mediation of values by reality. In the context of contemporary theory, however, determining what values are open to question in their nature cannot be identified with some a priori valid entities of a heavenly world. Values arise when the conditions of life are under threat or become problematic, and similarly, they're defined in relation to the conditions of life and their social forms. The conditions of life refer to the preservation of life and health themselves, to creativity, communication, friendship, and love. They refer to the power of people in giving meaning to their actions, using and interventing symbols, living in non-violent societies, contributing to the definition of collective goals. The particular tension through which these conditions subsist transforms them into the values for which actors struggle in societies of power, threat, and exploitation. The real then takes the form of cancellation of values. It becomes the negation of life and health by taking the form of conditions where food, water, and clean air are not available. The environment is destroyed and health becomes commercialized, human organs trade, and so on. It becomes non-freedom and non-health, namely wars and enslavement. It becomes the negation of love when women, young men, and children turn to prostitution. Instead of free, meaning-giving, it becomes a religion, fanaticism, philosophy. It becomes cancelled as communication and education, and takes alienated form with the reproduction of dogmatic knowledge or the misinformation of the educational systems and mass media. Vergenstandlichung becomes Entgegenstandlichung. I don't know German, so I don't know what that means. It is not possible to locate a state of moderation that would allow values to be implemented in the real, as Kant would argue. Kant appealed for a legality whose general form would correspond to morality. This loss of a state of moderation, the loss of the moderation in the mediation that permeates Hegelian logic, is typical of modernity. Marx, on the other hand, did not show any interest for a theory of moderation, that is, for the way theory's values, solidarity, cooperation, and freedom, could be implemented in the context of bourgeois society. Something like that would be identical to reformism. The only possibility to claim the real would imply that it has been overthrown radically. Socialism. That's a very good observation. Contemporary theory, however, has to raise again the question of the way values are implemented in the historical real, not through in its ideal form, which presupposes the latter's complete negation, and at the same time avoid reformism. A substantial part of contemporary theory will have to be the theory of the antinomies of this implementation, a theory of the negation of moderation, and at the same time its necessity. This theory will have to consider ways of avoiding relativism. This is essential to the extent that it rejects customary hierarchical categorizations of values and deals with the web of values, focusing on the question of indeterminacy regarding the ways and itineraries they link to each other. The outcome of these essentially historical and practical processes refers to the system of norms people will establish in order to regulate the social life with justice and dignity. The real consists of social arrangements that systematically negate human values. It appears as the destruction of health, war, environmental degradation, etc., and it becomes non-freedom and non-health. Marx believed that the only possibility to claim the real would imply that it has to be overthrown radically through socialism. Psychopedis proposes that contemporary theory has to raise again the question of the way values are implemented in the historical real. 12. The new social theory cannot abolish the concept of injustice and exploitation, however, it has to reconstruct them, thus contributing to the negation of the relations they indicate. If a condition, or a force constituting a connection of conditions, develops towards the direction of illuminating the values whose emergence it impedes, we can say the justice is done to this condition, the condition is vindicated. Otherwise, insisting on the positivity of this condition becomes unjustified in the relation with the object, for example, as expressed in the context of ownership. Here, the positivity of the condition is defended persistently against third parties without the appearance of responsibility for the deficiency caused to them. Thus, injustice emerges through the fetishism of conditions and irresponsibility prevailing in the way their exposition is lined up, irresponsibility within the real. The form of justice, which is rival to existing injustice, consists in the possibility for humanity to a. Abandon this persistent stand, starting with the recognition that this thing is not mine, and with the withdrawal of ownership claims towards social wealth and the products of collective labor, and b. The actions aiming at restoring responsibility in society in its relations with the natural environment. This action may include the redistribution of resources of the condition of life so that the values of life, health and autonomy and creativity can be safeguarded. Injustice occurs when this redistribution is not achieved and the conditions of life remain in their fetishized arrangement and atomistic connections, and as it was mentioned earlier, this form of connection in definition represents indignity. However, we shall have to refer to exploitation as well, even if the theorists of the new and the critics of essentialism don't particularly like this. This term may be reconstructed on the basis of the values created and threatened by the social relations within which we live. For Marx, exploitation could be located at the level of mechanisms constructed by macro-aggregates, such as the constant capital, the variable capital, and the surplus value that embody social labor. He calculated the tendency of the rate of exploitation on the basis of the relation between those aggregates. If we consider, in Hegelian terms, this relation as necessity, we have to think of an activity that mobilizes the available conditions of reproduction and reproduces reality in the form of an object. However, this nature of the object is a normative one. It is freedom in the same way that the conditions of reproduction will and should be revealed as the free conditions of a free action. It may be argued that this transition towards freedom is the most difficult one. And the only way we can consider it today is by starting with the negation of freedom, exploitation. Exploitation is the lack of means for one's own subsistence, and thus life itself is constructed as a value insofar as the social form threatens it. The means of subsistence are owed by someone else, negation of autonomy, dependence, heteronomy, who exchanges them. By doing this, he has acquired a claim on the activity that reproduces social reality. Reality is constructed in an alienated form as non-autonomy and non-value. As a result of this process, it becomes impossible for agents to control the course and outcomes of their actions, negation of the value of control over them. The agents are not in a position to decide themselves what they shall offer to others without getting anything in exchange. This, being perhaps the highest of values, takes the form of the highest devaluation, that is surplus value, insofar as one would wish to decide or offer oneself to somebody or something. The alienated form of surplus value expresses releasing one's own rights to be subjected to such legitimate exploitation. It leads to surrendering oneself and one's activity to be utilized by somebody who is alien to oneself, to an owner of money and capital. However, in order for exploitation to exist, homogeneity of aggregates is presupposed. The condition, the activity and objects have to be recognized as coincide with value, and the concept of value. Labor is thought as homogeneous with fetishized and crystallized action, but also as freedom as its negation. Labor is thought of as a means of reproduction, a social relation, but also as the resistance to it, its obstruction. The negation of exploitation would then be the negation of homogeneity, without, though, implying the negation of one's ability and responsibility to recognize and compare values, and act consciously in the context of axiologically constituted worlds. So justice means reorganizing conditions so that human values can flourish, and it requires responsibility, redistribution, and the protection of autonomy. Exploitation is the lack of means for one's own subsistence. Someone else owns the means of life, creating dependence, heteronomy, and domination. The means of subsistence are owned by somebody else, and this, being perhaps the highest of values, takes the form of the highest devaluation, that is, surplus value. Voluntarily giving and cooperation then become transformed into alienated labor and extraction. Exploitation is not merely unequal exchange, but it's not that at all, actually. But it isn't actually that at all, but is a condition in which people lose control over their activity, lives, and ability to decide what they give to others. 13. The explanation of social action, too, will have to resort to a theory of the social conditions and social values. Contemporary debates on the method of the social sciences and the logic of explanation of historical and social actions constitute manifestations of the crisis of the social sciences, and the attempt to ground them on the basis of scientism, structuralism, and hermeneutics. Nomological inductive forms of explanation are juxtaposed to forms of explanation based on understanding. Even in the context of Marxist explanatory systems, explanation consists in a move from the necessary, structures, stable class relations, policies, etc., towards the element of it determines ideological, normative, teleological, etc. This form of explanation takes no account of the fact that A, the supposed stable structural relations themselves result from practices of exploitation, domination, injustice, and B, in order to construct its explanatory argument, any explanation of social action referring to the non-exploitive and just society are being negated. Values are introduced in explanation as claims for an action that will negate the devalued structures. Such structures are supposed to explain what happens or how the world is. However, what causes the world to be as it is that it shouldn't be. Scientism reaches its limits with the question of forms, that is the inability to explain the forms of social relations from the individualistic, selfish standpoint of the actors these relations incorporate. However, this weakness of scientific explanation is itself an expression of the fact that the forms of the real have been constructed in the context of a process that negates the social ability of actors and cancels their ability to create and give meaning to the conditions of their life. Social forms are explained as the outcome of the negation of social values that would allow them to be their opposite, that is, forms of solidarity in human coexistence. If this process of alienation of human social ability is repressed, social relations will not be in a position to be grasped rationally. They would appear in a double fetishized form. on the one hand as the action of individuals pursuing selfish goals, and on the other hand as given forms of social action. The explanation of social actions would then be confined to the Weberian program of reconstructing individual action in the context of which social forms are accepted as given, defying further explanation. In the case of the social sciences, we propose here a specific mode of explanation which reduces the expandium of the conditions of its reproduction into the values affected and confirmed through this reproduction. For example, the forms of action in the normative regulations on the protection of social labor can be explained as reactions to the endangerment of society itself, of social labor. From the overexploitation resulting from the antagonistic forms of capitalist economy. The functional conditions of society's reproduction are of course translated into political programs of people's demands. Both dimensions, the functional reference to the conditions and the practical reference to political values. In their interconnections and the transitions between them are necessary for explaining a regulation, norm, regarding, for example, the working day, protection from illness, etc. Similar questions on explanation are raised today in relation to the constant threats affecting the natural environment. Dealing with them requires the organization of social and communicative relations in a way that guarantees citizens access to information, transparency, and the constant critique of the administrative, economic, and technical actions. The explanation of a development in this field goes back to the critical examination of the relation between public and private in contemporary societies, the quality of democracy and the citizens' ability to deal with the functional and technical problems of their societies in a political manner. A certain idea of a reasonable relation between humans themselves and nature is included and anticipated in any such explanation. How should the welfare state be explained? On the one hand, of course, functionally as a condition of reproduction, securing through normative regulation the conditions of life, health, etc. under threat from the capitalist form of society, which leads to acceptable normativities by the actors. However, at the same time, it should be seen as a value for the actors directing the action that guarantees life and their participation in social decision-making. The explanation has to resort to the value of social solidarity in the way it is formed and negated in the context of capitalism. The explanation links these dimensions of knowledge, that is, of values, the functional and normative one, and incorporates in their interrelations the facts, questioning their existence reified form. In the context of this problematic, following individual orders of causal chains is of special interest. Every causal chain of acting develops to an already structured frame of action, which organizes the conditions of action that cancel out or promote social values. Thus, alterations occur in the core of the totality of conditions of values. In every chain of acting, relations that constitute values for some actors or vindicate the values of others are considered as a precondition. The organizations of particular chains of action may destroy the conditions of social life or resist and struggle to reinstate them in a political perspective. Obviously, the causal chain of the destruction of the conditions of life in a global context are activated directly, as a result of the communication achieved by the interests of markets. For example, the destruction of forests for purposes of exploitation in one part of the planet leads to environmental catastrophe and threat for human life globally. By contrast, the causal chains of resistance and defense from this chain of destruction are not constructed immediately. They require knowledge, information, mobilization, and coordination in a world that prevents or conceals information, while at the same time needs its universal expansion for its own reproduction. Thus, the explanation of the social fact or action cannot be complete if it does not refer to the problems of transcending the inertia and atomization arising during the attempt to create a social action that will form a just, non-destructive, and non-exploitative world. What causes the world to be as it is as it shouldn't be. That's a great way to put it. Labor protections are a reaction to the endangerment of society itself. Working hour laws, health protections, and welfare provisions emerge because social reproduction is threatened. The welfare state is simultaneously a functional necessity and a social value. Environmental politics require citizens to be able to access information, transparency, and constant critique. 14. The critical social theory reveals the axiological nature of reality by incorporating in it the dimension of indeterminacy. One of the central issues of the contemporary theory in crisis refers to the question of indeterminacy, see point 5. This incorporation, as it appears, for example, in the debates on postmodernity, takes place, however, in an external and contingent way, and most of the time leads to relativistic solutions. For example, indeterminacy is portrayed as freedom in relation to the supposed dogmatism of the project of the Enlightenment. The reason of the failure of incorporate indeterminacy in the context of the dominant theory society is connected with theory's inability to approach critically the question of values, the axiological question. However, critical investigation of the question of values reveals something apparently worth questioning. Values do not oppose the element of indeterminacy. On the contrary, they are constituted through it. The indeterminacy of the conditions reveals their inability to be constituted as such insofar as they are not mediated by values such as justice and autonomy. It thus confirms that the continuity of the social is only restored through free, just, and emancipated social relations. In the tradition of critical philosophy, from Montague to Kant, the contingent is recruited in favor of critical reason. Every relation of exploitation and domination that cancels the realization of a society of free and equals is not necessary, but exists as a contingency. Undetermined are the relations of humiliate, alienate, and exploit human life. Thus, only determination can be located in the rational critical thought and free action that ends humiliation, thus negating indeterminacy. In Kant, we are faced with a double perspective on the problem of indeterminacy. On the one hand, Kant's transcendental method is thought to overcome the indeterminacy resulting from the juxtaposition of reasonable and rational instrumental action in favor of practical reason. On the other hand, Kant claims the negation of every determination and the indeterminacy of every relation that has become coherent and determined through domination and enforcement. In contrast to the postmodern juxtaposition, necessary contingent, the type of argumentation belonging to contemporary critical theory presents the two elements as aspects of an integrated critical argument. This argument undermines structuralism by raising the suspicion that it refers to coherent wholes whose coherence was restored through unquestioned practice of domination and exploitation. In the context of this argument, causal chains of action whose parts are connected in a linear way so that one's conditions of life, health, and dignity constitute means of someone else's profiteering are considered unstable. The anomaly in these causal connections creates an indeterminacy which will not be negated if the practices perpetuating exploitation and undignified relations are not negated. The theoretical perspective we offer permits the understanding of a hidden meaning in the intellectual processes that led during the 20th century to relativistic answers to the epistemological questions of the social sciences. In the form of conservative and relativistic theory, these approaches show the inherent antinomies of the very subject matter of the social sciences, modern societies. In models such as those of Hayek, the indeterminacy detected in relation to the construction of macroaggressions, for example, those of a Keynesian type, referred to the futility and ideological nature of the reformist ventures of Keynesian consensus. This venture was to control with rational interventionist policies a society constructed through atomization and through concealing information in the use of actors' conditions of life as a means for the enrichment of other actors. Thus, conservative arguments such as Hayek's conceives unintentionally the antinomy of a society of the type it wishes to preserve. Models such as those of Arrow and Downs or Hirschman depict the paradoxes and indeterminacies which are necessarily reproduced in society where the public realm may constitute the common realm of the actors' actions, that is, the elements that unite them, but also the means for the achievement of private aims for some actors who separate themselves from the rest and act competitively towards them. Such theories are ideological in the sense that they have not completed the critical thinking on their subject matter, which they treat as a positive reality. Even though, by depicting indeterminacy as a constituting element of modern society, they do contain unintentionally the critical dimension, they do not succeed in what Kant was asking from critique, to turn indeterminacy in favor of critical reason. Most contemporary theory treats indeterminacy as relativism, but in reality it is its opposite. It is what reveals where domination exists. Values do not oppose the element of indeterminacy, on the contrary, they are constituted through it. Indeterminacy appears because exploitative social relations are unstable, undetermined, or in the very relations that humiliate, alienate, and exploit human life. Hayek observes social indeterminacy, but interprets it as proof against planning, ironically revealing contradictions within capitalism itself. Indeterminacy is not evidence that truth or justice are impossible, but evidence that exploitative social arrangements fail to stabilize themselves. 15. The issue of the coherence of the real appears as an issue of restoring communication and translatability between social practices. In order to understand the particularity of contemporary societies, it is important to establish the way communication is achieved among them and the way their differing symbolic systems become mutually translatable. This applies equally to the communication of parts within a totality and that of totalities in the interrelation. If we suppose that such communication practices are partly or wholly incompatible, we have to raise questions of the possibility of transition from relativism to bindingness, from the incompatible to compatible, in reference to such practices. However, we also have to deal with the risk of being led to a state of homogeneity, of abolishing differences, etc. That may result from restoring compatibility. The Enlightenment, in dialectic theory of society, elaborates solutions of negating incompatibility, which are of special interest to us. Rousseau thought, in the case of incompatibility of demands for political domination, it is possible to locate normative preconditions that can be binding for all actors. These preconditions, values, consist of freedom and equality. In the case they are posed historically, they are supposed to negate incompatibility. Kant's model is a more elaborate one. In its context, the relativistic argument is constructed as a dispute between contingent historical demands resulting from the imaginary intuitive part of the self on the one hand and the rationalist terms of the critique, freedom, equality, etc. on the other. This dispute results in indeterminacy being arbitrated in favor of reason. Thus, the rational argument constitutes a fighting party, but also a meta-theoretical and meta-practical reflection on the terms of a just and free action. This special movement of reflection constitutes the preeminent Kantian strategy against relativism. In the Marxian dialectic, exposition of concepts, the theoretical and practical demands of individuals and parties are reduced to the social totality, which reveals the special position they occupy. This totality is analyzed as form, property, money, capital, and content, collective sociability, social labor. The critique of the form of society claims that it negates indeterminacy and the incompatibility between different individual specifications of forms. Individual action, for example, is no more reduced to the aims of the actors, which are supposed not to be subjected to further analysis. It is rather conceived as the externalization and alteration of the active forces conditioning the whole. Of course, this theory was accused of being dogmatic, essentialist, etc. More recently, representatives of the new Frankfurt School, Habermas, accused it for being expressivist, substantializing the category of social labor. Restoring communication and translatability between heterogeneous practices and theoretical claims meets obstacles referring to the structure, hierarchies, and relations of domination pertaining to each practice. Yet it has also logical, linguistic, and rhetorical preconditions which incorporate the conceptual and linguistic schemes of human communication in their most abstract form. Such schemes secure the transition from A to B within a rational, linguistic, or rhetorical whole. However, they also raise obstacles for the transition from A to non-A. Such obstacles are not entirely rigid. They do allow weak transitions between schemas, even when they contain conflicting expressions. The starting point of our approach is the assumption that, first of all, the relation between heterogeneous practices does not expect to be restored through actual communication. It is already always presupposed. Most often, it has been constructed by a previous act of domination. On the grounds of methodological considerations, we can envisage the process of communication and translation as already accomplished and as aiming at positing and clarifying the presupposed conditions of communication. There is not an initial point of communication without a presupposed material precondition. Any analysis of the transcendental conditions of translation will also have to refer correspondingly to a material a priori, the nature of which we have to exploit. What is of special interest for the issues at hand regarding the modern logic of the social sciences is the possibility of restoring the compatibility of incompatible practices, demands, etc., through the destabilization of those exploitative and dominating conditions responsible for the continuation of instability and incompatibility. Insofar as the systems of conditions of domination do not create stable relations exactly because they negate the possibility of a free and dignified life, their dissolution may allow stability and trust in social relations and establish mutual respect and solidarity, in order to restore the compatibility and comparability of two seemingly incompatible claims. What is needed is more than the reconstruction of the structural relation mediating them, revealing, for example, the position claimants occupy in the division of labor. A second move might also be necessary, that is, the critique of the way these structural relations are constructed. Both opposing parties share in common their participation in an unequal relation that has been established as dividing and dominating. The will to change, it unites them, regardless of their position as winners or losers. The fact that the defeated does not tolerate domination, and the winner does not tolerate the privilege he does not rightly possess, is something that refers to the dignity of both. Dignity is here introduced as a value in the analysis of the social relation, and makes the negation of the apparent incompatibility of positions possible. The construction of a coherent subject matter for a theory of the modern social world includes both moves mentioned above. A. The understanding of mechanisms, large financial corporations, military and political mechanisms dominating in a global scale through economic power, brutal violence, or the appeal to selective sets of rights. B. The resistance to these mechanisms emerging inside the mechanisms and in the environment they operate, a resistance that reveals the values affected or cancelled when these mechanisms are activated. The reconstruction of these two moves allows a form of communication within society and permits us to refer to its coherence in a non-dogmatic way. So Rousseau said that freedom and equality create common ground. Kant says that reason arbitrates among competing claims, and Marx says that conflicts are to be understood through social totality. As you can see, in all these cases, communication is never created from scratch, but rather is always already presupposed. Every act of communication already rests upon material social relations. The fact that the defeated does not tolerate domination, and the winner does not tolerate the privilege he does not rightly possess is something that refers to the dignity of both. This is an unusual attempt to ground solidarity in shared human dignity rather than class identity alone. Communication becomes possible not because interests are identical, but because domination harms the dignity of everyone involved. This is very Habermasian. 16. Contemporary social theory will have to raise again the question on the methodological exposition of the concepts that will allow the critique of existing social relations. 20th century epistemology mistrusts the attempts to seek a rigorous exposition of the concepts misconstructing the social scientific subject matter. The critique of the notion of a coherent social subject matter led social theory since Weber to doubt the idea of a coherent method. Thus, theory opposed a mode of systematic transition between theoretical terms that was typical of social theory up to the mid-19th century and is known as the exposition of these terms, concepts. This transition moved from a presupposition to depositing of the following term and provided a justification for the necessity of each of these moves. This justification referred to the historicity and value of terms, concepts. The Kantian deduction that moved from empirical facts to the transcendental conditions of their possibility constitutes such a transition in exposition. The same applies to the development of concepts in the Hegelian logic, which progress from the categories of being to those of necessity and subsequently to those realizing freedom, idea or concept. The dialectical exposition of concepts constitutes the most significant form of exposition for social theory. The Hegelian form of exposition was received and developed further by Marx, in a way, however, that still remains largely unclear. Many theorists can refer to the transition from the abstract to the concrete as a characteristic mode of movement in the Marxian exposition of the concepts in Capital. I have pointed out elsewhere that the concepts of Marx's Capital move from the theoretical concepts that constitute the preconditions for the development of the abstract essential relations, Capital, to the development of the relation itself. After that, the analysis moves from the abstract essential relations to the concrete, grasped as the unity of the essential abstract relations on the one hand, and the apparent forms of the surface of bourgeois society, necessary mediating it on the other. However, even now, it has not been clearly shown that, with the exception of the above, the course of the composition constitutes simultaneously, on the one hand, the positing of an axiological element, that is, of social cooperation in its achievement, division of labor, industry, science, technology, and on the other hand, a series of successive forms of its deteriorating distortion of this axiological element that makes social relations appear as the outcome of individualistic and egoistic action. All concepts undergo this process of distortion. The value of the reproduction of social life, for example, is distorted through its coverage by the variable capital. The value of providing the means of life, even to non-workers, takes the distorted form of surplus value, etc. The succession of the exposition of the concepts reflects on the interconnection of such values and their distortion. Marx seems to have been convinced that only a rigorous succession of concepts at a necessary and unreversible exposition could guarantee the imprinting of the particular relation of materiality, values, and determinacy and historicity in his theoretical framework. Only a few theorists share this conviction today. Marcuse, in his book on ontology, tries to distort the coherence of the Hegelian form of exposition by starting with the concepts such as those of the existential experience, finite life, and historicity. Many theorists, instead of capital, turn to the Gudries precisely because the demand for a rigorous exposition and a coherent dialectical method is not raised there. Typical opponents of this exposition are from the left Negri and the right Arendt. Adorno criticizes the idea of synthesis, but makes clear the critique of idealist rationalism should simultaneously be a critique of the irrational, mythical. Idealism tries to give meaning to human social experience by incorporating it into the realm of the activity of the good, Platonic, Hegelian, or other. The critique of the idealist constitution is a critique of the lie that the good can be established in the contemporary societies without these societies being subject to change. It also constitutes a critical appraisal of the social relations impeding this establishment. Finally, it reveals the lost difference the magical thought attempts to salvage in the form of the essence, the sacred, the absolute, the good, etc. However, the idea of the good in the form of being negated and cancelled must be obviously considered necessary for the methodical exposition of concepts. Adorno thought that the element of the destruction of the form should be incorporated to the methodical exposition of concepts before the development of form is complete. He proposed a form of exposition that would avoid the fact forms be justified by reference to a pre-established structure. Instead of a comprehensive exposition of the whole would be reconstructed through delivering a series of some equally significant totalities whose arrangement should be one of constellation, a concentric one. Thus, instead of the succession of before or after, Adorno's method would expose critical central issues, points, etc. through the combination of parts. Adorno's approach contains the risk that the analysis may lapse into relativist solutions. However, it points out the weakness of the classical theory of exposition. In order to arrange concepts in a sequence reflecting the relation between the precondition and its posting, this theory in turn presupposes the knowledge of the essential in its abstract forms. Such knowledge precedes the exposition and controls its individual steps. The relativism of Adorno's approach could thus be interpreted as a reaction to the dogmatism of such an anticipation of the essential we find in the classical theory of exposition. However, such a reaction would not take into account that classical theory, at least in its Marxian version, anticipates the abstract essential in the capitalist relation as a condition under negation, as a structure in crisis. Being under abolition and cancellation, this cancellation is justified by the unjust and exploitative nature of this relation. It has recourse to the values cancelled by this relation and becomes the content of the free and emancipated action. At this point, the methodical exposition of concepts will have to reflect on the nature of action. This presupposes that it will reflect on the transition from value to norm. Adorno refers to Kant's problem in the Critique of Pure Reason on the antinomies of reason. Kant, the theorist of the implementation of reason in experience, writes that abstracting from coercion, necessity, in order to consider freedom, runs the risk of abstracting from any norm as well. Consequently, what remains as freedom is something blind, that dazzles rather than illuminates. How can we preserve the rule without destroying the value and without this resulting to a new necessity? What sort of norms shall we set by our action in order to safeguard the values that are currently under threat by the globalization of capitalist forms and relations? How shall these norms avoid being reduced to dogmatic reglamentations, I've never seen that word before, being simultaneously in a position to promote the emancipatory aim while maintaining relations of mutual respect and dignity among the actors? This is the old, but always pertinent question, which is set forth by both citizen and social scientists of our times. So modern theory has abandoned systematic conceptual development and is to be subversive, it must recover dialectical exposition. This is why Marx matters, as he centers on dialectical exposition. The succession in the exposition of concepts reflects on the interconnection of such values and their distortion. The conceptual order mirrors the historical distortion of social values. The value of the reproduction of social life is distorted through its coverage by variable capital. The value of providing the means of life, even to non-workers, takes a distorted form of surplus value. How can we create norms that protect freedom, dignity, and solidarity without turning those norms into new forms of domination? That is the unresolved task of contemporary critical social theory. Jürgen Habermas's Reconstruction of Historical Materialism by Heimat Reichelt. If one wishes to differentiate Habermas's theory from that of Marx in terms of its central motifs, then one will have to argue along the following lines. From the very beginning, even his doctoral thesis on Democritus and Epicurus' natural philosophy, Marx pursued a program of deciphering society as an organic form of increasing individualization. Marx's focus is on forms. At first on forms of consciousness, such as religion, philosophy, morality, and law, and later on forms or categories of political economy. For Marx, the focus on forms was identical with the critique of the inverted forms of social existence, an existence constituted by the life practice of human beings. All these forms obtain as inverted form of a community that is external to the individuals and from which they must emancipate themselves in order ever to be able to interact with one another as individuals. This central idea is presented in its most pregnant form in the German ideology. The reality that communism creates is precisely the real basis for rendering it impossible, that any reality should exist independently of individuals, insofar as this reality is only a product of the preceding intercourse of the individuals themselves. It is thus a matter of deciphering theoretically the appearance of independence that this surrogate of community posits, and then of expelling it practically from the world so that human beings will be able to enter into relationship with one another, not as character masks, but as real individuals. Marx sees this new figure of society anticipated in the community of revolutionary proletarians who extend their own control over the conditions of their own existence and those of all members of society. It is as individuals that the individuals participate in it. It is exactly this combination of individuals, assuming the advanced stage of modern productive forces, of course, which puts the conditions of the free development and movement of individuals under their control. Conditions which were previously abandoned to chance and had one independent existence over and against the separate individuals precisely because of their separation as individuals. His early conceptualizations, and in particular the discussion of alienated labor, the alienation from the species being, etc., always express this one central idea. They are, to a certain extent, the counter-concept to the existing forms of an inverted society, including its forms of consciousness and surrogates of community. In the Jewish question, Marx presents it as follows. All emancipation is a return to the human world and human relationships to humans themselves. Political emancipation is the reduction of man, on the one hand, to a member of bourgeois society, an egoistic and independent individual, on the other hand, to a citizen of the state, a moral person. Not until the real individual man has taken the abstract citizen back into himself and, as an individual man, has become a species being as an empirical life, in his individual work and individual relationships, not until man recognizes and organizes his forces prospers as social forces, and thus no longer separates social forces from himself in the form of political forces, not until then will human emancipation be completed. That was a beautiful quote. Marx was not painting here a picture of a communist society, nor did he do so later. Communism means primarily the practical abolition of all these inverted forms of individualization, and therewith two of the surrogate forms of community. And it also means the creation of relationships in which human beings can interact socially with one another as individuals. What such a society might look like in the detail would, he imagined, be decided by the human beings themselves. That's another great line. Turning to Habermas, he begins with the same assumption that after the experiences of German fascism and the development of really existing socialism, thoughts such as these can no longer be reiterated without skepticism and relativization. Habermas notoriously circumvents the question whether Marxist thematization of the forms of consciousness or of the forms of value, that is to say, the categories of political economy, is not in itself significant, and that is regardless of the program of their practical or potential abolition. This was the dilemma of Adorno's and Horkheimer's critical theory. Although the potential subject of practical transformation ultimately disappeared entirely from the their field of vision, both held onto the theory of an inverted social ability. This theory was primarily concerned with the genetic explication of society, and the society was understood as the totality of these inverted forms. And this critical theory agreed with the core idea of Marxist theory. The concept of totality is simply an Aesopian reformulation of Marx's conception of base and idealistic, from the German ideology, superstructures. How then does Habermas come to terms with these forms? It is within this context that we want to explicate his reconstruction of historical materialism. What is meant by reconstruction? In the introduction to his book on the reconstruction of historical materialism, Habermas defines his intentions in the following way. Reconstruction means that one takes apart a theory and reassembles it in a new form in order once again to achieve the goal that it had set for itself. One can certainly approve of this formulation, yet it remains merely formal. What were the goals that Marx set for himself? More precisely, what were the goals that in Habermas's interpretation Marx set for himself? Habermas expressed himself emphatically on this matter a few years later. If one reads Marx correctly, one can see that the embodied in the institutions of bourgeois states are ideas belonging to the inheritance which deserves to be preserved in a social society. This inheritance is what Habermas is interested in, and we may consider his work as a full-scale attempt to determine this inheritance in precise terms and to be present proposals for a rational political practice so that it remains viable. Habermas considers his work as a continuation, an updating of the old critical theory associated with Horkheimer and Adorno. He reapproaches the old critical theory for the failure to render intelligible the normative foundation of its critical standpoint, a failure which for Habermas is systematic because of its character as a critical theory, in relation to a liberated society and against the background of the predominance, of absolutizing of the concept of instrumental reason. This failure manifests itself in the claim to an expanded concept of reason, which it cannot explicate and validate. According to Habermas, Marx can be reproached for the same deficiencies. Habermas argues that Marx attached himself to the idea of the Enlightenment, and he saw these embodied in the institutions of the bourgeois state. Habermas argues that Marx was unable to demonstrate how moral categories were built into the judicial and political institutions. This then led to the result that in his theory of historical materialism, Marx was forced to render the concept of production absolute. Habermas early differentiated between labor interaction has to be seen against this background. This differentiation is of utmost importance for his work. It functions as a kind of theoretical resolution which remained a determinant factor in the latter construction of his theory. Base and superstructure versus developmental dynamic and developmental logic, the Sternberger dispute with Marxism. In order to unravel Habermas's reconstruction of historical materialism, it is instructive to refer to his early essay, Reflections on the Evolutionary Status of Modern Law. Here, Habermas introduces the theoretical direction and thrust of his work. In this short treatise, he uses verbatim the term legal form. That is, Habermas connects directly onto Marx's program. How then does Habermas read built-in moral categories out of the legal form? The text originated in the context of his reconstruction of historical materialism, where he tried to formulate his position in the explicit opposition to Marxist ideas, which he then characterized rather frostily as enormously popular attempts to derive the juridical and political forms of the capital state from the form of economic intercourse, and ultimately from that of the commodity. Attempts which he considers misdirected. Well, what else would you do it from, I'm wondering? It may be supposed that Habermas is dealing with the rather unmeticulously developed analytical accounts of J. Hirsch and D. Lapel, to whom he refers to here as representatives of the Marxist derivations of the state. Nevertheless, the question naturally arises as to the validity of Habermas's criticism of the program itself. For Habermas is not at all interested in deriving the legal form and the form of the state. Rather, he is interested in examining the already existing, that is, constituted form, and this with a view to discerning whether reason is embodied in it. He seeks using a characteristic formulation from his theory of communicated action to decipher reason in the existing forms. Accordingly, Habermas distinguishes between the form and the content of law. Here, with regard to the content of modern law, his position accords with the traditional Marxist positions. Quote, the contents of private law are determined first of all by the needs of capital's economic interaction. Its core is the institutional guarantee of property with the concomitant guarantee of the contract freedom and rights to trade and inheritance. The contents of constitutional law are tailored to a state that's supported by a large decentralized administrative apparatus based on technical expertise, and the division of labor guarantees the conditions for the continued existence of a private economic order without itself having to take on functions of production. The subjectively public laws mirrors the functional specification of state power vis-a-vis a private autonomous economic interaction. Carried out from these viewpoints, a functional analysis of the most important legal forms would be able to demonstrate how the law contributes to the systematic rationality of society. Systematic rationality, however, is a viewpoint that interests Habermas only in terms of the developmental dynamic, and this is where Habermas's analysis parallels those of Hirsch and Lapel. The capitalist mode of production is of course decisive for the developmental dynamic that explains the content and functions of civil law. Nevertheless, the viewpoint itself should not be mistaken for an analysis of the modern legal form. But how does Habermas conceive of forms? Given his objective, one must expect that he would direct his attention to the legal form, for when the content proves to be the condition by capitalist development, then reason can inhere only in the form. Viewed in terms of a developmental logic, the form of modern law can be conceived as an embodiment of post-conventional structures of consciousness. Habermas assumes, and here he relies on Piaget and Kohlberg, that the post-conventional form of consciousness is logically no longer surpassable. In short, for Habermas, a free and reasonable society can only be built on the already existing forms of reason, and modern law embodies in this reason. It is primarily in the context that we must analyze this entire formal analysis of modern law. How then is rationality subsumed in modern law, as a dialectician would say, or embodied in it, as Habermas says? Since for Habermas, all rationality ultimately discloses itself as discursive, it is only under this aspect that legal norms can be deciphered as rational. The rationality of norms measures itself immediately according to problems of justification that are to be overcome discursively, in an immediated manner, according to whether the institutional preconditions for the thematization of validity, claims for recognition, for an argumentative test are given. The object of the task is the question as to whether a problematic norm can express interests capable of being generalized or compromised, such as values, such they would be accepted and preferred over known alternatives by those who might be affected by them if they were to participate in a practical discourse. Although Habermas had not yet completely formulated what later became a central discursive principle, this idea of his reconstruction already informs his conception of the rationality of legal norms and directs the conceptualization of modern law. For this reason, Habermas speaks quite cautiously in the subjunctive whether he emphasizes the characteristic features of modern law in terms of an embodiment of rationality. The rationality of the law may be recognized in the fact that it is tailored to the strategic rationality of the purposively acting subject. This tailoring is visible not in its legal materials, but in its structural features, in positivity, in legalism, and in the formality of the law. Insofar as Habermas bases the deciphering of rationality on these structural features, he remains within Marx's theoretical framework. For all these structural features define a system of action in which it is assumed that all members of the system behave strategically, and that they 1. Obey laws as officially sanctioned, but all times legitimately alterable conventions, 2. Pursue their interests without moral considerations, and 3. Make optimal decisions according to their interest orientations within the bounds of valid laws. It is assumed, in other words, that they purposive rational use of their private autonomy. Regarding these 3 structural features, the difference from Marx has less to do with the fact that Habermas sees the law as a functional complement to economic calculating activity. Rather, it has to do with his conviction that modern law cannot be derived from the forms of economic interaction, nor ultimately from the commodity form, but that it is in fact the other way around. It is only on the basis of legal form that capitalist systematic rationality can develop. The first named structural features of modern law, conventionality, legality, formality, are general determinations of a legally binding institutionalization of well-defined fields of strategic action. They make explicit the form on the basis of which modern law can fulfill the functional imperative of a market-regulated economic interaction. But this systematic rationality results from legal structures in which purposive rational activity can become generalized. Formulations such as these are quite bewildering and, like Weber's Protestantism thesis, nourish the suspicion that a new monocausality is to be introduced to oppose Marx's theory. Habermas, however, wants something different. System and life are conceived as distinct forms of integration, and neither can be reduced to the other. Each obeys its own distinct logic, the life world a logic of development that cannot be attributed to systematic rationality. Systemic rationality does not explain how these legal structures are possible. Observed in terms of developmental logic, the form of modern law can be conceived as an embodiment of post-conventional structures of consciousness. At this point, Habermas argues cautiously in the subjunctive, as if he were still unsure. In any case, his ideas about the legal form remain programmatic in this period. The relationship between modern law and capitalist development is of no importance to Habermas. Rather, what is decisive for him is the conceptual distinction between life world and system. His entire palace of ideas would collapse like a house of cards if it were possible to trace modern law in the specific form back to the structure of the socio-economic base. It would then no longer be possible to postulate the discursive reason is as constitutive of the human linguistic community as it is of modern law, nor to interpret these institutions of the modern constitutional state and of parliamentary democracy as partial embodiments of reason, least of all, as he has had, of a universally conceived reason. The capitalist mode of production is of course decisive for the developmental dynamic that explicates these contents and functions of civil law, but not the developmental logic which alone explicates the forms and structure of rationality of civil law. For Habermas, the study of Piaget and Kohlberg appeared to supply sufficient insights to justify the notion that there is a distinctive logical property in moral development. This logic, he argues, can also be invoked for the reconstruction of the form of modern law. The conventionalism, legalization, and formalization of the law mean that it can no longer sustain itself on the unquestioned authority of moral traditions, but requires an autonomous foundation. Only in the post-conventional stage can the moral consciousness satisfy such a demand. Only there originates the idea that legal norms are fundamentally criticizable and require justification. Only here do we find the distinction between norms of action and principles of action, the concept of a principle-directed production of norms, and the notions of the rational unification of norms. Although the title of the study reads Towards the Reconstruction of Historical Materialism, Habermas's real goal is the reconstruction of the structures of rationality. These structures can be found in modern law. For this reason, the entire explication of the forms of modern law must up to this point remain unsatisfying because the decisive aspects, the structure of rationality, has yet to be thematized. The previous considerations should support the thesis that the rationality of the law in modern society can adequately be analyzed, neither from the viewpoint of a growing systematic rationality, nor from the viewpoint of an improved internal systematization of legal propositions, but rather only from the viewpoint of the enforcement of strategic rationality in the interaction of private subjects with one another, but these do not go far enough. Habermas indeed wants to reconstruct how, in the evolution of law, discursive rationality is realized in the complex relationship between developmental logic and developmental dynamics. The other, above-mentioned structural characteristics are for Habermas unthinkable without this constitutive reason upon which the specific rationality of the norms rest. The increasing rationality of modern law is measured according to the rationality of its norms. Habermas has considered problems and is detecting the specific rationality of norms immediately in existing law. His point of reference has of course been the generality of norms. I have yet to mention a fourth structural characteristic of modern law: generality. According to its own claim, modern law should consist of general norms that fundamentally exclude all exceptions and privileges. The discussion that has been carried on since the 1920s about extra-constitutional regulatory measures, about the difficulty of formally separating, from the viewpoint of generality, administrative acts and laws when lawgivers must regulate increasingly concrete matters, is a symptom that these structural characteristics is to be perceived as essential. It is immediately linked to the legitimacy of bourgeois law. If and insofar as modern law universally regulates an area of strategic action, can the legal system as a whole be justified as an expression of generalizable interest? In the above quote, we find in a nutshell not only the core of Habermas's construction, but also what is problematic about it. That he refers to legal theoretical discussions about as a symptom of is itself symptomatic. He correctly surmises that the legal theorists view the structural characteristic of generality as essential because it is connected to the legitimacy of the law. But how is it linked to modern legitimacy? Is it, as he imputed to the legal theorists, because the form of generality itself, to which they so stubbornly cling, must be deciphered as the embodiment of discursive reason? Or is it merely the universal regulation, which as such sufficient to justify the legal system as a whole and is an expression of generalized interest? These are not the same. The former would be a form-genetic explication. The latter, the more or less lucid linkage of the legal norms with modern forms of legitimization. One can never be certain whether this linkage is perceived as a matter of discursive rationality or rationalization. Especially, his talk about the justification of the legal system as a whole gives rise to the suspicion that Habermas, despite all his expressly announced intentions, presents a construction in which rationality and rationalization have entered into a difficult marriage. Habermas stubbornly, repeatedly disputes with Weber's conception of legitimacy within the context of a theory of power, can be interpreted as a symptomatic. Habermas, it seems, has constantly to persuade himself that only rational argumentation can be the basis of modern legitimation and not a belief in legitimacy. His dispute with the Marxist critique of bourgeois law is characteristic in this context. Habermas starts with the assumption that this critique can prove the generality of the legal norm is in many cases guaranteed only in a word and form, but not with regard to its actual consequences. Yet at the same time, he counters that this critique is nourished by the claim that is itself bound up with the abstract law. What matters to Habermas is to explicate precisely that claim itself, and on the basis to legitimize modern law as precisely... I lost my place. But what matters to Habermas is to explicate precisely that claim itself, and on the basis to legitimize modern law as the rational foundation for the organization of state and society. Precisely herein, and Habermas does not want to ally himself with this rational tradition, consists indeed the historical accomplishment of rational natural law from Hobbes to Hegel. It is unclear which Marxist critique Habermas refers to here. It is doubtful whether the Marxist critique exists in the comprehensive collective singular, but his choice of words is revealing whom he speaks of the many cases in which the generality of the legal norm is guaranteed only in terms of this form and not with regard to the consequences, as if the latter were an avoidable accident. He fails to appreciate the fact that we are dealing here with the structural contradictions that exist in and through the generality of the legal norm itself, and that is the reality of the legal norm, its real validity and efficacy. As Hegel might have speculatively characterized it, the valid abstract law is the effective injustice. It is thus not a matter of proving this in many cases, but of showing that this contradiction is built into the structure of abstract law itself. To this extent, Habermas, against his own intention, hit the nail on the head when he argues that the historical accomplishment from Hobbes to Hegel has been the explication of the claim of abstract law, but it should be noted only the claim. Habermas reproaches Marxist theories of the state for their apparent functionalist analysis of the legal system. Such an analysis, Habermas argues, serves only to accuse, not to suspend, the unredeemed normative claim's validity. In fact, Marxism's critique of ideology confronts the normative implication of abstract law with the reality of the law itself. We will have to come back to the question how far Habermas's own conclusions are to be trusted. The functionalistically overextended notion that the normative claims to validity let themselves in a systematic theoretical manner not only be analyzed but also absorbed inside the consciousness of the members of society without notable consequences for the existence of the legal system is something that I had considered a social science fiction, indeed a fiction that without transposition into other anthropological grounds can hardly become the reality. That's from Habermas. This passage requires interpretation. Habermas in no way attributes to Marxist totalitarian ideas regarding the yet-to-be-produced society. Nevertheless, he demands sociological realism, the immediate realization of the ideas that the Enlightenment, liberty, equality, fraternity, reason, that is, the notion that all human beings should be able to act immediately in their everyday practice in a moral way, would indeed mean the dissolution of the separation between morality and law. Law would then be immediately moral, meaning that it would no longer exist. Such conceptions belong, there is no doubt, to the realm of social science fiction, a dystopia. Let us take stock in its reconstruction of historical materialism. Habermas is in considerable agreement with the Marxist theory. Modern law is explicitly, in terms of its contents, proven to be functional for the systematic rationality of capitalism. As far as the form is concerned, the three structural characteristics, conventionality, legality, and formality, show that modern law is based on the legally binding institutionalization of strategic action, and this means that the forms too is functional regarding the rationality of the system. Diverging from the Marxian program, Habermas assumes that modern law becomes possible only at post-conventional stages of moral development. This stage can itself not be derived from systematic rationality. In fact, it is this moral development that renders possible the universalization of capitalism. Habermas conceives this double-tracked argument, the division into developmental logic and developmental dynamic in the system and life world, because he wishes to postulate, on the one hand, that the three characteristics of modern law make the form explicit and that it is on the basis that it can fulfill the functional imperative of an economic intercourse regulated through the market. On the other hand, these three characteristics are simultaneously to be described as an embodiment of post-conventional structures of consciousness. This embodiment entails discursive rationality, and it is therefore constituted for the universal form of the legal norm. It is this generality of the form that is associated with the rational legitimation of modern law. And this is precisely because discursive rationality has permeated it in a form-determining way. The rationality of legal norms must thus be traced back to the discursive rationality. Claims that are connected with the universal form of the law should lead back to its origin, and that is discursive That is, to discursive rationality. Although modern law for Habermas proves itself to be functional for the systematic rationality of capitalism, it is because of its norm rationality, not only its function. It is more than that, because post-conventional structures of rationality are embodied in its form, it conceals a rationality one cannot without if society is to be changed. In contrast to Marxian theory, which would insist on a form genetic explication of modern law as surrogate for community based on the alienated social individual, Habermas wants to trace modern law to a universally conceived practical reason that created a law that has indeed fulfilled the functional imperatives of capitalist economic interaction. However, because the form of law is impregnated with reason, it is equally well suited as a means of opposing the systematic rationality of capitalism, and thus of making possible a society in which those ideas that a correctly read Marx perceived in the institutions of the bourgeois state can realistically be achieved. This also means that human beings do not need to be transposed onto a new anthropological basis, and in addition, the existence of the legal system itself will be safeguarded. Habermas' theoretical construction moves within these coordinates and with its entire late work be deciphered. In the interview cited above, Habermas talks about the basic tenets of his theory of communicative action. He mentions not only the deficits of the old critical theory and of Marxian theory, but also a further, then still vibrant political issue. Namely, the bad abstract alternative between uptight neoconservatism and the anti-growth young conservatives. The one group would, at almost any price, in any case rather violently, to hold on to the capitalist model of social rationalization. Problems for socially integrated areas of life that result from this kind of politics are then pushed back and forth between the media of money and power, but they are not resolved. The anti-growth counterposition, the Greens of that period, also concealed the danger of a post-structuralist renunciation of all forms of reason. Modern life worlds are differentiated and should also remain differentiated so that reflexivity and tradition, the individualization of socialized subjects, the universal foundations of law and morality, don't go to the devil. We see that Habermas held firmly onto the basic ideas expressed in his reconstruction of historical materialism. Even though these are not presented in any way that corresponds to the more developed state of his theory, the following section focuses on the development of his conceptual framework in his later work. System and life world. It has already been pointed out that Habermas made a decisive step in his theoretical development quite early on with the differentiation between labor and interaction. This step appears to have been motivated by what he perceived as a lack of practical political reason in the work of Marx and critical theory. However, Habermas' theoretical work did not develop in a straight line. As it is the case with Wittgenstein, one has to differentiate between Habermas 1 and Habermas 2. There is then a break in the elaboration of his theory, a new beginning. This new beginning originated with his turn towards linguistic theory, leading to the development of universal pragmatic conceptions and their connection to sociological inquiries. There is no doubt in my mind that Habermas has made huge advances in discourse theory and linguistic pragmatism. What is particularly noteworthy is his attempt to connect these areas of study with the theory of action. There is no doubt also that his accomplishments have not been appropriately recognized. That is so is a result of the persisting division of labor between the disciplines. Linguistic theory is too complex for the sociologist and the philosopher who do not want to occupy themselves with the sociological question, but it is not my intention to deal with this problem here. In the context of our inquiry, it is important to note that Habermas reformulated an important idea of Marxist theory, namely, individualization is a social process. Marx conceived this thought materialistically when he argued that the egoistic action of individuals, mediated through money, is characteristic for the individualization of the individual within society. For Marx, then, individualization is a necessary form of a system in which social labor obtains in a mode of being denied, such as private property. As an earlier quotation from Marx's early work has shown, Marx conceives the system of social labor as an inverted form of individualization, an optimalizing machine. Through which the social relations of production subsist, what Marx criticizes in bourgeois theory, and what he considers to be the central characteristic of the bourgeois character of the theory, is its presupposition of the individualized individual as an absolute, a false naturalistic syllogism, which is complemented by its inability to comprehend the categories of political economy. Bourgeois theory, in short, is blind. It does not see the social character and existence of what it celebrates as the individualized individual. Habermas does not deal with this issue at all, nor does he discuss this question whether the self-reflexivity of modern subjectivity and the category of individuation are possibly tied to the form of social relations. Rather, he extracts this dialectic of individual and society from its original context and thematizes it, exclusively within the framework of the now integrated linguistic and action theories. In short, the dialectic of individual and society becomes an intersubjectivity conceived theory of the life world. Habermas repeats Marx's critique of the absolutized concept of the subject in bourgeois theory as a whole. However, he does so on the basis of the life world, and his critique is targeted against the whole of modern philosophy, which stands accused of not having recognized that it poses as absolute its own position on the philosophy of consciousness, a position from which a theoretical reconstruction of the simultaneous genesis of individual and society is deemed to be impossible. Habermas never raises the question whether the absolutizing of the subject is the philosophy of consciousness could possibly indebted to the bourgeois relations of production. Instead, he belittles the category of the egoistic individual and deprives it of its concritical content. He does so by detaching the individual, its history, and being from the relation of production, and by rendering it in an action-theoretical manner completely harmless, he signals with his conception of strategic action, which, with the help of his concept, he constructs the form of systemic system in distinction from the form of social integration, life world, which he conceives as something made up of linguistically coordinated action. Habermas distinguishes between the two types of rationality. One belongs to the context of strategic action and systemic integration. It is seen as a reduced type of rationality. It is the sort of purposeful rationality, or indeed strategic action, upon which the entire development of economic theory rests, and that is its exclusively instrumental character was absolutized as the only concept of reason by Max Weber in the Weber Marxism of the Frankfurt School. The second type refers to an expanded concept of reason, which according to Habermas was taken up by the critical theory in Marx, but which has never been developed in explicit terms. This expanded concept is located in the life world, a world where action is oriented towards understanding. It is this expanded concept of reason that provides the basis for the reconstruction of post-conventional psychconsciousness. With these types of action, understanding-oriented action and purposive strategic action, Habermas constructs as two forms of integration, life world and system. Against this background, Habermas criticizes all of sociology and social theory as insufficiently complex because none appears to be adequate to the complexity that the object field presents. And he insists that we need to account both theoretically and methodologically for the intertwining of social integration and systemic integration. In short, he insists on the development of a concept of society as the unity of a life world and system. Of course, he argues that these two system and life world have to be combined within one another in a non-trivial manner. In his view, all previous theory emphasizes one or the other theoretical position, the hermeneutical or the scientific, and conceives of society either as a comprehensible, communicative, mediated context of action, or as a reified system. According to Habermas, both of these positions have to be brought together to create a unified theoretical concept. The original point of departure, labor interaction, has also been elaborated further. The postulated autonomy of the moral practical sphere, its irreducibility to categories of the production process, has been developed. In terms of the concept of the life world, the sphere that was previously registered under the category labor is now conceptualized with the help of Talcott Parsons' media theory. That is the theory of subsystems. It is with the help of Parsons' media theory that historical materialism is to be reconstructed. Against the dialectic of the relations and forces of production, Habermas proposes the view that human history is an evolutionary process that is best understood as a complicated intertwining of developmental logic and developmental dynamic. He divides human history into three recognizable social formations: tribal society, the high cultures, and modernity. The first is distinguished by an immediate unity of life world and system. Exchange and power have yet to achieve autonomy through the establishment of their respective subsystems. The second type, pre-modern high cultures, is characterized by the evolution of an independent subsystem whose integration is based on the medium of power. In modernity, finally, we find the constitution of the economic as an independent system structure. The evolution towards modernity goes forward and is informed by the medium of money. Habermas's argument implies that the media operates as some sort of integrative mechanism that allows society to reproduce itself in an increasingly complex way. An abolition of power and money is unthinkable in this theory, for that would mean regressing to forms of social integration that are incompatible with the already attained forms of the rationalized life world. In Habermas's view, power and money are thus media that one cannot do without under any circumstances. According to him, Marx made the mistake of conceiving political economy as an inverted form of the life world, that is, not as a system, and that he therefore felt that after money and power could be abolished. In contradistinction to Marx, Habermas presumes that there is a need to distinguish between the levels of a systemic differentiation and the class-specific forms of its institutionalization. In other words, it is entirely conceivable that this evolutionary advantage integration level and the subsystems steered by the media of power and money could have developed differently, with another life-worldly starting point, for example, with an ethic of brotherly love in the religious sphere. And it is conceivable that they could be transformed, without loss of complexity, to such an extent that the life world, as now colonized by power and money, would be decolonized. This would allow the life world to, once again, function according to its own proper mode of integration. This then is Habermas's version of a rational society. When Habermas criticizes and rejects Marx's historical materialism, he has a definite and indeed dogmatic version in mind. This version does not stand up to a critical reading of Capital. Of course, authors are permitted to change their point of view and to revise their work. One should therefore not speak of the historical materialism, but rather explicate Marx's conception of history against the background of his entire work. And because the critique of political economy stands at the center of Marx's work, it seems sensible to reconstruct his theory of evolution from this perspective. It makes little sense to focus merely on those passages where the materialist conception of history is explicitly summoned, as in the German ideology of 1845. Of course, in German ideology, Marx develops many themes that are central to his critique. The forces of production, and the forms of intercourse, and the contradictions between them, as well as the base and superstructure. But a naive reading will overlook the fact that Marx here presented an amalgam of several central theses from the work of Adam Smith, combined with his first attempt at a critique of political economy. Division of labor and accumulation are the central categories that, however, in this manner of the Paris manuscripts of 1845, are conceived as an inverted form of human species being. In this construction of its historical trajectory, the conceptualization carries more weight than it can bear, but a close reading of the German ideology reveals that Marx recognized only a single contradiction of this kind, namely, that which obtains in the present and which manifests itself in repeated crises. In the Grundrisse, where he first supplied a dialectical development of his categories, Marx presents a different conceptualization. Marx is thinking here of a repeatedly occurring historical process that only under certain historical conditions could take the specific course that it did in Europe. About a year later, with the publication of Toward the Critique of Political Economy, Marx presented in the foreword a simplified version that later became the foundation of dogmatic historical materialism. It is thus this dogmatic reason that Marx that Habermas opposes when he presents his own theory of evolution. I do want to... Let me just look at that real quick again. In the Grundrisse, he presents a different conception, but towards Critique of Political Economy, he had a simplified version. And that is what Habermas is criticizing. I'm a little confused by that, because why is it that this is a little confusing to me? I mean, maybe there's nothing to it, but why is that in the Grundrisse, Marx is not, being more open, more, properly dialectical? Then he gets simplified, and then Capital, and then Volume 1 of Capital is neo-Ricardian, he doesn't go into the market, and then you gotta read, all of Volume 3, and then it, stands up to the Grundrisse, I guess? I mean, or just as dialectical? But then there are people like Heinrich argue he isn't. So I don't know. It does seem like a confusing topic, to be honest. And literally people who study this for their whole life debate it. So I don't know. It's kind of confusing. There's probably a better answer to it. Anyways, the ambiguity in Marx's concept of history also sheds light on the concept of evolution. If Marx in the aforementioned foreword presented, malgré lui, why don't you just speak English, man? A version of history that deviates from that of the Gundries, then it's necessary to consider that Marx had come to terms with the disappointment that the revolution he predicted for 1858 did not occur. Don't mean 1848 did not occur. In 1859, this dogmatic version amounted to a construction of necessity. While previous history had run according to this model, as an always renewed contradiction between the forces and relations of production, then Marx could also be sure that the transition to communist society, the last one, would likely succeed. The sequence of steps in the Habermas's evolutionary construction has an analogous function. Of course, he does not want to be assured of the practical overcoming of capitalist society. Actually, wait, let me interject here. Maybe that's the key to it. So, people criticize Lenin for being deterministic, but why is he? Because in his book on Karl Marx, where he summarizes all 3 volumes of Capital in just like a 1-hour read, it's pretty crazy that he did that. He says that the proletariat necessarily will overtake capitalism, and people criticize him for not being dialectical, for being idealist or something, whatever they think that means. But actually, what Lenin is saying is that communism is asking for utopia. It is asking for the impossible, because the impossible is the very thing that is made possible by the moment of rupture. That's what Lenin's saying. And that's exactly what Marx is saying, is what this is saying here. That maybe Marx looks simplified because when the revolution, when the moment of rupture is happening or whatever, or when their like revolution seems, afoot, that's when you can make these statements, and they're not non-dialectical, because the whole point of dialectic is that things change. So something that may not seem dialectical at some points later does become dialectical. I think that's exactly what this is saying. I was going to do longer notes. I think that's really all that is to it so far. Okay, the first part I was going to do notes on. I don't think I need to do notes on it. It's just I've never read Habermas. I don't think you actually need to read Habermas to understand this paper, what it's saying. I think I just extracted what this paper is about. Anyways, this makes it possible. No, instead he seeks theoretical certainty for its eternal existence, or in the best case, wishes to civilize it beyond recognition. This makes it possible for him to utilize and refine Parsons' theory of communication media. With the help of the media, power, and money, Habermas presents a sequence of social formations that ironically echoes those of the young Marx. Yet Habermas's theoretical construction excludes not only magical connotations that should give cause for pause, there is also a sequence itself. The immediate unity of the life world and the system in tribal society, the separation of the two forms in the high culture, and finally, the extreme form in which the life world itself appears only as a subsystem among others. The sequence is not without metaphysical references. Habermas presents here in inverted form a specific characteristic of modern society. Although everything can only emerge from the life world and would not be anything without it, the life world is treated as a mere moment of the whole. This treatment reduces the life world to a factor among others. Its constitutive existence seems to disappear. It is, in Adorno's words, merely carried along. Of course, it should not be overlooked that with his differentiation between developmental logic and developmental dynamic, Habermas introduces a completely new approach to the understanding of history. Indeed, his theory seems to render intelligible the transition from tribal societies to class societies with political organization. Here he relies especially on the works of Claus Eder. In any case, it is precisely this transition that Habermas thematizes most strongly. There is hardly any elaboration of the transition from political class societies to modernity. This transition is much more important. It is, in my opinion, no accident that there are only a few comments on this transition. The conception of society that Habermas adopts from sociological discourse theory may be capable of explaining the first transition. Above all, in combination with his notion of developmental logic, but for the second transition, that to modernity, it fails. His failure is hardly surprising. His fundamental concepts themselves entail the constitutive weakness of his theory, especially and ironically his concept system. Its origin is unthinkable without capitalist society. It is in this society that the concept of system is grounded in real terms. It belongs to capitalism. faced with the specific dynamic of the gradual process of autonomization of exchange values, with the Moloch-like expansion of the autonomized production, where use value is not just carried out along, but where use value is in fact created in order to preserve itself as autonomized value production. The universalistically defined concept of the system fails. Habermas's universalistic conception of system, in this case economic subsystem, implies a naturalistic concept of production that is ideological in a strict sense. Against this background, the specific character of an autonomized system of value production is unintelligible. It has to be developed through the concept of the dual character of labor. This is the springboard for the critique of political economy that Marx introduced and elaborated, albeit highly insufficiently. However, if labor's constitutive significance for the proper understanding of the dynamic of capital is overlooked, then economics is posed as a theory with the naturalistically given elements. At the end of the third volume of Capital, in the chapter on the Trinitarian formula, Marx summarized with biting irony the structure of argumentation that is today offered as a theory of the production factors. In the Grundrisse, on the other hand, he concentrated above all on the simple circulation as a sphere whose being is in the dialectical presentation of the categories proven to be a pure appearance, in the Hegelian sense. This early construction, that also lies hidden at the foundation of capital, was fully misunderstood by Engels, who popularized it as a simple commodity production. For Marx, the central point of his deciphering of simple circulation is the proof that science can only conceptualize the capitalist economy as a society of exchange, money also a medium, and character, and labor exclusively naturalistically. The consequences are considerable in the Grundrisse and really only there. Marx points out that Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage, on the basis of which contemporary theory of foreign trade still argued, rests on the appearance of simple circulation. Even the introduction of money as a means of reducing the cost of transactions is based on this appearance of simple circulation. At the same time, and importantly, it lies at the basis of the entire media theory in sociology, and Habermas himself points out that all media are developed in the structural analogy to the medium of money. Alright, now I'm going to try and summarize Habermas's position as this essay presents it. It seems accurate since it's kind of even though others disagrees, it is kind of charitable. So, Habermas' position is that Marx's critique of bourgeois society can't simply be repeated after the failure of Stalinism and fascism. And so, the task is to preserve the rationality within modern bourgeois institutions instead of treating them primarily as alienated social forms like Marx does in his, like he does in when he talks about the bureaucracy in Critique of Philosophy of the Right. And so for Habermas, we should be finding the ideals within the institutions of the bourgeois state that deserve to be preserved in a social society. And so for him, the question is not Marx's critique of forms, but the reconstruction of rationality itself. And so he defines reconstruction as one taking apart a theory and reassembling it in a new form in order to once again achieve the goal that is set for itself. And one of the things that differentiate Habermas from Marx is that he has this tension between labor and interaction. Habermas posits that Marx has made production too central in his theory, and so he was forced to render the concept of production as an absolute. And from Habermas, Habermas separates labor, which he defines as instrumental activity, from communication and action, or normative activity. And he makes this communicative and that makes communicative rationality the foundation for social life. And this is kind of interesting to me because I think, as far as I'm aware, I was talking to someone who's a Deleuze expert. He teaches Deleuze on June 2nd about Deleuze, and this is kind of what he was saying as well, especially what I'm about to read next as part of the summary. So for Habermas, the modern law contains a genuine rational achievement within it, but the content of it serves capitalism, as the content of private law was determined first and foremost by the needs of capitalist economic interaction. So the form of law expresses a higher moral development, but modern law embodies post-conventional structures to consciousness, and therefore do contain universalized principles. But the key feature of this is generality. The modern law should consist of general norms that fundamentally exclude all exceptions and privileges. Habermas sees this not merely as ideology, but as a real achievement of reason, and so modern institutions do contain an emancipatory inheritance within them, which socialism should preserve rather than abolish. And from there, we get to his later developments, because he mentions in the paper Habermas 1, Habermas 2, Habermas' later development, is the layer of development is a distinction between the system of money and power in this life world, which is the communicative interaction. That's what that means. If you're confused about it, I was too. That's why I had to look it up. It is used that capitalism colonizes the life world, which again is... Alright, so to explain that, the criticism at the end there is we're saying that Habermas attaches communication and subjectivity from the social norms generated by capital, which is very different from what Marx is doing. Okay, what Marx thinks is that the individuality itself is a historically produced phenomena, and the isolated individual is not a natural unit at all, but a social product. Habermas is only partially observing this fact because he's removed it from the critique of political economy itself in his analysis. Habermas is treating money and power as transhistorical mediums that are required by the complexity of society, while Marx treats money as a historically specific social form rooted in the value production itself. So the crucial starting point here is a conception of the dual power of labor, and without the dual power of labor in the value form, money then becomes this neutral medium, and capital appears as an eternal necessity. And that's why Habermas asks what rational achievements have emerged from modernity and should be preserved, but Marx is asking why human social powers actually even take the form of autonomous institutions like state, the law of money, capital, etc. in the first place. Okay, and that's kind of the major impact. So Habermas is asking what rationality is embedded in bourgeois institutions, but Marx isn't really talking about it at all. He's saying that these institutions themselves are fetishized social relations embedded in society. Okay, Habermas is thinking of emancipation as this as extending communicative rationality over the whole of society. But Marx doesn't see that emancipation that way at all. He sees it as the abolition of social forms that make human power appear independent from human beings in the first place. So, at least how it's written here, Habermas doesn't have an investigation into where bourgeois philosophy really entails believing, or what in fact constitutes the bourgeois subject in the first place. For him, it's all taken as a given, and so he's not capable of producing a revolutionary doctrine, or as Marx would say, a radical doctrine, meaning one that grasps the root of the matter. The next section here is money as medium. In Reconstruction, capitalism was still an explicit topic, the book Reconstruction. There is no longer the case in the theory of communicative action. Habermas focused instead on systems theoretical ideas in the media of money and power. He fails to appreciate that, in doing so, he reproduces the entire world of ideas that is based on the appearance of simple circulation. Let's have a closer look at the two media of money and power. Habermas praises Parson for his brilliant idea of introducing media as mechanisms of integration into his system's theoretical construct. He criticizes Parsons for his overgeneralization of the concept of media. Habermas emphasizes that Parsons' conceptual points of departure for his theory of media can be found in economics, and that for Parsons developed the entire conception of media and structural analogy to the medium of money. Habermas then separates the structural analogy, although only in terms of the media of power, on the basis of his own conception of society as comprising a unity of the life world and systemic unity. Although he accepts this first generalization of power and money as mechanisms of integration is forced, he holds on to it. Thus, money and power do not differ in terms of being able to be measured, circulated, and deposited so greatly that the concept of power as a medium is wholly without value. The section focuses thus on the money medium. Habermas develops the adopted concept of media differently from Parsons. His point of departure is the theory of language, specifically of language as a medium of action coordination. In all systems theoretical concepts, the medium which must be introduced for theory-immanent reasons. In a theory society, like Habermas's, however, in which systemic integration is developed out of an action theoretical context, the coordination of the system is conceived as a process that can run much more smoothly than the mastering of a situation with the help of a communicative action. Habermas thus bases his argument not on economics and commodity exchange relations. He does not sketch a theory of exchange, nor does he introduce money in terms of his economically accepted function to decrease transaction costs and so to reduce the complexity of a multiple exchange process. He does not conceive of value in the money form, as Marx does, in terms of the social relations of production, and thus does not develop them from this reproductive structure. Rather, the money medium is conceived abstractly, that is, in terms of what is required to accomplish a substitute for certain linguistic functions. What is meant by media? Becker and Ritzert have characterized this media aspect of Parsons and Habermas's theory with reference to Nietzsche's well-known phrase happy science, or gay science from the title of the translation. Completely without reflection, the lacking academic seriousness, this concept was borrowed from a scientific discipline whose polished dogmatism they both mistake for a high level of intellectual maturity. Whereas Parsons repeats completely uncritically neoclassical ideas about the money medium, Habermas adjusts, as far as that is possible, these ideas to his conception of language as the medium of action coordination. In the life world, communicative action raises the claim of validity in each action simultaneously. These validity tests make it possible to produce a commonly agreed situation definition, and only when agreement has been reached can one action logically follow from another. However, with the introduction of a medium, this aspect of linguistic co-coordination is no longer necessary. This also means that the problem of failed understanding no longer obtains an issue. The entire rationality potential of language, which rests on the requirement of raising validity claims, recedes into the background. Only a few features of language, such as the symbolic embodiment of semantic contents, or the structure of raising and realizing claims, are simulated by media. Habermas relies in his account on Parsons, yet at the same time, his argument moves within an area of economics that today is practiced only by careless economists. Habermas postulates that the medium is so constitutive that it can be measured, sold for various amounts, and saved. It must embody measurable amounts of value that can circulate. These amounts of value, or even masses of value, must be depositable into banks, and finally this medium makes reflexive amassing possible as capital. Habermas argues neoclassically, not commodities, but goods are exchanged. It is not buying or selling that takes place, but exchange value equals use. Okay, come on, why? Why do you think this? Come on! No way, does he really think that? That's insane. Disregarding the internal economic critique of the quantifiability of use, he immediately conceives of value as an amount of value which can be circulated, saved, and deposited. Habermas has no idea that he reproduces here the repressed metaphysics of this entire discipline. He does not reflect on which category of value he assumes in each case, but moves uncritically between subjective and objective value categories. Nor does he find problematic concepts like measurable amounts of value or depositable amounts of value. Habermas's neoclassical conceptualization of economics has of course consequences for his theory as a whole. The idea of an economy based on simple circulation repeats in modified form the absolutized individualism of classical economics, whether as methodological individualism or as generalized strategic action, which has no longer anything in common with the ugly class society of capitalism. Habermas's understanding of the systemic integration of action is, in its specific fundamental concepts, harmless. It has no bite. That is again not surprising. I've already emphasized that Habermas seeks to differentiate the evolutionary advantage, this integration level of an economic subsystem that is mediated by money, and its class-specific form of institutionalization. The monetary medium in this theoretically presupposed but unexplained relation of tensions is likewise innocent, as is supposedly Marx's concept of the forces of production in capitalism, which in their material-technical structure are also seen to be suitable for the socialist societies. Analogously, in Habermas's theory, his version of the rational society is characterized by the reversal of the colonization of the life world. That is to say, the money medium, like the medium of power, would be forced back into those areas where it occupies its legitimate function as a systems integrated medium, and in now vacated areas, that is where action coordination is inevitably dependent on the linguistic consensus building and on the rationality potential of language. Community action will be re-established. Typically, Habermas does not mention this relations of production. He is concerned only with the way in which his theory of action allows his legal institutionalization of the medium money. Relations of production are considered politically malleable, and finally capitalism is characterized exclusively in terms of its overburdening of the monetary medium. This allows Habermas to retain the evolutionary advantageous integration level, which for him is characteristic of a thoroughly differentiated society. In short, his characterization of capitalism allows him to disregard the drawbacks of a class-specific form of institutionalizationism. Habermas himself admits that he is not much of an economist. He is therefore not in the position to say what is to be understood by the notion of pushing back the overburdened monetary medium. The sole essential feature of his new critical social theory is that money should be driven out of the domain of understanding-oriented action, where, because of its integration mode, it has no business being. For this reason, Habermas talks about the overburdening of the monetary medium. One should not discount the possibility that Habermas has wide-reaching institutional change in mind here, even if the statement to that effect are as elusive as the proverbial needle in the haystack. Personally, I no longer believe that a differentiated economic system can be formed democratically from within in accordance with the simple recipe of worker self-management. The problem seems to be rather one of how capacities for self-organization can be sufficiently developed in autonomous public spheres for the goal-oriented process of will formation, or a use-value-oriented life world to hold the systemic imperative of economic system and state apparatuses in check, and to bring both media-controlled subsystems into dependence on life-world imperatives. I cannot imagine that this would be possible without a gradual abolition of the capitalist labor market, and without a radical democratic implementation of the political parties in their public spheres. The secondary, although in no sense trivial question then arises of how under such altered initial conditions, plans and markets are coordinated with each other, how their relative weights in the interaction of state and economy can shift. This would be difficult for me to anticipate, even if I had better knowledge of economics. That's from Habermas. With the gradual abolition of the capitalist labor market, and this is simply another formulation for the abolition of the private ownership of the means of production, capitalism would be robbed of the conditions of its existence. And it may still be possible to develop a classless society in which the life world, in the form of radical democratic republic, would achieve ever greater significance at the expense of the increasingly marginalized systemic integration. The precondition for such a development is, of course, the mature citizen who, schooled in this ongoing discourse, is able to both articulate his interest in the public sphere and engage in the corresponding democratic legitimation process with a thoroughly rationalized legal process. Democratically constituted opinion and will formation depends on the supply of information, informal public opinion, that ideally develop in structures of an unsubverted political public sphere. The informal public sphere must, for its part, enjoy the support of societal basis in which equal rights of citizenship have become socially effective. Only on a basis that has emerged from the confines of class and thrown off the millennial-old shackles of social stratification and exploitation can the potential of an unleashed culture from pluralism fully develop. In sum, Habermas's concept system is essentially a loose category within his theory. He conceives of the system as something that is always to be pushed back out of the life world, but it can never be abolished. Were that to happen, as he says, the evolutionary advantageous integration level would likewise disappear. His basic conceptualization, such as the concept of money as medium, takes this into account. The political notion of a gradual decolonization of the life world is based on the idea that the media are neutral. This implies a concept of society whose central category is that of intersubjectivity. The older critical theory, in contrast, puts the concept of social objectivity at the center of its understanding of society. The conceptualization of social law depends, of course, on an understanding of social objectivity. When Habermas takes notes of a capitalist crisis, he has to limit himself to empirical observations. His basic concepts fail to supply theoretical explanations. The harmlessness of this concept of medium is constitutive for his theory, which in contrast to Marx's concept of capital, no longer allows the development of an objective concept of exploitation. This harmlessness also relegates the foundation of political demands to the area of the just distribution of wealth. The relations of production remain taboo. Alright, so yeah, this is getting pretty good. So, he's saying that Habermas ends up treating historically specific social forms as if they can be explained from communication and discourse alone, when in fact, these, discourses and communications that we're talking about are literally products of capitalism. And therefore, as these are byproducts of capitalism, they confront individuals as objective structures alienated from them. Okay, and he doesn't really address this phenomena. He's more or less just posit that it might not exist, okay? So, for example, just an example that they give in here, okay, money isn't what money is as Marx conceives of it. Instead, for Habermas, it's a substitute for language. which is kind of absurd. Like, you don't trade words with each other, okay? And by doing so, he's repeating an exact criticism that Marx gave of economists of his time. You know, if you read the Goudries, that's exactly what he's saying he's doing. A similar thing can apply to his view of law. He treats the legal form as an already existing form, which then, in his words, sorry, I'm mincing my words. He then discovers the rationality that is hidden within this form, you know, apparently. And at no point does Habermas ever realize that human beings are who creates these social forms, and that they confront human beings as objective realities that are alien to them. And he can't really explain this because his entire framework begins with communicative actors and not social relations. The problem we're dealing with here is structurally identical to that of the genesis of the value form itself. Economists falsely derive money from exchange efficiency, while Habermas falsely derives laws from discourse, as in physically speaking to other people by this, not discourse in some grander metaphorical way, and never even ask why people are speaking the way that they do in the first place. This is kind of similar to what the Deleuzians kind of argue, because it's like he thinks there's an inbuilt motor of like speech that inherently gives it value in itself, like they do with desire. They think it's valuable in itself, and you know, it's a 1 to 0 mechanism. Legal theory. This section returns to Habermas' central category, the legal form. He develops this category along the same theoretical lines and with the same analytical tools as his conceptualization of the medium money. This allows him to shape his central category in a much more precise way than in his earlier works. In addition, and importantly, his theory is designed to safeguard the existence of the legal system. He provides in fact theoretical guarantees against threats to its existence. Indeed, for him, the possibility of an autonomous legal system is an exciting prospect. Okay, that just seems like fascism, dude. That just seems like fascism with extra steps. He wasn't a Hitler youth. That was a terrible word swap. Actually, maybe it was a better word swap. Never mind. No wonder then, all his hope is focused on this. The discursive reason that he sees incorporated in positive law implies for him a potential for rationalizing, which in a certain sense propels the modern state of law beyond itself. In contrast to Adorno Horkheimer's dialectic of enlightenment, Habermas' dialectic of rationalization points to a brighter future. Amazing, because the law's modes of validity entail the rationally motivated recognition of normative claims of validity. There exists the possibility that rational arguments can explode the legal form in which they have hitherto taken place. Habermas has attempted to demonstrate this paradigmatically in his study of civil disobedience, and later he transferred this notion of the legal system to the legal system as a whole. As Habermas puts it, a legal system does not acquire autonomy on its own. It is autonomized only to the extent that the legal procedures institutionalized for legislation and the administration of justice guarantee impartial judgment and provides the channels through which practical reason gains entrance into law and politics. There can be no autonomous law without the realization of democracy. It is easily misled here by the societally unphilosophical terminology. What he proposes is in fact a most ambitious program. In places, even the Hegelian critique of philosophy of understanding shimmers through, as for instance, where he postulates a necessary internal connection between human rights and popular sovereignty, or when he claims that there is an interconnection between democracy and the state of law. As long as philosophy argues from within the constraints of philosophy of consciousness, so runs Habermas' criticism. It has not only to pose human rights and popular sovereignty as two opposing rights, but also to render absolute one or the other. Yet Habermas argues these two rights are internally related, they belong together. What needs to be done then is to go beyond their respective limitations that are internal to each. In order to explicate in a stringently conceptual manner the rational unity of human rights and popular sovereignty. Hence the critique of Kant and Rousseau. Habermas claims that such stringent conceptualization is possible on the basis of a newly acquired linguistic theory and the theory of universal pragmatism. He thus claims to be able to ground, in a discursive manner, the simultaneous origin of both rights. In other words, Habermas claims that this theory allows him to craft, in precise terms, the unity between human rights and popular sovereignty, a task in which all theoreticians before him failed! Exclamation mark! Legal theory is the goal and culmination of Habermas's theory of rationality. He claims to show a rational discursive action is already deeply ingrained in social institutions, rendering possible the emergence of a rational discursive reality. Habermas regards his legal theoretical constructions as a solution to the basic deficiency of Marxism and critical theory. According to Habermas, both these theories have not been able to decipher the moral categories built into bourgeois legal institutions. Both thus fail to appreciate and imagine alternative political practices, or in other words, Marx and critical theory are reproached for summoning a concept of reason that points towards a world beyond capitalism. Habermas seeks a better world within the established order, hence his critique of Marx and critical theory. These theories are reproached for employing a concept of reason that is without normative foundations. For Habermas, the normative foundation of the existing legal order supplies the basis for the future. Let us look again at Habermas's Sternberger thesis. Here, the thematization of the legal form is central, in contrast to the Marxist project, according to which this form would have to be developed from its base. Habermas starts out from the already existing forms and attempts to decipher the reason embodied in them. He interprets the content of these forms, in accord with Marxism, as fully functional for capitalism's systematic development. In terms of the forms itself, he differentiates four characteristics: positivity, formality, legality, and especially generality. These can likewise be characterized as functional for the systemic rationality of capitalism, but because their form, they could just as easily be functionalized for different purposes, namely, the gradual decolonization of the life world from the overburdened monetary medium. His Between Facts and Norms suggests that Habermas's charges that in modernity, traditional ethics no longer obtains in a unitary form. Instead, it is divided into modern morality and formal law. Of course, there exists a functional relationship between them. However, since they have been divided, each requires a new foundation. This is what Habermas seeks to do. Since the inherited notions of natural law have been dismantled long ago, discourse theory is the only path still available. In our context, only the foundational structure of law is of interest. We have already noted that the starting position of theory of communicative action is the systemic integration has to be anchored in the life world. The same holds for this conception of success-oriented strategic action. Habermas presumes, along with Durkheim, Weber, and Parsons, that the stabilization of the economic subsystem cannot succeed exclusively on the basis of success-oriented action. Where this possible, an exclusively instrumental order would arise. Such an order would be very unstable, and attempts at stabilizing it would have to rely on norms. The purpose of Habermas's legal theory is to determine the nature of these norms. Habermas emphasizes that the historical point of departure for the modern development of law is to be found in private law, which is the core of modern law. The discourse theoretical reconstruction of the rationality of law and the deciphering of reason embodied in law must therefore begin with subjective rights. Quote, I understand this interpretation as a logical genesis of rights, which one can reconstruct in a gradual fashion. One begins by applying the discourse principle to the general rights of the liberties, a right constitutive for the legal forms as such, and ends by legally institutionalizing the conditions for a discursive exercise of political autonomy. By means of this political autonomy, the private autonomy that at first abstractly posited can retroactively assume an elaborated legal shape. These lines sum up, once again, the entire claim of Habermas's project to supply, really for the first time, a theoretical consistent connection between popular sovereignty and human rights. Let us take a closer look at this notion of legal form. In the Sternberger thesis, Habermas cannot hesitate to see private law as part of modern law, and modern law is characterized as an embodiment of post-conventional consciousness. In Between Facts and Norms, however, he is considerably more cautious. Here it remains unclear whether private law represents the legal form, or whether it merely sets up the legal form. This ambiguity is in no way a result of definitional laxness. Rather, it is symptomatic of legal theory's systematic point of departure. Klaus Günther, a jurisprudent colleague of Habermas, and to whom he owes as much as he mentions in the foreword to Between Facts and Norms, so much institution that he must almost hesitate to relieve him of responsibility for my mistake, has stressed the dyad of compulsory authority and private autonomy as the most striking feature of the legal form. These characteristics are, as Gunther explicitly points out, quote, historically given. They describe nothing but the fact that regulation of social interaction has legal form. If any society wants to regulate its social interaction in such a way that it forcibly ensures that its citizens adhere to legitimate norms without in doing so injuring its moral intuitions, and without excluding rational and motivability altogether, then it must serve this legal form with its stated characteristics. This is the point where, in my opinion, the critique must begin. The legal form that these characteristics is assumed to be historically given, now everything depends essentially on 1. How this legal form is developed theoretically in the specific duality, and 2. How this connection between legal form and the principle of discourse can be conceptualized. Habermas has demonstrated that there exists a necessary interconnection, i.e., the principle of discourse is not externally applied to the legal form. Only when this can be shown can Habermas claim to decipher the post-conventional form of consciousness embodied in the institutions of law be maintained. With regard to 1, as mentioned earlier, Habermas connects this duality of life world and system in an action-theoretical manner, and he conceives of system as a specific form of integration. This must be stabilized through specific norms, that is, it must be anchored in the life world. It is worth noting that Habermas in no way develops the historically given legal forms from a specifically social starting point. Rather, he constructs it from the premise of his basic action theoretical concepts. He is looking for particular norms that must satisfy 2 criteria. According to the above analysis, the type of norms required would have author-synthesis to bring about the willingness to comply simultaneously by means of de facto constraint and legitimate validity. None of this kind would have to appear with an authority that once again equips validity with the force of the factual. Only this time under the condition of polarization already existing between action oriented to success and that oriented to reach understanding, which has to say under the conditions of perceived incompatibility of facticity and validity. As we have already assumed, the metasocial guarantees of the sacred have broken down, and these guarantees are what made the ambivalent bonding force of archaic institutions possible, thereby allowing an amalgam of validity and facticity in the validity dimension itself. The solution to this puzzle is found in the system of rights that leads to the individual liberties, the coercive force of law. We can then also see, from a historical perspective, that the core of modern law consists of private rights that mark out the legitimate scope of individual liberties and are thus tailored to the strategic pursuit of private interest. As could already be surmised from these formulations, Habermas's procedure is analogous to his contradiction of the monetary medium, which, as we've seen, is developed entirely from the perspective of the linguistic coordination of understanding-oriented action. In his construction of the medium money, Habermas postulates that the standardized action situation allows the neglect of specific linguistic acts. This postulate is carried over to his conception of the legal form. This form is deduced from an entirely theoretical construct and is understood as a unity of autonomy, freedom, and legal constraint. On this one hand, rules must present de facto restrictions that alter the relevant information in such a way that the strategic actor feels compelled to adapt her behavior in the objectively desired manner. On the other hand, they must at the same time develop a socially integrated force by imposing obligations on the addressee, which, according to my assumptions, is possible only on the basis of intersubjectively recognizing normative validity claims. At times, Habermas appears to agree with the Marxist determination of the legal form as a unity of autonomy, freedom, and legal constraint. Nevertheless, what needs to be asked here is whether Habermas, even when he appears to share Marxist insights, projects his action theoretical premise onto a historically given legal form, and that he does so merely in order to pull them out again, like the proverbial rabbit out of the hat, in order to construct them rationally. The title of Gunther's defense poses this in a nutshell: a discourse theory of law, or liberal natural law and discourse theory's clothing. Oh, that's a banger. Let us now look at our second point, the connection between the legal form and the principles of discourse. The question is this: is it possible to decipher the legal form insofar as the validity mode of rational legitimacy is concerned as a specific form in which the same compelling unity of meaning, validity, claim, and discourse can be established. Just as Habermas postulates these as necessary components of coordination in communicative action. Since every valid norm is supposed to embody rationality, it must at the very least have passed through the filter of rational discourse, just as all substantiated knowledge comes into being through the questioning of implicitly raised validity claims. Characteristic in this context is a circular argument in which Gunther gets caught when he presents the rational elements of the legal form as necessary components of this same form. In Gunther's sketch of Habermas's position, the acting subjects are both the addressee and the author of the law. They constitute the law to which they simultaneously subject themselves out of respect for this law. At the same time, however, Gunther, like Habermas, maintains that the acting subjects will contingently encounter the historically given legal form. How is that conceivable? Gunther breaks the matter down in the following way: because the legal form cannot be derived in a discourse theoretical manner. There is no normative necessity of any kind for subjects capable of speech and action to unite a community under the law. Rather, the decision to make use of the historically given legal form in order legitimately to regulate social relations with the help of positive law is entirely contingent. In good Kantian fashion, these actors are subjugated as empirical subjects to the world of causality and are thereafter unfree, coerced into using the historically given legal form. As intelligible subjects in the rational reconstruction, however, they can make their own decisions. Of course, this decision is contingent only from the perspective of discourse theory. It is indisputable that this decision is conditioned historically and socially by complex, improbable premises. The discourse theoretician of legal form appears to have to seek refuge in fictitious formula. He asks us to suppose a fictitious society of free people in order to predicate the existence of the legal form, rendering it theoretically justified. At the same time, this legal form is assumed to be a historically given, but when a society decides to unite as a community under the law, then it must accept these characteristics out of the legal form. Among the most prominent of these is a private autonomy, the other side of legal constraint. These characteristics are historically given. This society that decides contingently is in the counterfactual premises of communicative action, the legal theoretical concretization of the fiction of an ideally expanded assembly hall. According to this postulates of discourse theory, this historically given legal form, since it contains the specific characteristics of guaranteed liberty and legal constraint, i.e. an embodiment of rationality, must already be produced a product of discourse. Gunther concedes this too. Quote, "It is self-evident that the citizen, insofar as they mutually acknowledge each other as addresses of the law, are also, in a function, since already authors, just as the citizens of Hobbes' state of nature, or consignation of devils, are in a certain sense the authors of their mutually granted right of liberty. For this reason, even the theoretician who connects the discourse principle with legal form can observe, so to speak, from the outside, that the citizens who have not chosen to regulate their coexistence with the help of legitimate law must also implicitly grant each other the role of author of those laws, as the bearer of which they mutually recognize themselves. Nevertheless, without a discourse principle, it would not even be possible to recognize even from the outside, not to mention from the perspective of the citizens themselves, that the bearers of the law also must be their authors. As empirical subjects, however, they are only functional authors, such as they are not aware that they are makers of legitimate law in the Habermas sense. It is for the discourse theoretician to explain this to them. But is the legitimacy of law not supposed to be tied to the discourse which they themselves carry out? This then is the basis on which the entire legal system is to be reconstructed. As we have already emphasized in the discussion of the Sternberger theses, Habermas' reconstruction of irrational content of modern law and his deciphering of the post-conventional forms of consciousness in modern law can only be convincing if he can demonstrate a direct connection between discursive rationality and the form of the norms themselves. For this reason, the issue of the generality of the legal norms stands at the center of Habermas' quest for rationality. And this because the generality of the norm is connected immediately with the legitimacy of bourgeois law. Does this, however, hold true for private law, which is at the core of modern law, and is characterized by the generality of norms? In my view, it does not. Of course, others have noticed this weakness as well, and Gunther, in his exegesis of Habermas' legal theory, has had to defend himself against the contention that discourse theory had only been applied externally, from the outside, to modern law. These characteristics of the legal form may not be reified and restrictively laid down at the normative substratum of citizens' democratic self-determination process. Rather, this legal form and its characteristics now enter into linkage with the discourse principle, and it is this which produces the system of law, not legal form. At first from the perspective of the theoretician, then with the establishment of the rights of political participation and of a democratic process of the formation of public opinion based on the recommendations and decisions of politically autonomous citizens. That the problem we are dealing with here is structurally identical to that of the genesis of the value form. When Marx announced that he was developing his critique as science in the German sense, he was referring to the genetic development of the money form and the other categories of political economy. That was modeled on Hegel's logic, so his critique was twofold. On the one hand, the genetic representation of real value forms, that is to say, of money, capital, etc., in the reality of capitalism, and on the other hand, the critique of economic theory, whose specific characteristic, and those of current economic theory too, is its disregard for the genesis of its form, and in part its complete lack of awareness of the problem as such. As Marx puts it, political economy now has analyzed, albeit incompletely, value and value amount, and discovered the hidden content in these forms, but not once did it raise the question as to why this content took that form. Marx also described these forms as objective forms of thought, subject-objective categories, forms of unity that result naturally from relations between human beings, but that cannot be traced back to conscious, intentional action. Rather, they're constituted in and through human action. At the same time, from the perspective of the acting individual, they appear as something given. The core problem of Marx's critique is this: how is it possible to understand the circumstances that human action is constitutive action at the same time as human beings appear to be ruled by already established existing abstractions? In his logic, Hegel had already anticipated this problem in terms of the unity of pausing reflection and external reflection. In academic economic theory, regardless of whether value theory it favors or whether, in neo-Ricardian fashion, it renounces theory altogether, money is derived as a reduction of transaction cost. From Marx's perspective, however, derivations such as these are only fictional derivations. They represent the historically given money form as the result of the intentional action of participants. Such quote-unquote theory misses its target. The element of universality and unity that the money form represents cannot be traced back to the intentional or rational behavior. Economics is not technology. The same assessment holds for the legal form. It is constituted by individuals who at the same time encounter it as something already given. Gunther expressed this view quite clearly. Without, however, being aware of it, people must make use of the historically given legal form at the same time as they are its functional authors, since the people have also to be the creators of this form. Legal form is in itself, as Hegel would say, a form of unity, and in my opinion, as Habermas seeks to grasp the conception of the unity and universality of the form itself when he postulates an internal relationship between validity and discourse. Discourse ought to constitute this moment of universality and unity, but can this be, since legal form already shows this constitution prior to all discourse? It is this movement of the unity and universality of legal form, and indeed of subjective private law, that Hegel links with the concept of general will, and which Kant defines as the moral moment of law as the universal law of freedom. But even Kant and Hegel begin with the already constituted form as a fact of reason. Hegel's genetic developments in philosophy of law are therefore only fictional derivations. But how might the genesis of this form be conceived? There are hints in Marx's early work, above all in the German ideology. The starting point for Marx's argument is the perception of a particular formed situation in bourgeois society, whose treatment is comparable to that of the money form in his critique of political economy. At times, he presents his treatment in rather drastic formulations. The attitude of the bourgeois to the institutions of his regime is like that of the Jew to the law, and he evades them whenever it is possible to do so in each individual case, but he wants everyone else to observe them. If the entire bourgeoisie in mass and all at once were to evade bourgeois institutions, it would cease to be bourgeois. A conduct which of course never occurs to the bourgeois and by no means depends on their willing or cunning. The dissolute bourgeois evades marriage and secretly commits adultery. The merchant evades the institution of property by depriving others of property by speculation, bankruptcy, etc. The young bourgeois makes himself independent of his own family, if he can, by in fact abolishing the family as far as he is concerned. But marriage, property, the family remain untouched in theory because they are a practical basis on which the bourgeoisie has erected its domination, and because in their bourgeois form, they are the conditions which make bourgeois a bourgeois. Just as the constantly evaded law makes the religious Jew a religious Jew. This attitude of the bourgeois is the condition of his existence, acquires one of the universal forms in bourgeois morality. What Marx sketches here is a structural peculiarity of the bourgeois relations of reproduction based on the division of labor. A structure in which everyone is dependent on everyone else, and each person can only reproduce himself inasmuch as all others become means for him. On the basis of this initial situation, each person is endowed with two contradictory interests. Each individual can only pursue and realize her own particular interest when her conditions of reproduction, which are identical to those of everyone else, are accepted, respected, and recognized by everyone else. But each individual is like all others, so that from the start everyone has two hearts beating in her breast. She has a particular will, at the same time, shares with all others a will in which they are all united, which is common to all, such as is universal. This will common to all refers to the preservation of life conditions that are common to all, and that are conditioned through which particular interests are realized. Quote, the individuals who rule in these conditions, leaving aside the fact that their power must assume the form of the state, have to endow their will, which is determined by these definite conditions, with a universal expression as the will of the state, as law, an expression whose content is always determined by the relations of this class, as the civil and criminal law demonstrates in the clearest possible way. Just as the weight of their bodies does not depend on their idealistic will or on their own arbitrary decisions, so also the fact that they enforce their own will in the form of law, and at the same time make it independent of the personal arbitrariness of each individual among them, does not depend on their idealistic will. Their personal rule must at the same time assume the form of average rule. Their personal power is based on living conditions which in their development are shared by many individuals, and the continuation of which they, as ruling individuals, must preserve in opposition to others, while at the same time maintain that they should hold that they hold these conditions to be for the good of all. The expression of this will, which is determined by their common interest, is the law. It is precisely because individuals who are independent of one another assert themselves in their own will, and because of this basis their attitude to one another is bound to be egotistical, that self-denial is made necessary in the law and right. This is not, of course, a satisfying theoretical development of the legal form, but Marx does not show the way forward. Two aspects are essential. One is the historically produced egoistic mode of action, which can only be realized when each individual respects and recognizes the conditions for reproduction that are common to all. Thus, everyone is simultaneously both a particular and a universal. As a universal, she is the abstract proprietor, and in this definition, she is identical to, undifferentiated from, all others. And this universality and unity of people is posited for itself and maintained by the threat of coercion as a universal will existing for itself, as the law that guarantees private autonomy and that is equipped with the power of legal constraint. The individual then of course can also act out of respect for the law because it is in the law that her universal will, which is identical with that of all others, is incorporated without her having as author in a discourse given her consent. She is, as Günther declares, a functional author and can then of course act strategically as well as act like religious Jew in the above cited passage of Marx. At the same time, and this is the second aspect, Marx emphasizes that the reality of this egoistical action is founded on the existence of class. The reality of bourgeois society is not that of the simple exchange of goods, but the appropriation and a surplus production in the form of values and the maintenance and the expansion of these values. So when the discussion turns to the amounts of value that are circulated, stored, and even expanded, then Marx is not always focused on the abstract objective value and not on the contemplated value, as Marx puts it in the Bourgeoisie, but rather on the enduring total value, which in its existence is preserved by the permanent extraction of surplus labor from the working class. The reality of egoistic action, its form and content, cannot be divorced from the relations of production. Were one to do that, one would have either to declare it absolute in an anthropological declare absolute in an anthropological, naturalistic manner, or espouse it as a success-oriented strategic action, elevating egoistic action to an ahistorical, theoretical construct. In both cases, the notion's relations of production would be negated and therewith dismissed in an a priori manner as the proper foundation for the understanding of egoistic action. It is questionable whether Habermas's basic conceptualization, the categorical distinction between understanding-oriented action and strategic action, is able to recognize the circumstances that the communal conditions of reproduction represent the conditions of the possibility of strategic action. Concerning strategic action, there is no doubt that we find in the act of exchange a silent symmetrical recognition of liberty and equality. There is, in other words, a reciprocal, as yet abstract and unintended position of the participants as private owners of property. This insight would of course be entirely comparable to the Habermasian construction of the symmetrical premise of communication in the ideal speech situation. Yet for Habermas, the ideal speech situation takes place only in understanding-oriented action. The fact, however, that the reciprocal relation of recognition can be expressed as legal form in private law and acquire a de facto validity is founded on the existence of a laboring commodity. The working class, characteristically in defining the norm of autonomy and legal constraint, Habermas does not even begin to consider the really existing antagonism of interest. Instead, he focuses on their institutionalized form. According to Habermas, it is only within the confines of a developed legal form that one can act strategically. Where for the discourse theoreticians do equal individual rights originate, the actors, according to Habermas and Günther, find legitimate law as given in the legal form. They do not contribute to its creation as conscious beings, but merely as functional authors. These authors create equal subjective law, and they do that automatically and without any prior consideration about the meaning and substance of this equality. Does the legal form entail equal subjective rights, or have the discourse theoreticians projected these into the legal form? The principle of, quote, the principle of discourse, moreover, also brings to light yet another implication of the decision to regulate coexistence according to legal form. There must be equal rights to individual liberty. Only then, when a reciprocal change of perspective is possible for them, can those who correspondingly should restrict their individual liberty come to see that coexistence in individual liberty is possible only in the form of an equal right to liberty, with equal rights to realize that liberty. These conditions, and with them the insight into the necessity of an equal distribution of the right to subjective freedom, are first made explicit through the principle of discourse from Günther. It is possible It is the principle of discourse, and not the relationship between the owners of private property, which it seems have to be deciphered as the in itself of equal subjective rights. For Habermas, the principle of discourse, anchored as it is in universal communicative premises, allows us to understand why equal rights entails subjective freedom. For Habermas, this is the way it has to be. The central bourgeois principles of liberty, equality, and justice are not allowed to result from the relations of production or exchange. Rather, Habermas has to look for their origin in the universal premises of communication. On this basis, he is able to argue that democracy has proven itself to be the realization of universal reason. Given this theoretical framework, Habermas is not able to ask whether an a priori character of the idea of freedom, equality, and justice might possibly be connected with the bourgeois relations of property. I have already shown the circularity of thought in this theoretical starting position regarding the rational reconstruction of law. This is neither surprising nor coincidental. The entire line of political philosophy, from Hobbes through Rousseau and Kant to Hegel, approaches legal form in the same way as economics assumes the money medium in other categories. That is, the legal form is approached as if it were merely an existing form, and for this reason the approach has always to presuppose human beings as legal subjects. This presupposition of the human being as an a priori legal subject can take different forms. A person in the state of nature may be endowed with so-called natural rights. Whether the characteristics of legal form are given as the natural rights of pre-social individuals, or with Kant, the law may be defined as the totality of conditions in which the arbitrariness of each individual, according to universal laws of freedom, is in harmony with the arbitrariness of all others. In this way, the individual finds the universal law of freedom itself given as a fact of reason. It is amazing that Habermas, not even in his theory of law, does not engage in any meaningful way with Hegel. Even more amazing is that he does not deal anywhere in the expressive and precise terms with the notion abstract law itself. He employs this notion— I just killed a mosquito, like, not even looking. That's crazy. Anyways, he employs this notion in the Sternberger thesis, but it does not reappear in his later work on legal theory. Yet he proposes that practical reason, that is, post-conventional structures of consciousness, are embodied in law. The postulated generality of the legal norms is understood in an essential characteristic of the rationality of norms. This rationality, according to Habermas, is closely connected with the legitimacy of modern law. This raises the question how the relationship between the generality of norms and the forms of abstract law is to be understood. It is obvious that Habermas' central thesis, that ideas are embodied in norms, is drawn from Hegel, so it is even more remarkable that he never even sketches how this concept of embodiment differs from Hegel's notion of objectification. The lack of a conceptualization of abstract law is very curious indeed. Let us take a quick look at Hegel's philosophy of right. In the addendum to paragraph 71, when he thematizes the transition from property to contract, Hegel adds, "In the contract I hold property on the strength of a common will." That is to say, in the interest of reason, that the subjective will should become universal and raise itself to this degree of actualization. Thus, in contract to my will still has the character of this will, thought has it in the community with another will. The universal will, however, still appears here only in the form and guise of community. Like Habermas, Hegel ties reason to legal form, so the general will can represent itself as general will. The subjective will should be universal will, but it initially becomes so only as common will. And at the same time, however, it already is, in this form of commonality, a general will, if at first only in itself. The above leads to the understanding that even common will in a contract is not adequate to the notion of the universal will. In his handwritten remarks to paragraph 81 in an addendum, Hegel speaks therefore in the communal will as an arbitrary universality. Why? The pausing of an identical will in a contract means that the two contracting parties are indistinguishable. The contract demonstrates an immanent universality precisely as the indistinguishability of two wills, which Hegel there referred to in a handwritten addendum to paragraph 79, that the will that with another is posited as one. The contract is the unity of different wills, and thus a unity in which both parties surrender their differences instead of their special characters. There arises then a new form of unity. This form is brought about exclusively by communal positing and receives its validation beyond the immediacy of the communal positing. As long as the contract exists in immediately communal terms, however, this specific quality of immanent generality remains tied with the specific content of the contract. The universal aspect of the contract emerges as such only gradually. It becomes conscious through its negation. The specifically legal character then constitutes itself unconsciously. In his handwritten addendum to paragraph 81, Hegel argued what is bound and what is binding in will of both is that in it there is a being in itself and the law in itself, i.e. the existence of the will as such. In the contract, both have alienated not only their particular wills, but also presupposed that what is valid, the existence of the will in general, what is the law in this situation, this is the inner essential condition. Breaking the contract, the failure to perform, is entirely against the law. This will is lawful because it ought to be valid, and the validity means that it is binding. This is one of the conditions that are involved in communal positing without the participant being entirely and immediately conscious of that fact. It enters into the consciousness of the actors as injustice. Now the character of generality, that is the generality of law, comes to consciousness in the contract. The principality of law in itself is present as something posited, and its inner universality is there as a commonality of arbitrariness and that of the particular will. This appearance of the law, in which it, in its essential existence, the particular will, correspond immediately and fortuitously, is next transformed into an opposition between the law in itself and the particular will. What we find here in that arbitrariness is subsumed into the universal will. There arises then a new problematic, insofar as the particular wills are subsumed, or with Habermas embodied in this single will. Their various contents that are presented in this form obtain now only as particular contents of contract. The substitution of this form, a form of unity, entails an inversion. The particular content appears now only as an example and presents itself as a particular application of the contract. The unity of the form presents generality, which includes all particularities. The validity claim law ought to be valid is internally connected with the abstract form of law, its generality and universality. This form then appears itself as something universal and unconditional. What is ought to be valid. Let us leave behind Hegel's speculative representation of law legal development and focus instead on the extractable individual motives. What is worth noting, though, is that there are remarkable parallels to Habermas's method of rational reconstruction. For example, the validity claims raised in every speech act entails universality, and this cannot be otherwise since it is the basis of all discourse theory. Yet, when the validity claim is raised, the possibility exists that universality becomes a conscious issue, and the same holds for the claim of intersubjective validity. This then is the beginning of discourse. The identical structure in Hegelian and Habermasian argumentation is underscored by Hegel's remark in the addendum to paragraph 86. Just as in the case of unintentional injustice, universal rightness is respected and willed by both, and the wrong consists merely in person holding what he wants for what is right. Just as the principle of rightness comes to consciousness as something universal, so in the judgment a rose is not red, it is recognized that it has a color, hence I do not deny the genius, all that I negate is the particular color red. The validity claim is accepted as such. Both participants in the discourse agree that the truth ought to be found, only the individual statement is called into question. This situation is different for Hegel in terms of his concept of fraud, and for Habermas in terms of strategic action. With fraud, the law itself is negated, but simultaneously still maintained as appearance. The principle of rightness is characterized as something demanded as the essential thing, yet in this situation, it is still only something demanded, thus the universal is set aside by the particular will and reduced to something only showing. The actor acts strategically when he treats the validity claim as mere appearance. That is, when he presumes validity claims in communicative action, objectifies this premise, and at the same time maintains it only for the sake of appearance. Habermas does not see these parallels, or at least he does not bother to mention them, for were he to do so, he would have to rethink his entire theory. the form of contract law and the proceeding from it, the construction of property in private law, which Hegel conceives of as a general will, results from the arbitrary behavior of the participants. Yet, the specific form of the positing of both unity and universality constitutes the objectivity of a form that contains an unconditional demand for validity, and that is recognition. The form of law can thus not be interpreted as the result of the subjective intentions of the multitude, rather the law has to be recognized, that is, obeyed. Habermas's point of departure is strategic action, that is, the arbitrary behavior of the participating actors. His argument implies the formal law can come into being only on the basis of universalizable interest. These can be discerned and made precise in discourse, regardless of whether they're already legally organized. For Habermas, there could be no such thing as an interest that is predetermined as universal. This is in contradistinction to Marx. For him, the bourgeois relations of production entail that totality in which the human individual moves and acts is determined action, and this determined action takes place inevitably in exchange, where all actors are connected with each other through mutual respect and perception. In short, the conditions of social reproduction are common to all. The positing of the form of contract is the core of modern law. The further development of this form of contract in its elaboration in the law of property and inheritance posits conditions of exchange that are implicitly recognized in any exchange as the expression of the universal will, which at the same time is equipped with the power to sanction. The claim that the law ought to be valid unconditionally is reinforced by the state's power to sanction, but this does not take place in the legally organized discourse. It is rather the work of jurists and state authorities. For Habermas, the form of law is conceived as something that is not only universally applicable, but also in the universal interest of everyone. Really? Everyone? Of course not everyone. Equipped with the category of strategic action and money as medium, Habermas's innocuous action theoretical conceptualization works within the parameters of economic thought, where money is attempted to be derived as a reduction of transaction cost. If one would still wish to consider this sort of thing a theory, then Marx's critique in the Gundries of the appearance of circulation might be a good guide for understanding the theoretical appeal of such wonders. In the reality of bourgeois society, however, we have to deal with the commodity capital, industrial capital, and money capital, contracts that are concluded among property owners who have as their primary goal the realization of a profit margin. Hardly a pleasant matter, and these infinitely many contracts between the owners of the means of production are made possible by the infinitely many contracts with those who are free to sell their labor power, the workers who produce surplus value, but on the surface of society, as Marx calls it, all appearance as contracting parties, as persons, as exchange participants, and not in their character mask as members of their respective classes. The contents of contract, however, are conditioned by the existence of classes. In reality of bourgeois society, we will always have to deal with the actual contract, in which, for reasons even arbitrariness and general will in Hegel's world, coincidentally concur. In his concept of general will, Hegel not only translated Rousseau's Volonté Générale into German, but also sought to grasp the moment of the supernatural that is, the moment of unity and universality that cannot be traced back to the intentionality of all. That would be the volonté de tous. Just as each specific commodity contains use values and exchange values, both unity and multiplicity, so to the agents in the act of exchange as owners of value, they are indistinguishable and posited as equals. A unity as the possessors of concrete things. They comprise a multiplicity. Modern theories of natural law, as well as those of sovereignty, wallow around in categorical unconsciousness within this pre-given constellation. They posit in advance people as always already equal and free legal subjects and as contracting parties, but can only conceive of political forms as something that is the result of intentional action. Habermas's espousal of what he calls the self-understanding of modern legal theory conceives of sovereignty and human rights through the lenses of a deliberate radical democracy. Habermas tells us more than he is conscious of. The self-proclaimed heir to critical theory practices exactly that for which critical theory reproached traditional theory. Habermas shares with traditional theory the inability to thematize and to develop genetically the actual forms of bourgeois society. Insofar as Habermas is a critical theoretician, he does not connect his theory to reality. Insofar as he connects it to reality, his theory is not critical, a twice half-baked theory. Alright, this last section here is basically the real core argument of the whole essay summarized. So, in conclusion, legal forms are not consciously designed products of human discourse, but objective social forms which arise behind the backs of individuals. How is it possible to understand the circumstances that human action is constitutive action at the same time as human beings appear to be ruled by already existing abstractions? In his logic, Hegel had already anticipated this problem in terms of the unity of pausing reflection and external reflection. All are human products, yet they appear independent of human will, as money, law, capital, estate, etc. all confront them as already existing powers. Marx describes these forms as objective forms of thought, subjective objective categories, forms of unity that result naturally from relations between human beings, but cannot be traced back to conscious intentional action. Rather, they are constituted in and through human action. At the same time, from the perspective of the acting individual, they appear as something given. The legal form cannot be explained by asking why rational individuals choose such a legal system, but explaining how relations generate a legal form that appears independent of those who participate in it, the social contract. Habermas explains laws from actors, which represents the historically given money form as the result of the intentional action of participants. Each individual can pursue and realize her own particular interest when her conditions of reproduction, which are identical to those of everyone else, are accepted, respected, and recognized. In other words, everyone has two hearts beating in her breast. She has a particular will, and at the same time, shares of all others a will in which they are all united, meaning individuals pursue private interests, yet their private interests require universal social conditions. Therefore, a universal will emerges not because people, vote for it or decide it, but because they deliberate, but because their reproduction depends upon it. The legal form is the necessary universal form through which competing private interests coexist. It is precisely because individuals who are independent of one another assert themselves in their own will, and because on this basis their attitude to one another is bound to be egotistical, that self-denial is made necessary in law and right. In contract, I hold property on the strength of a common will, that is to say, it is the interest of reason that subjective will should become universal and raise itself to this degree of actualization. In other words, the individual will becomes universal through legal relations, but this universality first appears only as a common will. The subjective will should become universal will, but it initially becomes so only as common will. The contract is therefore much more than an agreement, but the social form in which universality appears. The contract demonstrates an immanent universality precisely as the indistinguishability of two wills. In exchange, A and B are different people, yet as property owners, they become identical. The legal relation is what creates a universal identity, where the participants do not consciously create this universality. When Marx announced that he was developing his critique as science in the German sense, he was referring to the genetic development of the money form and other categories of political economy that was modeled on Hegel's logic. Hegel is who discovered how forms of universality emerge. Marx is who applied this to capitalism, as money, law, value, capital are forms of objective social universality. This stands in contrast to Habermas's model of universality, coming from discourse. Discourse ought to constitute this moment in universality and unity, but how can this be, since legal form already shows this constitution prior to all discourse? Universality cannot therefore explain communication, as legal forms already exhibit universality before anybody even reflects upon them and attempts to communicate. The task is therefore not to derive universality from discourse, but to explain how social relations produce forms that are already universal themselves. Okay, and just to break that down even further, so 1, individuals pursue private interests. 2, those interests depend on shared social conditions. 3, exchange relations generate universal forms. 4, contract is one such form. 5, law develops out of these forms. 6, these forms are not consciously designed. 7, they arise through social practice. 8, they confront individuals as objective powers. 9, philosophy must explain their genesis. Habermas merely reconstructs their rational content after the fact. He doesn't deal with any of these 9 steps. The disappearance of the socialist system. Failure or confirmation of Marx's view on the transition from one form of production in society to another, by Maurice Godelier. 1. The notions of process and period of transition. The expression period of transition is used to designate a particular phase in the evolution of a society, that phase in which a society encounters progressively greater internal and external difficulties in reproducing the economic and social relations on which it rests. Relations which give it both a functional logic and specific forms of evolution. At the same time, it is during this phase that new economic and social relations appear that will expand more or less quickly and more or less violently to become the conditions for the functioning of a new society. From this rough definition, we see immediately that periods of transition constitute moments of exceptional importance. They represent the moments at which the relations of production, modes of thought, and forms of individual or collective action come up against limits, whether intentional or external, and begin to crumble, to show cracks, to lose their social relevance, though they may in some cases stagnate in a lesser subordinate position for centuries before dying out of their own accord. Most often, however, their subordination and disappearance is accelerated through the action of social groups that desire the development of other means of thought, action, and production. To analyze the process in periods of transition, then, is to confront the pivotal moments of history, those moments in which, more clearly than at other times, history is created or summed up. On a theoretical level, such an analysis requires the mobilization of all social science disciplines, which in turn find themselves confronting the limits of their own capacities for interpreting history. Undoubtedly, when dealing with processes that begin or ended centuries ago, historians and their discipline are of primary importance. By contrast, when dealing with contemporary human social relations, each of the social sciences, economics, ethnology, sociology, demography, etc., is in a position to approach the task of analysis in its own manner. Yet, as soon as a statement of synthesis is to be attempted, none of these disciplines can be satisfied with its own resources. Each borrowed both hypotheses and results from the others. Ultimately, it is perhaps history which proves itself the least refined of all these disciplines, since its stated goal is only to offer synthesis of what we already know about societies that have succeeded one another in the past, and to provide an explanation for that chain of succession. To analyze the processes of transition means to attempt to evaluate the roles played respectively by chance and by necessity to account for the appearance and disappearance of the diverse social formulations that have succeeded one another over time. One has to assume that the nature of the social relations that exist within a society at a given time, and that impart to society an original functional logic, is not entirely accidental. That functional logic is present as much as in the conduct of the individuals and groups that make up that society, as in the effects, local or global, short-term or lasting, that these actions have on its reproduction. One cannot thus assume that, to a large degree, the functioning of societies creates systems. Such an analysis also presumes, however, that not everything in that evolution of society is necessary or predetermined, and hence that there are many ways of interpreting the events and problems which occur in that society. This indicates, moreover, that overall compatibility among the diverse social relations making up a society is only partial and provisional, that it does not exclude the existence either of contradictions within these relations or of conflicts of interest between the groups, the individuals that personify them. In short, in undertaking an analysis of the process of transition between societies of differing logic, the social sciences must confront problems analogous in a certain sense to those encountered by natural sciences. And they must attempt to account for the appearance of new structures and new forms of organization, whether living or inanimate. Scientific work must, of course, confront not only the objective limits of its instruments of analysis, but also the subjective effect of ideological overinvestment which this type of problem provokes in each of us. The evolution of life forms and the succession of societal forms. Do these possess a definable logic or sense? Is there only one way to understand them, or several, or perhaps none at all? And if they are comprehensible, when with reference to what mechanisms, contingent or recurrent? Despite the difficulties, researchers have continually undertaken this type of research. Since the beginning of the 19th century, we have been studying the origins of the capitalist mode of production and exchange, as well as the conditions that led to the primitive accumulation of capital. From Marx to Weber, the debate has continued, relaunched in 1946 with the publication of Dobbs' Studies in the Development of Capitalism, a book that gave rise to a vast international discussion, the essential contribution of which have been assembled in Hilton. Since 1979, 3 thick volumes by Braudel have been added to the discussion. Similar questions have long been posed concerning the lengthy period of transition from Greco-Roman antiquity to Middle Ages. Again, interpretations vary and works accumulate, from Gibbon's History of Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire to Anderson's Passages from Antiquity to Feudalism, by way of Dopsch, Weber, Rostovtsev, Jones, and of course Bloch, Dubé, and Finlay. But here, the difficulty seemed to magnify, since the transition to a feudal society also appears to have resulted from the coming together of 2 worlds, the Germanic and the Roman, and on the basis of still scarce sources, we have to evaluate the real role of the Germanic invasion in this process. A third, though not final, example brings us once again to historical periods and problems of a completely different nature, namely, to the example of research undertaken over the last few decades by archaeologists attempting to reconstruct the passage from the classless societies of the Neolithic era to the first forms of class-based or caste-based societies, which seem to have been associated in the ancient Middle East, China, or America with certain forms of agricultural development and animal husbandry. The passage to socialism, a process condemned to fail? We have recently been witness to several phenomena: the general dissolution of the so-called socialist form of economy, and the government imposed in Central Europe after World War II by communist parties under the control of the USSR. The disappearance of socialism in the very country which gave birth to this type of regime after a revolution, which had been the source of so many hopes, and the ominous cracks in Mao's China, portents of equally great cataclysms to come in Asia. All these events show that we are living through one of those exceptional moments in which history leaves behind all the outdated ways of thinking, the dead and condemned forms of social organization. In short, there is an impression that we are living through the end of an epoch, the end of communism, and of course the end of the entire system of thought which set forth the principles of that age, the end of Marxism. Most striking of all is not the speed to which the main piece of the system collapsed one after another like a house of cards, but the system in fact lasted such a short time, 66 years at most. And nothing great, nothing even very important seems to survive it. Yet in the eyes of laudatory partisans and fierce enemies alike, this has been a colossus destined to last. Unlike Nazi totalitarianism, which was destroyed by military force, post-Stalin totalitarianism was predicted to have a long future yet, on the condition that it refrained from direct military attack on the capitalist camp. In addition, the failure of the Khrushchev-style reformers showed that it was equally impossible to reform this system from within, and hence was it not futile to desire it? The reforms failed, the colossus fell, it had in fact already decomposed, though no one knew it. In this sense, it was completely unlike the ancient slave society, which decomposed for centuries before disappearing fully. And even then, it left behind a legacy of ideas, artworks, and institutions which would serve once again in the development of the West, beginning in the 16th century. This transition could better be compared, and hence irony of ironies, we recall an example dear to Marx, with the failure of the Carolingian reforms. There an attempt was made to revive the great estates of antiquity, and that at a time when the increase in the number of small and medium-sized holdings was directly responsible for advancements in agriculture. The example is somewhat inadequate, for Charlemagne's reforms had nothing in common with the ambitions of the Bolshevik Revolution, the founding of a classless democratic society. The circumstance that the system lasted such a short time and that its end was so quick suggests that unlike feudal, capitalist, or early archaic systems, it was not viable. It was not durable, and that this not because it violated human nature as Christianity, Islam, and other prophetic religions would proclaim, but more simply because it had become far too divorced from the reality of our time. In the end, far from being the vanguard it had proclaimed itself at the head of the historical development of the age, it could not even follow them. Undoubtedly, though, such a system could not for a time be forcibly imposed on populations Undoubtedly, though, such a system could for a time be forcibly imposed on populations who were supposedly awaiting the attainment of ideals inaccessible to capitalist bourgeois society: liberty, equality, and fraternity. Of course, the collapse of communism reflected back onto the system of thought which inspired it, that of Marx and those who professed to be Marxist. For a thinker who sought to uncover the laws of economic development in modern society, it was history that had the final say. Even if we were to close our eyes to the crimes committed in his name, Marx would remain a great, however utopian thinker, the last of the utopians. It would finally come, in the West at least, the time of the end of ideologies. In short, history would begin to recover its course and return to flow between the banks of the possible. That is, history is returning to a course which is none other than that of the capitalist development. Momentarily thwarted and set back by Russian Revolution and its sequels in Europe and the Third World, capitalist expansion now continues its inexorable forward march, faster and more vigorous than ever. Tomorrow, finally, Europe will be unified under capitalism's laws, from Atlantic to the Urals. It's expected to swallow China next, which will in turn be something altogether different from Russia. The end of communism, then, will be the end of Marxism, and at the same time, the triumph of capitalism and of liberalism. For many people, of whom I am one, who once fought simultaneously against capitalism and against the bureaucratic police regimes which had practiced terror and repression of the masses in the name of socialism, it is painful to report these facts. For what movements, what forms of struggle, what perspectives are to be invented today to struggle against exploitation, poverty, and the oppression and solitude to which human beings in their millions are subjected? And this not only in the countries of the Third World or Central Eastern Europe. Only recently, when the richest capitalist countries experienced a crisis, the tools of production and exchange were immediately and without hesitation or concern downsized, condemning millions of human beings, young and not so young, to unemployment. The triumph of capitalism entails its human cost. The problem remains, the contradictions change, but they do not disappear. Certain struggles stand out today, others will suggest themselves tomorrow. One must take part in them, but when doing so, we must avoid driving ourselves yet again into tragic and fruitless impasses. Perhaps never since the end of the 18th century have those who sought a just course of action had to face a balance sheet of such a terrible magnitude. At the same time, given this context, the future is far from clear, yet it is really the case that everything is as evident as it appears. To give but one example, it seems difficult to demonstrate that Marx's analysis contained the premises for the legitimation of the exploitation and submission of the popular masses by bureaucratic police states. In order to see this more clearly, we must analyze, among other things, the manner in which Marx presented the conditions and processes of the passage from one economic and social system to another, and particularly the passage from capitalism to what he can be called not socialism, but the mode of production of associate producers. The remainder of the capitalist chapter deals with this topic. On several occasions throughout his life, Marx posited the question, central to a scientific understanding of history, of the conditions and mechanisms of transition from one dominant mode of production to another, and from one economic and social formation to another. The texts are numerous and extend over his entire lifetime, from the German ideology of 1845 to 3 French drafts of his 1881 letter to the Russian revolutionary Vera Zasulich. She had asked him whether, in his opinion, Russia could make the transition to the mode of production of associate producers without passing through all the phases of capitalist production. We are now, a century later, dealing with the full significance of this question. The texts most important to our task are scattered through the sections of Capital dedicated to the transition in Europe from the feudal mode of production to the capitalist mode, as well as Marx's critique of the Gotha program, where he criticizes certain theses of the German Social Democrats with regards to the transition from capitalism to the mode of production of associate producers. We have then, on the one hand, analysis of the hypotheses about a transition which had already been completed in the leading Western countries, England, Holland, and France, at the time Marx was writing, and on the others, those texts in which Marx anticipates the passage to a mode of production of associate producers in the countries of developed capitalism. In the first case, we have a completed transition in capitalism governed the development of the economy and the society. In the second case, we have a transition that still remains to take place, but which according to Marx is already underway. How did Marx view the first transition, the one that was already completed and hence had succeeded? Marx saw it as a long-term process which had begun toward the end of the 15th century and was anticipated in Italy already in the 13th century and had not been completed in England until the beginning of the 19th century. Marx emphasized elsewhere that in history there was no clean breaks between different periods in a society's economic development or between diverse economic and social formations. Anticipated in Italy and begun again in Portugal and in Spain, this process actually came to a halt several times, only to start up again later in France and most importantly in Holland, until all the conditions which had existed elsewhere in a dispersed state came together at a given moment in England. In short, the process of transition is reduced to economic transformation, which brings about the dissolution and finally disappearance of a dominant mode of production and its replacement by another which will in turn dominate all the conditions of production and exchange. It is a process which, born spontaneously, develops in an unequal fashion in the different societies and takes several centuries to play itself out, first in one and then in another of the societies where it has developed. Marx's analysis limits themselves voluntarily to the study of the economic aspects of this process, yet he does not ignore transformation in the form of power. Ideas, Protestantism, and culture, painting, and music, which go hand in hand with these economic transformations. His analysis is reductive, but it is so by design. Marx proposed a periodization of this type of process, which he subdivided, albeit with a number of reservations, into three phases. 1. Birth, 2. Childhood and development of the new system, and 3. Maturity. The first two phases, birth and development, constitute the period of transition, which ends with the new modes of production achieving dominance, phase 3. Thus, the period of transition is also the period during which the old dominant system crumbles more or less rapidly and begins to disappear from one and then another of the diverse spheres of production, and this in one or several countries at the same time. According to Marx, we can locate the birth of the capitalist mode of production at the end of the 15th century, even before the discovery of America. Its childhood and development would extend from the end of the 16th to the middle of the 19th century, and its phases of maturity would have begun in England earlier than elsewhere. From the beginning of the 19th century, while France and Germany still lagged far behind. In the second half of the 19th century in England, with the appearance of cooperatives and worker-owned factories, and with the development of banks, trusts, and the like, Marx saw both direct, in the form of worker cooperatives, and indirect, diverse forms of socialized ownership of enterprises, signs that the transition to another, superior mode of production, the mode of production of the associate producers, had already begun, but only in the most developed capitalist countries. For Marx, clearly, socialism could come into being and find the conditions of its development only in the most developed capitalist countries where production and exchange are highly socialized, where the working class has a long history of struggle, and where it has been organizing for a long time already through trade unions and labor parties. Thus, when Mikhailovsky in 1877 or Zasulich in 1881 asked the question, "Is this transition possible in Russia?" this response would be yes, but on several conditions. We will return to these, but one should be mentioned immediately, the Russian Revolution. If it breaks out, it will not do so at a time when capitalism is still intact, but when on the contrary it finds itself in Western Europe, as well as the United States, engaged in battle both with science, with the popular masses, and with the very productive forces which it engenders. In a word, a crisis that will end in its destruction, the return of the modern society to a higher form of the most archaic type, collective production and appropriation. Marx, 1881. This text contains echoes of an early remark by Engels. The possibility undeniably exists of raising this form of society to a higher one, without it being necessary for the Russian peasants to go through the intermediate stage of bourgeois small holdings. This, however, can only happen if, before the complete breakup of the communal ownership, a proletarian revolution is successfully carried out in Western Europe, creating for the Russian peasant the preconditions requisite for such a transition, particularly the material things he needs. In short, a revolution is possible in Russia, but only as an exception, and so on the conditions that a proletarian revolution erupts and triumphs at the same time in Western Europe. We know that what happened. After World War II, revolutionary uprisings broke out in Hungary and Germany. They were crushed. Since then, not one proletarian revolution has arisen in Europe. The exceptions have become the rule. In China, Vietnam, and Cuba, popular uprisings brought communist parties to power. These countries, the material and social conditions for passage to a model of production of associated producers did not exist. Countries like China and Vietnam possessed no more than a few small islands of capitalist industrial production. Let us return to the first moment of the transition period, the birth of the new social relations of production, and in particular to the birth of the capitalist relations of production. Marx writes on several occasions that this birth was spontaneous. It took place under the pressure of developing mercantile production, which was tied to the expansion of both international and national commerce in certain European countries from the 16th century onwards. The expansion of commerce, stimulated by feudal society, came up against the limits posed by feudal forms of organizing artisanal and industrial production and mercantile exchange. It confronted as obstacles the organization of production and commerce based on corporations and guilds. In Capital, Marx analyzes this spontaneous birth of the capitalist relations of production. He compares the capitalist workshop to that of the master artisan. He shows that the genesis of capitalism consisted of a new combination of the economic relations that were already in existence, but only after the elimination of control over production by corporations. Private ownership of the means of production, the use of money as capital, remuneration for work, whether in kind or in exchange for money, all existed. These elements would be retained and recombined, freeing up the potential for a new organization of production and transforming the workers, peasants, and apprentices into wage laborers, thereby bringing to an end their status as pseudo-members of the master artisan family. Briefly, three comments are in order if we want to compare this genesis with the birth of the socialist mode of production put in place after a political revolution. 1. The birth of the capitalist relations of production was spontaneous and sporadic before it appeared and became a converging phenomena in certain European countries. 2. This birth or genesis was a response to the development not of new productive forces, but rather of international and national mercantile exchange, as well as the production of a range of merchandise that fueled these changes. It was a transformation of the relations of production that took place in response to their own internal evolution, and not to some other type of pressure, that of new productive forces, for example. 3. This genesis appeared to be one possible way of organizing production outside corporative structures and against them, but in each case it was already existing economic relations, private property, use of money as capital, wage labor, etc., that found themselves combined in a new way, constituting a social form for the organization of production and exchange that was new and more efficient with regard to the economic needs of the then society. And of course, by directly combining capital and free labor, this formation contained all the elements of the exploitation of labor by capital, the modern form of exploitation of human labor by the owners of the means of production and finance. It contained the specific elements of capitalist class relations characteristic of modern post-feudal society. These new relations, once born, did not become dominant all at once in all branches of production and exchange as did the socialist relations of production. Rather, they developed sporadically here and there, ceased, disappeared, and reappeared. In brief, the second phase of the transition process, the childhood and development of the capitalist mode of production, took time and depended on many circumstances, economic or non-economic. Its development was not achieved solely on the basis of force or of economic in the last instance. European colonial expansion wars, state aid, and expropriation of church properties, which facilitated agrarian reform and the redistribution of property. Protestantism and its ethic of work and health. Marx argues that all these circumstances and forces contributed to the development of the new relations of production. In large part, then, these relations owe their victory to various forms of violence, both public and private. Thus, the market is not and never was the unique source for the development of mercantile production. The latter existed, as Marx constantly reminds us, well before capitalism, and it relied at that time on entirely different relations of production in forms of labor exploitation, forms of slavery, indentured peasants, etc. Other forces than the market, then, aided or opposed the expansion of mercantile exchange. According to Marx, however, the decisive factor which assured the triumph of capitalism and established it as the new dominant mode of production, and this has definitely marked the evolution of modern Western societies, was its capacity to create its own material and intellectual base, developing machinery and big industry through the general application of scientific knowledge to production. The period of transition came to an end when capitalism ceased to rely on the technological and material base it had inherited from the feudal past and its manual trends. Capitalism became an economic reality where it began to create its own base and its own division of labor, destroying or abandoning the material conditions that had given rise to it. This is what Marx called the passage from the formal subsumption to the real subsumption of labor to capital. There are then not only new productive material and intellectual forces, science, technology, etc., but a new type of worker, the peace worker, who taken individually is deprived of all productive capacity, but who acquires it as soon as his labor power is combined with that of others within a collective structure. Thus, the capitalist mode of production became dominant where it constituted its own material base, where it destroyed or subordinated through competition the other forms and relations of production. Naturally, this stage was achieved only in those countries where the capitalist mode was most developed, those which constituted more or less the centers of its expansion relative to those of other countries at the diverse peripheries of this new economic ensemble. Thus, it is clear that for Marx, a proletarian revolution should erupt first in the most developed of the capitalist countries, in the center and at the periphery, as Russia was at the extreme edge of Europe. It is there in the center that this revolution had the greatest chance for success, not only immediate success, but in the form of a political victory, but also the possibility of actually being able to make the transition to modern and dynamic forms of social ownership of the means of production. After their political victory, the proletariat and its allies in the countries would have at their disposal all the concrete achievements of capitalism in such areas as the development of production, trade, the sciences, and technology. If we compare Marx's analysis concerning the conditions and possesses of the transition to capitalism, with what took place in Russia or in China, we see immediately that these were not developed capitalist countries, China less still by far than Tsarist Russia, and as a result, the revolution, as Marx and many others in this time had predicted, had to introduce technologies and productive forces developed in the capitalist West in order to create its own material base. It was therefore never truly able to compete with the most advanced capitalist countries. It was even less able to introduce into human history unique productive forces, both material and intellectual, heretofore unknown in the capitalist West, and which would in fact have to been inaccessible to the West because of the capitalist structures. This new formation was meant to create a material base upon which the society would develop that benefited the masses, something unattainable in a social system based on the exclusion of the vast majority from ownership and or control of the means of production and on the exploitation of their labor power. Very far from achieving this, the socialist bureaucratic police regimes grew old in a few decades without even managing to reach maturity. They were not durable because they were not viable, which returns us once again to our original questions. We are now able to take stock of the tragic illusion that lay behind Lenin's dance of joy on the day when it could be said that the Bolshevik Revolution had lasted as long as the Paris Commune. In contrast, Lenin and Trotsky harbored few illusions when they recognized that it would be difficult, if not impossible, to construct socialism in one country only. Should proletarian revolution not erupt and triumph swiftly in Western Europe and the United States, the countries at capitalism's center, the crushing of the Soviets of Budapest and Berlin taught them that they would still have to wait, and in the meantime, they would have to do what they could on their own to construct a mode of production for which even the material basis was lacking and for which the social form was yet to be invented. Essentially, when one analyzes what Marx thought of the role of political revolutions in England in 1645 and France in 1789, it is evident that for him, they did not bring into existence the capitalist mode of production. Certainly they accelerate its development, but not directly, for that was not their goal. Their goal was rather to transform the power relations, establishing a new sharing of power, first and foremost among the dominant social classes, including new and old aristocracies and diverse elements of the bourgeoisie. Oh, that's a really good insight. The Russian Revolution, in contrast, found itself confronting two tasks of unique in history. On the one hand, it had created a new mode of production, producing it from scratch, and imposing it on the entire society. This is already something unusual. Yet, on the other hand, this mode of production wanted to be the first in history, since the appearance of caste and class-based societies that did not rely on the exploitation of labor of the vast majority by minority, who owned and or controlled the means of production in existence. In short, this mode of production was to be humanity's first step beyond its prehistory. It was to become a form of production, superior capitalism, based on the communal appropriation of the means of production and the redistribution of the products of the labor to all. It would take into account both the labor provided by each individual and the needs of all members of society, productive and unproductive alike, with regards to health, education, transportation, and so on. And this first step beyond the prehistory of class societies was to be at the same time the starting point for the withering away of the state in the beginning of the reign of true liberty. In January 1874, 1 year before Marx drafted his critique of the Gotha program, Engels wrote these lines, which concur with Marx's own thinking. After the revolution, the state, while ceasing to serve a political function, will keep its administrative function and those of protecting the true interests of society. And Marx, commenting on decisions made by the Paris Commune, believed that the Commune was already no longer a state like the others. The idea then is clear. Society, which will reorganize production on the basis of a free and egalitarian association of producers, will put the whole machinery of the state where it will belong, into the Museum of Antiquities by the side of the spinning wheel and the bronze axe. Such is the conclusion of the origin of the family, private property, and the state. But that society could not be the Russia of 1971, exhausted as it was by war and or misery, where poverty, taxes, and debts continued to force millions of peasants to flee the countryside in search of a living working in the mines, the dock yards of Baku, or the cities. Even so, when Lenin drafted his notes on Marxism in the state at the height of the revolution in January-February 1917, he cited the text of Marx and Engels. Neither was this society of the China of 1949, a country overwhelmed by the devastation brought by the Japanese occupation and with the Kuomintang, and unable yet to gather its strength after the century of powerlessness that was the interminable agony of imperial China. But let us return once again to examine how Marx arrived at the conclusion that a revolution was possible in Russia and how he imagined the conditions for its success in the face of the task it would have to confront. We should recall that in his opinion, the Russian state was the most reactionary state in Europe, in that it combined the traits of the Western absolute monarchies with the centralizing and despotic characteristics one would encounter in states based on the exploitation of village communities, and those corresponding diverse forms which he called the Asiatic modes of production. According to Marx, it is this state, which had since the French Revolution played the role of the gendarme of Europe, called to the rescue each time a popular uprising threatened one or another state of Western or Central Europe. The principal productive force of Russia was still in his eyes the peasants and not the proletariat. A large portion of the land, especially lower quality land, was already the collective property of agricultural communes. At the great expense of the peasants and at the hothouse, as in a hothouse, the state forced entire branches of the Western capital system to grow in the form of banks, railways, joint stock companies, the stock market, the steam engine, and various mechanized industries. It wanted to make an interminable rural class of the more or less prosperous minority of the peasants and turn the majority into proletariat without mincing matters. Marx, 1881. The question then is whether Russia, following a peasant revolution and thanks to this unique combination of circumstances, could indeed make the transition directly to the economic system towards which modern society tends, without passing through the terrible vicissitude of capitalism, relying instead on pre-capitalist forms of ownership and collective labor that still exist on a national scale in that country and are characteristic of the Russian agricultural commune. The conditions enumerated by Marx are worth citing. One should commence by placing the commune on a normal footing on its present basis, for the peasant is everywhere the enemy of any swift change. B. The agricultural commune in Russia occupies a unique position without precedent in history. Alone in Europe, it is still the predominant organic form of rural life throughout an immense empire. The common ownership of land provides it with the natural basis for the collective appropriation and its historical setting. Its contemporaneity with capitalist production lends it fully developed the material conditions for cooperative labor organized on a vast scale. It can thus incorporate the positive acquisitions devised by the capitalist system without passing through its caught-in forks. It can gradually replace parcel farming with the combined agriculture assisted by machines, which the physical lie of the land in Russia invites. In developing its base, communal ownership of the land, and eliminating the principle of private property, which it also implies it may become the direct starting point for the economic system towards which modern society tends and turn over a new leaf without beginning by committing suicide. D. Russian society, which is no longer lived at the expense of the rural commune, owes it the first advances necessary for this change. E. There is one characteristic of the agricultural commune in Russia which afflicts it with weakness, hostile in every sense. That is, its isolation, which has caused a more or less centralized despotism to arise on top of the communes. Only in the midst of a general uprising could this isolation be broken. It would simply be necessary to replace the Volost, the government body, with an assembly of peasants elected by the commune themselves, serving as the economic and administrative organ for their interest. F. We should add as well that all of this will not suffice if in the Western countries a proletarian revolution is not successfully carried out, creating for the Russian peasant the preconditions necessary for such a transition, particularly the material things he needs, if only to carry through the revolution necessarily connected therewith of his whole agricultural system. When we examine this list of conditions that would permit an essentially peasant revolution to begin, in the same way as the supposedly imminent proletarian revolution were expected to begin in the most developed capitalist countries, a problem which Mao's China would also confront 60 years later, we are struck by the contrast, or indeed the opposition, between these conditions and what took place in Russia after the NEP. Marx in effect imagined that the revolution would be carried out by the peasants in association with all the powers of the Russian intelligentsia and to the benefit of the peasants. The changes further were to be gradual. The peasant would receive the means required for the development, the society owed it to them. They themselves would administer their affairs, economic and otherwise. The despotic and centralized state was to be reformed from head to toe, bureaucracy combated, and so on. There is no trace here of a Marx who would advocate state or bureaucratic terror against the working masses. This sheds light, moreover, on what he meant by the dictatorship of the proletariat, which was to be instituted for a certain time after the victory of the proletarian state. As an expert in ancient history, Marx knew that dictatorship was proclaimed in Rome when the temporary suspension of certain rights of the citizens became necessary to put an end to the civil wars which set them against one another. Thus, the dictatorship of the people was to be turned not against the people, but against the enemies of the people, against the representatives of the old exploiting class, who were opposing the revolutionary transformation of the society with arms or by other means. The dictatorship of the proletariat, then, was not that of a party, but of the majority of the people, the proletariat, and the other previously dominated classes against a minority. And this temporary regime, which was associated with the class conflicts that continue after a revolution, was to be succeeded by a democracy more rich in opportunities for the individual than that which the bourgeoisie had attained throughout its struggle. Marx's ironic stance against the formal and often illusory nature of bourgeois democracy and against the limits of a form of political freedom, which leaves intact servitude and economic inequalities, is well known. But this should not cause us to forget that when in his critique of the Gotha program, he sketched out with all prudence and reticence the form which the future communist society could take. He clearly affirmed that despite its narrowness, the bourgeois conception of rights, that is to say, a conception of rights which holds that all are equal before the law, would be indispensable until the higher phase of communism. Further, if we add all these texts, those in which Marx denounced the bureaucracy of modern states, which conceives of the state as its property, or which he criticized the barracks communism or state socialism advocated by Lassalle, ideas which he also saw set forth in the publication of the German Social Democrats in the years preceding his death, it is impossible to see in Marx the inspiration for, or the father of either Russian Stalinism or Maoism. Let us recall that he condemned with equal vigor the vulgar communism of those who were prepared to recommend that everything be shared. Engels went so far as to affirm in Anti-Düring that an attempt to abolish classes when the historical conditions do not yet exist would engender an overall step backwards in the society's development, a step backwards for civilization, or would give birth to utopian communities which will rapidly disappear of their own accord. Be that as it may, the conditions enumerated by Marx for the success of a socialist peasant revolution, erupting in a country in which capitalism is not yet dominant, contain a thesis which seems unrealistic, namely that the Russian society would give the peasants the material conditions they require for making the transformation possible. Engels even adds that a proletarian revolution in the West would offer to the Russian peasants the necessary material resources. But who would produce these resources? How would they be given by the Russian society or offered by the Western proletariat after the triumph of their own revolution? For here, we have precisely the problem of how the means of modernizing rural societies are to be accumulated, and it is in order to resolve this problem that Stalin's model of economic development for the USSR introduced the forced collectivization of agriculture production. That it placed an unconditional priority on developing the production of the means of production, they said production, and that imposed centralized and hence bureaucratic planning, the elimination of the market, and the mechanisms of competition, prices, and so on. In short, whatever ideas Marx and Engels may have had regarding an eventual revolution in Russia, and whatever were the attitudes, democratic or anti-democratic, of Lenin, Trotsky, and the Russian revolutionaries, once the revolution had taken place, the problem was there in its entirety. The question had become a reality. How does one develop a modern social society out of a rural society according to new principles, while waiting for a proletarian revolution in the West to change the existing relations among states and provide the Russian peasants with the technical and economic resources they require? Finally, the question concerning the opposition between market and plan was posed for the new economic development of modern societies. We must remember how Marx conceived of those two terms, or two mechanisms, since it is with this idea that Russians and other revolutionaries confronted the task of developing a new economic logic and a new model of society. For Marx, the rationalization of production and its coordination and planning are traits of capitalist production that occur within a firm or a trust, a cartel, or an integrated group of capitalist enterprises. As a result of the separation of capital and labor, this rationality implies the existence of despotic forms of working discipline and a bureaucracy which is turned against the workers. Outside the enterprise, the market is characterized by competition and anarchy, or if monopolies dominate, by a form of regulation based not on the needs of the consumers, but on the maximum profit of the monopolies, which are able to speculate on the market that they control. According to Marx, socialism was to extend the internal rationality of enterprises to the whole of production with two fundamental changes. The enterprises will be self-managed by the producers themselves, and their production will be redirected first and foremost towards satisfying social needs, no longer guided by the principle of deriving from capital the maximum profit. A planned economy was supposed to allow one to both identify needs more precisely and satisfy them with the greatest speed and the least cost. For this, it was necessary that information on social needs be established and circulated on all levels and in all sectors, and that the entire process be self-managed by the association producers themselves, controlling the conditions of production. Central planning was thus to be organically tied to the form of direct democracy, a democracy that was expanded to and active in all spheres, political, economic, social, and cultural. For Marx then, a social society could only exist under the double condition that A, the producers are no longer cut off from real ownership, and control over the management of the means of production, and B, as citizens, they are not separated from the political means of governing their society, and thus from the management of the state and the exercise of power. As a result, that state would begin to lose its old function as an instrument of domination and exploitation of the dominated classes and the laboring masses. The state would begin to wither away. With this vision of a type of democratic planning more capable of ensuring the economic development of society than the market had been, we are quite far from the bureaucratic police-style planning that actually oversaw the development of the socialist countries. It's not adding they also didn't really have planning to this degree anyways. They had a market and stuff. I mean, the US had more planning than the Soviet Union did during the space race. It's confined to certain industries. I mean, today, we're currently in the US right now doing a mass central planning operation, like with data centers. It's government state, it's literally state planning. Okay, to a higher degree than we saw in the Soviet Union, due to that, we have more technology to coordinate it. Anyways, we are quite far from the method that employed repression or intimidation precisely to eliminate any intervention by workers in the choice of objectives or methods of production, and that consecrated a part of the fruits of growth to improving the quality of life for a privileged nomenclatura, that's the name for the state planners, of state representatives, professional politicians, police, and other state and party functionaries who had a share in authority. It is this only because with Russia, China, Vietnam, and Romania, we had societies in which the capitalist structures were still too little developed, or as Weber argued in his short essay on socialism, is it the case that all planning on a national scale could only carry to the extreme the tendency of our age, towards the bureaucratization of production in society. Would it necessarily imply not the withering away, but the reinforcement of the state in its control over life of each individual, through the intermediary of a bureaucracy that is more powerful than ever, since it would finally unify industrial bureaucracy with that of the state? Weber's text is remarkable. It was written in 1918, a few months after the Russian Revolution had broken out, and that is before the revolutionaries had begun to construct a socialist economy and society. This was still the period of local Soviets and not of socialist states. Weber had been asked to represent a paper at a conference of officers and functionaries of the Prussian state in order to explain to them the significance of this socialism for which the Russian revolutionaries and their partisans in Germany and elsewhere were calling. Weber criticized as utopian the idea of a possible withering away of the state, and he made this critique not on the basis of data driven from concrete observation, but on the basis of a theoretical judgment on the destiny of the modern age, a constant and ineluctable drive towards the subordination of production and social life to bureaucratic and statist rationality. Socialism for Weber was certainly the passing away of capitalism, in the sense that it removed all obstacles to bureaucratization and statification of the social life still based on the private ownership of the means of production. A central planning that was democratic thus seemed to Weber logically and intrinsically contradictory, and hence impossible to achieve. He concluded with a statement on the necessity of a sort of Führerdemokratie to evoke the statist and bureaucratic menace. A singular expression, which others would later reinvent, but in order to associate with German National Socialism. We know what followed. And yet this debate, the opposition between market and central planning, remains a very real question today, not only in relation to the development of the underdeveloped countries, but within the most developed capitalist countries too, as they respond to those needs that cannot be addressed by the market in the logic of profit. Protection of the environment, improving the level of education and professional training, programs of research to combat deadly illness, and so on. Moreover, ideas about democratic control of the state or reappropriation by civil society of the functions concentrated in the state apparatus are playing a role in the struggles in political evolution of advanced capitalist countries with democratic parliamentary regimes. Why This is why today, taking into consideration what fascism and Stalinism have taught us, the struggle for the broadening of democracy constitutes the terrain of convergence and point of integration for all the struggles against inequality or denial of rights and liberties. Why are you living out, man? What's going on right now? For democracy cannot be reduced to its purely political dimensions, or politics simply to the right of citizens to vote once in 4 years to send their representatives to parliament. Political democracy is a real exercise and a sharing of the responsibilities for administering and governing society, and we are far from this even in the most advanced bourgeois democracies. But social and cultural democracy, the recognition of the difference between sexes, the recognition of the vested rights of immigrants who have been working for years in official blah 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 blah. Oh my god, why are you living out at the end of the paper? Finally, the last dimensions of democracy, the last domain which is still almost completely untouched, is that of economic democracy. I don't know, this guy's... I've never seen someone make such a great paper and then cliff dive at the end. It's like this guy once... What if we just did capitalism, but like we just voted on everything? Like, then that would be like socialism, right? I don't know. This is a joke. I don't know what the hell's going on right now. Yeah, so I want to read it. He's just battling economic democracy. In our time, the idea that a small uncontrolled minority should have its disposable means of society, yeah, we get it, okay. Illusory context of forced transition on which the strength of several revolutions and hopes for a more just society ultimately founder have today been succeeded. What can only be time of a pluralism? No, I'm done. Let me see. Marx needs to be reconsidered. We must know what we will keep of him and why. Yeah, I guess we do. In short, we're no longer approaching the future with the same materialism bequeathed to us by Marx, but this by no means renders obsolete his ideas that the forms of power and forms of economy are directly tied. That's like a very shallow takeaway. Okay, I've never had this happen before. Maybe it's a bit unprofessional to just not read the last few pages of paper, but it's like, the first part was so good when he's analyzing the Soviet Union, and like Charlotte doesn't really line with Marx, but then in the end it just kind of cliff dives and he starts talking about like pluralism and radical democracy and all this other nonsense and like equal rights and stuff, when it's like it's kind of missing the point in a pretty shallow view of this stuff. Like, did you know Marx actually saw like a connection between like political economy and like the politics and economy? Yes, I knew that. I think this is a pretty surface level takeaway. I don't know. Anyways, the paper's really, honestly, really good. My best one's in it. It's just to the end, he just falls off a cliff, living out over like radical democracy. But until that point, great paper. Great analysis. Bordiga has a better one. Just read Bordiga instead of half this stuff, to be honest. Academics don't read Bordiga, but 100 years ago, he basically did better versions of every fucking thesis they have now. Anyways, good paper. In the early hours of 19 December 1994, that Zapata rode into Wall Street on her white stallion, cartridge belts crossed on her chest, the flash of dignity in her eyes. In the days that followed, there was a consternation in Wall Street, panic on the world's financial markets. The stock market shook. The political leaders confabulated. "We have made the money of power tremble," Zapata of the Baklava remarked sometime later. "It has realized there is something it cannot buy or sell. That dignity is starting to unite. The power of money is afraid, because the uniting of dignity signifies its downfall. Its rapid transition, the part of a nightmare that is coming to an end, the conclusion of a historical phase ruled by arrogance and stupidity." 1. In the early morning of 19 December 1994, the EZLN, the National Zapatista Army of National Liberation, announced that they had broken through the military cordon, which had encircled them for almost a year, and undertaking actions in 38 municipalities of the state of Chiapas, in the southeast of Mexico. Not a shot was fired and nobody was hurt. The reaction of the financial markets was immediate. Capital fled, the prices of Mexican shares fell in both Mexico City and in Wall Street. As investors sold their stock in the money markets, there was a flight of capital from the Mexican peso as money holders changed their pesos for dollars. On the following day, the Mexican government announced a 15.3% devaluation of the peso in relation to the dollar and blamed the devaluation on the Zapatistas. In spite of the devaluation, the flight of capital from the peso continued, and on the 22nd of December, the government decided to let the peso float freely on the market. The peso fell, and within a few days it had lost 40% of its value prior to 19 December. In the weeks and months that followed, the impact of the Mexican devaluation and the flight of capital from Mexico was felt throughout the world. For several years, Mexico had been regarded as the success of neoliberal politics, the star of the emerging markets, the poor country that had succeeded in constructing the North American Free Trade Agreement with its rich neighbors and its becoming a member in the OECD. When the peso fell, it seemed to many of the investors who had taken part in the enormous flow of capital to the emerging markets in the years from 1990 to 1994 that none of the market was secured. There was a flight to quality as capital flowed to the more firmly established markets and fled from those considered risky, threatening the stability of currencies in stock markets not only in Latin America, especially Argentina and Brazil, but also in Thailand, Hong Kong, Hungary, Sweden, Spain, Portugal, Pakistan, South Africa, Italy, Indonesia, Poland, Nigeria, Canada, and other countries. I don't know if we need a whole list, man. In the middle of January, the President of the United States declared that his government would give a loan of $40 billion to stabilize the Mexican peso. When this proposal encountered strong opposition in Congress, Clinton announced the creation of an international package of support totaling more than $50 billion, then by far the biggest intervention of this type in the history of the world's financial markets. The announcement succeeded in stabilizing the peso, but the dollar fell as a result. The resulting rise in the price of the yen in relation to the dollar caused an increase in unemployment in Japan and marches of protest in Tokyo. In Europe, the financial turbulence gave rise to new tensions in the process of monetary integration. When the political and economic leaders of the world came together in Davos in January 1985, Mexico was the principal topic of discussion. When the Group of Seven met in Toronto in February, Mexico was the principal topic. Okay, said it twice, I thought I misread. When the International Monetary Fund met at the end of April, Mexico was still one of the principal topics. There was a talk of the risk of a systemic crisis of world finance, even of global financial apocalypse. The argument advanced by the US government to defend its original proposal of support and to justify the international financial package was that the collapse of the peso was not just a Mexican or American concern, but that it put a risk of stability to the international financial system as a whole. 2. The world financial system did not collapse, has not collapsed. Yet, the incursion of Zapata into Wall Street remains important. It brings into immediate relation the most important revolutionary uprising of recent years and the chronic financial instability that is the central feature of contemporary capitalism. It is the sharp confrontation of two worlds. On the one hand, the naked, undisguised power of money, of capital, and movement, of the state and all the energies brought to focus on ensuring the reproduction of capital. On the other hand, a beautifully executed piece of mischief, a mockery, a cry of dignity, the here we are of the world that refuses to be extinguished, of a world that does not yet exist. The confrontation throws light on both sides, on the nature of the financial instability of capitalism and on the problems of revolution. It is not part of the argument here that the Zapatistas were the sole cause of the world financial turmoil. What is important is that they precipitated the financial upheaval. The fact that the action of a few thousand rebels in the jungle of Southeast Mexico could precipitate a world financial crisis tells us a lot about the fragility of the financial system in contemporary capitalism and the power of insubordination in these circumstances. As the director of the Banque de France is reported to have commented at the time, the international system is now so fragile that a handful of Indians in a corner of Mexico can put it in danger. What is it then that has made the international financial system so fragile? And what is its relation to the explosion of insubordination in the southeast of Mexico? 3. That the international financial system is fragile can hardly be doubted after the recent East Asian, Russian, and Brazilian financial crises. The fear of a systemic crisis has become endemic to the contemporary capitalism. Since the announcement of the Mexican government in August 1982 that it would have trouble maintaining interest payments on its debts, the world has seen a series of major financial crises, each one of which was seen as the potential harbinger of financial disaster. The Latin American debt crises of the early 1980s, the stock market crash of 1987, the savings and loan and junk bond crises of the late 1980s, the property market crash of the early 1990s in Japan, Britain, the US, and elsewhere. The tequila crisis, which followed the Zapatista action of 19 December 1994 and the East Asian, Russian, and Brazilian crises of 1997, 98, 99. In each case, total financial collapse has been avoided, but in each case, it has been feared as a real possibility. In each case, disaster has been avoided, but at the cost of introducing new elements of instability. The threat of systemic crisis has become almost routine in the world's financial markets. The key to the growing financial instability of capitalism is the chronic expansion of debt, or in other words, the chronic and growing separation between productive and financial accumulation. Debt is, of course, a normal feature of capitalist development. The separation between accumulation and monetary accumulation can be seen as part of a cycle of capitalist reproduction. As a period of rapid accumulation approaches its end, as the conditions for accumulation deteriorate, more and more productive capitalists seek to overcome their difficulties by borrowing. More capital is also made available for lending as the conditions no longer exist for profitable expansion through direct investment in production. Accumulation, in other words, becomes more and more fictitious. The monetary representation of value becomes more and more detached from the value actually produced. This reaches a point where borrowers are no longer able to repay their loan, nor the interest on their loans. Borrowers go bankrupt, creditors collapse, and there's a massive destruction of fictitious capital. The crisis that is unleashed destroys inefficient capitals, drives up unemployment, drives down wages, increases social discipline, and generally restores the conditions of profitable exploitation and accumulation which permit the cycle to begin again. Such a destruction of fictitious capital can be seen, for example, in the stock market crash of 1929. For capital, the problem begins to arise when this normal cycle of the expansion and destruction of credit is blocked. This is essentially what has happened in the post-war capitalism. In the wake of the miseries and unrest caused by the crash of 1929, in the wake of the horrors of fascism in World War II, in the wake of, above all, the Russian Revolution, it came to be accepted that the state should intervene to regulate or avoid as far as possible the destruction of fictitious capital. Keynesianism was the theoretical and practical recognition of the untold destruction that a repetition of the normal cycle of capital would involve. In order to avoid the horrors of such a destruction in the concomitant threat of survival to the survival of capitalism, the expansion of credit becomes a permanent, rather than cyclical feature of capitalism, a permanent attempt to postpone crises. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, every time there's like a major crash, like 2008 or 2020 or whatever, everyone always just goes to, oh, well, it was caused by bad policy. They've always done that. That's what Marx is actually directly responding to in Capital, this idea. He's even naming people in their theory, so, like, this is all in Capital, volume 1 to 3. That's the thing, it's not bad policy, because the reason that these policies are even done is to defer the crash. So then when it finally happens, people are like, oh, well, we just have to not do that specific thing. Sure, maybe we won't do that specific thing. Who knows, maybe we still will. After 10 years, no one's going to remember anyway. But like, this is part of that, the Austrian people are actually right about this, and not the Keynesian people. The Keynesian people, like, the Austrian people are actually correct that there is this cycle, this boom-bust cycle. And it is actually intensified by these Keynesian policies. So, yeah. The problems that arise for capital from this type of development became clear in the 1960s and early 1970s. The constant expansion of credit implies above all a weakening of the discipline of the market, a weakening of the social discipline imposed by the law of value. Oh, for more on this topic, read all of Bonefeld's stuff. By postponing or modifying crises, it makes possible the survival of inefficient capitals, and even worse from the point of view of capital, the survival of inefficient workers. It also implies the autonomization of financial markets from commodity markets. Credit feeds on credit. In order to avoid defaulting in the repayment of loans and interest, debtors need to borrow more. An increasing proportion of credit granted is recycling credit granted just for the purpose of repaying loans, or often the interest on loans. The more elaborate the structure of credit becomes, the more difficult it becomes to maintain, but also the more difficult to undo. A full-scale credit crunch, the destruction of fictitious capital, will not only cause major social hardship, but also threaten the existence of the banking system, and with it the existing structure of capitalism. The criticism, which had been voiced by the opponents of Keynes in the 1920s and 30s, arose with force again in the 1970s when they formed the basis of the monetarist assault on the assumptions of the post-war development of capitalism. The monetarist critique of Keynesianism was directed against the fictitious character of capitalist development, funny money as they called it, and against the social undiscipline which the modification of the market promoted. However, the attempt by the United States, British, and other governments to impose market discipline through tightening the money supply, that is, restricting the expansion of credit, in the year 1979 to 1982, not only caused considerable hardship and economic destruction, but also threatened to destroy the international banking system itself. The restriction of credit by raising interest rates in the United States created a situation in which it became extremely difficult for some of the biggest debtors, such as the Mexican, Argentinian, and Brazilian governments, to repay their debts or even to pay their interest due. When the Mexican government threatened in the 1982 to default on its payment, thus precipitating the so-called debt crisis of the 1980s, it became clear that the attempt to eliminate the expansion of credit threatened the survival not only of the debtors, but also of the creditors, in this case of the world's major banks. The attempt to precipitate the massive destruction of fictitious capital through tight monetary policies had proved impossible to implement. The reproduction of capital required a new and massive expansion of credit. The problem for capital was how to provide the credit needed for the reproduction of capital without allowing this credit expansion to undermine the discipline needed for the exploitation of labor. The solution attempted was the so-called supply-side economics of the 1980s, the combination of measures to discipline labor with an unprecedented expansion of credit. The dangers involved in such a development were signaled by a number of critics of this voodoo economics in the mid-1980s. Although the credits were correct in pointing to the instability entailed by the expansion of debt, the stock market crash in 1987, of which they had warned, simply increased the pressure to expand credit in order to avoid a worse crisis. The response of the governments was the same: the expansion of credit and the introduction of measures to avoid at all costs a massive destruction of fictitious capital. The response to the recession of the early 1990s was the same Keynesian response, especially on the part of the United States and Japanese governments, to reduce the rates of interest, to stimulate borrowing, to create money through credit. In this case, however, a lot of the money borrowed in the United States on the basis of the 3% interest rate set by the Federal Reserve was not invested in the US, but in the international money markets, and especially in the so-called emerging markets, where there were high profits to be won. The most important of the emerging markets was Mexico, where the inflow of capital in the form of money contributed to the opening of a huge abyss between the reality of the process of accumulation and its appearance. The abyss was revealed in the devaluation of the peso. The result of the constant postponement of crises through the expansion of debt has been an ever-growing separation between production and monetary accumulation. Money has been expanding at a far faster rate than the value it represents. In other words, despite the very real restructuring of the productive process that has taken place over the last 20 years or so, the survival of capitalism is based on an ever-increasing expansion of debt. Many statistics can be used to tell what is basically the same story. Public debt, for example, which was the central theme of the monetarist attack against Keynesianism, continues to expand. The OECD calculates that the net public debt of its member states increased from 21% of the gross domestic product in 1979 to 42% in 1994. The net debt of the European government grew from less than 25% of GDP in 1980 to more than 55% in 1994. According to IMF figures, for the member states of the Group of Seven, domestic credit as a proportion of gross domestic product rose from 44.48% in 1995 to 104.54% in 1994. The world bond market, which is closely tied to the financing of government budget deficits, tripled in size between 1986 and 97. The growth in world money transactions had been far faster than the growth in world trade. While yearly transactions in the London Eurodollar market represented 6 times the value of world trade in 1979, by 1986 were about 25 times the value of the world trade and 18 times the value of the world's largest economy. Well over $1 trillion are exchanged daily on the world's foreign exchange markets, and this figure increased about 30% a year in the 1990s. The late 1980s and the 1990s saw a massive rise in the expansion of debt through securitization, the development of new forms of property, and debt particularity and so-called derivatives. The derivatives market grew at a rate of 140% a year from 1986 to 94. In Wall Street, price-earning ratios on the shares are at record highs. The separation between real and monetary accumulation is crucial for understanding the instability, volatility, and fragility and unpredictability of capitalism today. Since the whole financial structure of capitalism is so heavily based on credit and debt, any default or threat of default by a major debtor, such as Mexico, can cause great upheaval in the financial markets. The urgency with which the international package to financial markets, to support the peso was put together was related to fears that the Mexican government could default on payments of its debt. More generally, the autonomization of the financial markets, which the non-destruction of fictitious capital supports, implies the possibility of creating ever more sophisticated financial instruments of doubtful validity. It also implies the increasingly rapid movement of greater and greater quantities of money on the world's financial markets, and therefore a radical change in the relation between individual states and world capital. All this does not mean that the world financial collapse is imminent. It does, however, mean that a chronic financial instability has become a central feature of contemporary capitalism, and that the possibility of a world financial collapse has become a structural characteristic of capitalism, even in periods of rapid accumulation. It may or may not be that the leading capitalist states and banks can continue to manage this instability in such a way as to avoid global financial collapse, but this instability management involves all the violence, arbitrariness, and discrimination that debt collection and administration always involve. The discriminatory and regionally selective imposition of crises. This then was the world into which Zapata rode on 19 December 94. A fragile world of false appearances, growing insecurity, and the violence and authoritarianism inherent in crises and debt administration. 4. When the Zapatistas brought their insubordination onto the world's financial markets, they brought it into a world that had already been shaped by insubordination. The extent to which the reproduction of capitalism now depends on the constant expansion of debt is the clearest indication of capital's incapacity to adequately subordinate labor. The insubordination of labor has entered into the very core of capital as chronic financial instability. The point was made clearly by the US politician Bernard Baruch when Roosevelt abandoned the gold standard in 1933 in order to meet social pressure for more flexible economic and social policies. It can't be defended except as mob rule. Maybe the country doesn't know it yet, but I think we may have been in a revolution more drastic than the French Revolution. The crowd has seized the seat of government and is trying to seize the wealth. Respect for law and order is gone. The mob has been allowed into the very heart of capital. The government has given in to social discontent by adopting policies that would undermine the stability of the currency. That was the essence of the debate of the interwar period surrounding the restoration and then the abandonment of the gold standard. While Keynes and those of like mind argued that it was necessary to adopt capitalist rules to incorporate the new strength of labor by accepting a new expanded role for the state and the more flexible monetary policies, their opponents argued that to do so would undermine the long-term stability of money and therefore of capitalism. Baruch and his friends, the Old World Party, as Keynes called them, were of course right, but in the short term they lost the argument. The mob was allowed into the heart of money, and as we have seen, the monetary stability was undermined. The same argument arose again in the 1970s when the crises of Keynesianism became manifest. Now it took the form of an argument about the needs of to limit democracy and the role of the state. The undermining of monetary stability was discussed in terms of the economic consequences of democracy. More recently, the argument has taken the form of advocating greater independence for central banks from the government, and therefore formal democratic influence. In each case, the struggle of capital has been to get the mob out of money. In each case, it has failed simply because, as we have seen, the integration of labor through the expansion of debt and the avoidance of crises has taken such proportions that the measures required to restore capitalism to financial stability will be so drastic as to threaten the existence of capitalism itself. What is at issue in the current financial instability of capitalism is capital's absolute dependence on the subordination of labor and its incapacity to overcome that dependence. Marx suggests in his discussion of value that there is a fundamental weakness at the core of capitalist strength, a contradiction that constantly subverts capitalist presentation of reality, a dependence that undermines its domination. That contradiction is constituted by the fact that labor is the only source of value, or in other words, that capital depends on labor for its own production and reproduction. Capital will be produced only if it succeeds in subordinating labor. All that Marx says about the contradiction of capitalism stems from this simple relation of dependence. The subordination of labor clearly involves the direct control of wage labor, and all that follows from that in terms of organization of the labor process and the development of technology. The notion of wage labor, however, already presupposes subordination. It presupposes in large part, therefore, the resolution of capital's problem, and the problem's that basis for a very narrow concept of class and class struggle. If the central problem for capital is its dependence on the subordination of labor, then we must cast our gaze far wider than simply asking how capital makes the subordination of labor effective. Workers do not come pre-packaged as the materialism of pre-subordinated labor. Capitalism's reproduction depends not just on the effective expansion of pre-subordinated labor, but on the constantly renewed transformation of social practice into subordinated labor. A constant renewed metamorphosis of human creativity into exploited labor, the constantly renewed subjection of creativity to the demands of valorization. What aggregates the dependence on capital upon labor, then, is not just the struggle of wage labor for higher wages or better conditions, but the 5 billion-headed struggle against the subordination of social practice to value. If capital's struggle is to alienate, fetishize, degrade humanity, the creative that makes people human, into subordinate labor, then anti-capital struggle is simply the struggle against dehumanization and for humanity, dignity, in other words, the everyday stuff of life. When the Zapatista action of 19 December 94 sparked off an international financial crisis, it was not an intrusion into a financial world that just happened to be going through a moment of fragility. It was rather a new act of insubordination that was added to years and years of insubordination and non-subordination that had already undermined stability of the financial system. Such insubordination, or non-subordination, takes many forms. It may be the classical working class struggle against employees, or overt rebellion, as in the case of the Zapatista uprising, or it may simply be the grinding, corrosive non-subordination of life to the command of capital. All those types of insubordination make more desperate the struggle of capital to achieve the subordination of labor on which its existence depends. The inherent incapacity of capital to free itself from its dependence on labor constitutes its fragility. 5. The Zapatista uprising takes place in a world characterized by financial instability. The question then is not whether the Zapatista action caused or did not cause the devaluation. The point is rather that the fragility of the capitalist financial system is such that the Zapatista action did precipitate a flight of capital, which led to the devaluation of the peso, with dramatic consequences for the finances of the whole world. Mexico was probably the most concentrated expression of the world fiction of a capitalism increasingly based on debt. In the previous years, Mexico had become an important focal point of the world tension between value and its monetary representation, between the reality and appearance of accumulation. The huge inflow of speculative money capital into Mexico in the years prior to 94 had bolstered an exchange rate that did not reflect the generation of profits in the country, such as to the level of exploitation of the workers in Mexico. This inflow, however, cannot be seen as a peculiarly Mexican phenomena. Rather, it was just one expression of the separation of money and production at the world level. The separation between money and production means precisely that the money will flow to the part of the world in which it has good prospects for rapid expansion, irrespective of the productive base. The autonomization of the financial markets implies that the gap between money and production will be concentrated with particular intensity in one part of the world, or one particular currency, or another. The fictional basis of capital accumulation is worldwide, but its geographical impact is constantly shifting with the spatial flow of capital. In the years before the devaluation, Mexico had become one of the most important centers in the world of the tension implied in the fictional base of accumulation. The bursting of the bubble in Mexico does not mean an end to that tension, but simply that it moves on to somewhere else, East Asia for example. The fact that the country that was one of the most fragile points in the world financial system was also the location of one of the most important revolutionary moments in recent years is not mere chance. The Mexican state's policy of encouraging the inflow of capital, in whatever form it was part of its attempt to overcome its declining legitimacy. The more manifest the instability of the political regime, particularly after 1st of January 94, the more desperate the measures taken by the state to maintain the flow of capital into the country. In other words, although it is not necessarily the case, the rise of political insubordination, far from frightening capital away in the first place, may generate, through state policies, conditions that are particularly favorable for the short-term expansion of capital. The more unstable a political system, the greater the length of its will to go to attract the inflow of capital necessary to bolster its position, the more desperate capital is to find a means of self-expansion, the more likely it is to rush into risky situations in the hopes that it will be able to get out again, before the crash comes. In a capital system increasingly dependent on the expansion of credit and on the autonomization of the financial system that such a development implies, there will be a tendency, at least for radical insubordination or revolutionary activity, and the most vulnerable points of the world financial system to coincide. The link between the Zapatista action of 19 December and the systemic risk to world capitalism is not just a one-off event, but suggests a growing interconnection between rebellious or revolutionary activity on the one hand and the financial instability not just of particular countries, but of world capitalism. What are the implications of this coming together of revolutionary activity and monetary instability? The link between the Zapatista action and the monetary instability can be understood in two quite different ways. It can be seen as a remarkable display of the power of insubordination. The action of rebels in the jungle of Chiapas leads to political instability in Japan and so on. It can also be seen as a remarkable display of the power of capital. Money, in its turbulent movement, appears to impose several limits on what can be achieved within any national or otherwise territorially defined area. Both understandings are correct. Both moments are present. The power of insubordination and the power of capital. Since the future of the world, and in the moment the future of Mexico, is being played out in the interplay of these two moments, it is worth focusing on each of them before returning to the question of their interrelation. 6. The Zapatistas frighten capital away. Capitalists do not like insubordination. They do not like struggle that put the security of their investments at risk. When profits are threatened by insubordination, capital flees. When government linked the devaluation of the peso to the actions of the Zapatistas, this is not simply a ploy to discredit the Zapatistas. Its basis was the fundamental and obvious point that human dignity and capital are mutually incompatible. The devaluation resulted from the fact that capital fled from the Zapatistas' dramatic act of insubordination. Capital might not have fled Mexico if conditions otherwise had been such as to offer good prospects of profit. The flight of capital from the Zapatistas revealed that there was a more general problem for capital in Mexico, namely that labor in Mexico was not productive enough to generate the sort of profits that would entice capital to stay in spite of the Zapatistas. The flight of capital laid bare the inadequacy of the exploitation of labor in Mexico, the inadequacy of the subordination of labor. The flight of capital made clear that the continuity between the open subordination of the Zapatistas and others and the inadequacy of the subordination of workers more generally in Mexico to the demands of capital. Hence the importance of the parties and dancing in the Zapatista discourse. Parties as a symbol that we are still human, that we have not yet been reduced by capital to total subordination. Capital was frightened away by the Zapatistas, but was fleeing from the combination of the insubordination and non-subordination of labor in Mexico. Its flight expressed the unity of the antagonism, overt and latent, of labor, in its broadest sense, to capital. It recomposed labor, brought together resistance to capital that had appeared to be separate. This recomposition took place in the first instance in the area defined by the currency, the Mexican state. However, the flight of capital quickly became much more general flight from the countries in which the conditions of profitable expansion did not seem sufficiently secure. The specific fright of capital provoked by the Zapatistas was turned into a much more general and ill-defined fright. Capital fled towards quality and away from all those areas in which the combination of insubordination and non-subordination appeared to threaten the security of profits. In many cases, the conditions of budgetary deficits was taken as the measure of the stability of capital's control. In the case of Sweden, for example, the flight of capital was prompted by the government's inability to reduce its budgetary deficit, which in turn reflected the strength of popular resistance to cuts in welfare provision. The worldwide flight to quality provoked by the Zapatista action was a flight from all those countries in which the combination of insubordination and non-subordination, real or suspect, put the expansion of capital at risk. The recomposition of labor, or bringing together of resistance to capital that had appeared separate, was thus not just within Mexico, but took place throughout the world. The devaluation of the Swedish krona, for example, resulted not just from the struggle of workers and welfare recipients in Sweden against the cuts in the welfare budget, but from the coming together of these struggles with the flight of capital provoked by the Zapatistas. The financial crisis in Sweden thus expressed the unity of the struggle of the Zapatistas in the Lacandona jungle and those of single parents, say in Stockholm. The relation between the Zapatista action and the turbulence of the world financial market is not an external one. It is not that subjective action of the Zapatistas took place in an objectively unstable structure. Rather, the extent of the turbulence of the financial instability indicates the extent of the insubordination and non-subordination throughout the world. The Zapatista action punctured the fiction of subordination not only in Mexico, but throughout the world. The puncturing of a fiction in a world in which capital accumulation is increasingly based on a fiction is central to the uniting of dignities, to those recomposition of labor. The idea of exposing a fiction, of attacking an untruth, has been central to the Zapatista discourse from the beginning. Dignity and truth have been put forward as the central values of the rebellion. The word from the EZLN is, they say, the word of those armed with truth and fire. The wearing of the mask is a way of making themselves seen and drawing attention to the fact that it is the other side, the side of power, that hides behind the mask of falsehood. The lesson that the technocrat politicians have learned in their postgraduate studies abroad is always the same. Pretend that you know what you are doing. This is the fundamental axiom of the politics of power in neoliberalism, their master has told them. The wave of monetary turbulence set off by the Zapatista action is thus the integration of the Zapatista insubordination into the in and non-subordination of the world. That this, if the wave of insubordination, was seen as creating a systemic risk at a movement when anti-capitalist struggle is so often proclaimed to be dead, is eloquent testimony to the fact that insubordination is very much alive and shaping the world far beyond the confines of the Lacandona jungle. The monetary resonance of the Zapatista is part of the extraordinary resonance of their cry of "Ya basta." The most important thing about the world financial instability that flowed from the Zapatista action of 19 December is that it was a dramatic illustration of the enormous power of insubordination and non-subordination of labor. Human dignity, in other words, throughout the world. This should be shouted from the rooftops again and again and again. This is really spitting here, to be honest, because, what all this is about universality. It's not about particularity. Let me read something here real quick. Someone posted. Universality does not arise from a shared positive essence, but from the contradiction and exclusion through which every particular identity reveals its own incompleteness and opens into a broader emancipatory horizon. Okay, what we're seeing here, what this piece is talking about in Mexico and how that connects all the way, to Sweden, We live in the world market. We live in an integrated, universalized world market. So, actions can never be understood in the particularist lens. This is exactly what Marx is getting at in his writing on the Paris Commune in I think the last chapter of the Civil War in France. Okay, that's exactly what he's getting at, that there's not really a possibility of national liberation. Read Fanon, read his I think it's chapter 3 of Wretched the Earth, where he talks about the insufficiencies of national liberation and nationalism. It's world liberation is required, and this isn't like an armchair point. It's just this is the condition, because there is no purely national liberation. This is kind of what it is. It's like you can't have a purely isolated nation liberate itself. That's not even possible. Okay, it can only be understood on the world scale, is what we're saying. 7. The Zapatistas shook the financial world, but nobody shouted bravo, bravo, more, more. Why not? Because the flight of capital from the Zapatistas was simultaneously a counterattack by capital. The same instability that shows the power of insubordination also shows the power of subordination. If insubordination showed its power by frightening capital away, capital showed its power by fleeing. In some ways, the flight of capital has been a more effective display of the power of capital against insubordination than any military intervention. Rates of exploitation have risen sharply. It is hard to know how many people have died as a result of the flight of capital, but presumably more than have been killed by direct military action against the Zapatistas since the beginning of 1994. The movement of money has acted with particular ruthlessness as capital's police force. The flight of capital makes clear the reality of the society in which the production of material wealth is based on the subordination of labor. In such a society, insubordination brings material costs. In a society based on the crushing of dignity, the proclamation of human dignity means material loss. It is not so much administrative action that imposes these costs as the simple movement of money. Money moves away from insubordination, away from the proclamation of dignity. This is what makes a national revolution, or indeed a national liberation, very difficult to imagine. Either the state in question tries to make itself attractive to capital, in which case there is no revolution or liberation at all, or else considerable military loss results. The only way in which the antagonism between money and liberation could be overcome would be through the liberation of the entire world, that is, the abolition of money. It is now clear why nobody shouted more and more when the Zapatistas frightened capital away. The movement of money confronts the Zapatistas with two major obstacles. First, it would be very difficult for them or their supporters to say openly that their action had brought material loss to the people of Mexico. Second, it is difficult for a movement that presents itself as one of national liberation to say that national liberation is a chimera, that the only possibility is world liberation, although their political practice has become increasingly oriented towards world liberation. I mean, whatever that means. However, if it is not said that the flight of capital is the expression of power of insubordination, then there is a danger that the movement of capital appears as an unavoidable necessity, a law of nature to which one must submit. The wave of monetary turbulence in the world then appears not as the monetary expression of a wave of insubordination, but as a series of national problems. The result in each case of mistaken economic policies, of the weakness of governments, is conceding too much to social pressure. If the movement of money is not confronted as the expression of the world power of the enemy, capital, then the only possibility is to bow to the great principle of capitalist rule in the 1980s and 90s. There was no alternative. The world monetary turbulence then not only recomposes labor, it simultaneously decomposes it. Like a great flash of lightning, it shows the interconnections and leaves us in a more profound darkness than ever. The flight of capital to quality establishes a unity between struggles in different parts of the world, but it does not do so in a form that simultaneously conceals or fetishizes that unity. While it is certainly true that the devaluation of the Swedish krona results from the combined impact of the action of the Zapatistas in the struggle of welfare recipients in Sweden, the form in which the unity of action is established simultaneously makes the connection invisible. Money divides in the process of uniting. Within Mexico, too, the devaluation is the combined result of the insubordination of the Zapatistas and the in non-subordination of labor in general. But it does not appear as such. On the contrary, the devaluation presents itself as the intervention of a cruel reality which must be accepted, making struggle pointless. The monetary response to the Zapatista action is at least as violent as a direct military response. The political effect, however, is very different. Money is far more effective weapon than capital than brute force, where the open military intervention of the first days of January 94 and February 95 had the effect of stimulating struggle against the Mexican government in Mexico, and throughout the world, the effect of the monetary assault has been tendentially, at least to weaken struggle. Money has always been the principal form of capitalist rule. Military force is uncouth henchman, but that is now more true than ever. Neoliberalism is the naked rule of money, a rule so effective, so violent, that the military dictatorship has become increasingly redundant. The violence of an everyday democratic policing to enforce respect for the increasing obscene rule of money is sufficient. To attack neoliberalism, not a policy, but the capitalism of the late 20th century, is to attack the rule of money, not of the banks, not of a group of finance capitalists, or of a political party or clique, but of money. Until money, or capital, is attacked, no seizure of power, no electoral victory will eliminate its violence. Until money itself is attacked, no liberation, either national or otherwise, is possible. 8. Where does all this leave us? Any reflection on the world today seems at moments to be filled with hope, more often to be full of horror. For those of us who insist on hoping, who insist on thinking that there must be some way of getting away from the horrors that confront us on every side, some way of creating a radically different world, often feel that we are screaming in a padded cell, insane and without echo. To know that we and we alone are the crisis of capitalism gives us no certainty, but it does give us substance to our hope. That was a great... I usually don't like the sentimentalism, but that was a great writing, and I think that might reflect for people. I'm gonna post that. The reality of capitalism today is an increasingly vicious reality, within which political, i.e. state-oriented options, are more and more restricted, and more tightly policed by the movement of money. The reality of capitalism is, however, at the same time, a fragile reality. Its fragility is concentrated in the fragility of the world monetary system, a fragility that is grounded in the increasingly fictitious character of capital accumulation. Lee Pietz, I've never heard of this guy before, poses the issue strikingly in terms of an image, which has been haunting me since the crisis began. The image of a cartoon character who has gone over the edge of a cliff and carries on walking on thin air. This seems to me an illustrated the position of the world economy, which continues to work on credit. This is fire writing. While the actual ground on which post-war growth has been based crumbles beneath it, Pietz himself is concerned to ensure that the character does not go crashing into the abyss. Certainly, that has been the main preoccupation of international economic policy coordination over the past 20 years at least. At the time, the salvation of the cartoon character has been envisaged in terms of setting his feet back on solid ground. That was what was attempted by the pursuit of tight monetary policies before the debt crisis of 1982. This caused both enormous hardship and almost sent the character into the abyss. More often, saving the salvation has been understood in terms of keeping the character afloat through the increased expansion of credit, the international bailout of the peso with $50 billion, and more recently, the international packages of support for the East Asian economies, is an example of this policy. The problem with this approach is that it reproduces the fragility and volatility of capitalism on an expanded scale, together with all the misery and starvation that accompanies it. The so-called discipline of the market is increasingly mediated through the arbitrary and corrupt state regulation of punishment, as states choose which debtors should suffer annihilation, either as companies or as physical people, and which must be saved in the interest of keeping the cartoon character afloat, in accord with the too-big-to-fail doctrine. But what do we want with the cartoon character? We who hope for a different world, we who were screamed at by the horrors of the present. Do we put its feet on the ground, keep it afloat, or send it crashing into the abyss? Put it into the abyss. God damn. There is no other way to imagine the end of capitalism and the beginnings of society in which human existence is not ruled by the gods of money. Movements which aim to transform society radically will always provoke monetary upheaval as capital flees and counterattacks by fleeing. Revolutionary attacks on capital will always provoke tremors that appear to be internal to capital. The only possible way of thinking about a revolution is in terms of capitalism being eaten from the inside, as it is as it is eaten from the outside, monetary instability joining with overt revolutionary action to produce change. But would monetary collapse not bring about the barbarism of which socialists have always warned? Is the barbarism of collapse the only alternative to the barbarism of capitalism? The quotation that stands at the beginning of this chapter suggests another option. Marcos suggests that it is the uniting of dignities that has the capacity to bring about the downfall of money. Its rapid transition to part of a nightmare that is coming to an end, the conclusion of a historical phase ruled by arrogance and stupidity. The argument in this chapter has been it is indeed the uniting of dignities, or in other words, the coming together of an in and non-subordination of labor, that is behind the instability of money. It is this uniting of dignities which can make it possible to conceive that the crashing into the abyss of the cartoon character money would be the liberation rather than the damnation of humanity. The liberation of humanity's potential to solve the world's problems rather than its annihilation. The uniting of dignities has not taken the form of the development of a world revolutionary party as envisaged by the revolutionaries in the earlier part of the last century. It is now clear that the myriad ways in which people fight for their humanity will not let themselves be so easily defined, and that the uniting of their dignities is a far less structured and far less visible uniting than had previously been foreseen. Rather, the discipline that a party requires is seen far more realistic to think of the uniting of dignities as a network of voices that, in the face of the deafness of power, chooses to speak to itself, knowing itself to be one in many, knowing itself to be equal in its aspiration to listen and make itself heard. Recognizing itself to be different in the tonalities and level of the voices which form it. This may seem insane, as it always has been done to politicians and their theorists, just as the totally absurd uprising of the Zapatistas on the 1st of January 1994 was insane. And yet, that made the power of money tremble. This was a fire piece. This was one of the best ones in the book. Oh my god. Alright, well short, this is a bit dense, so let me just try and... I think we're the main points here. So, he's saying that the problem is that our relationship between the market and the state, between the economic and political, is forced back on the agenda by the process of globalization. We need to ask how these are actually connected and mutually dependent on each other in whatever specific fashion that they happen to be. The important reality of this relationship is that there is this complete commercialization and commodification of social life under globalization. And so, the so-called laws of the market, while operating on a global scale, penetrate and condition everything in every country, from the industrial production to cultural production. This is a process known as real subsumption, where the market is no longer one sphere among others. Rather, all human social life is increasingly subordinated to capital accumulation. So what is in fact occurring amounts to a total subsumption of all human social life to the requirement of this accumulation of wealth. The multinational corporation reveals the obsolete character of the political form of the national state as economic activity increasingly transcends these national boundaries. This makes domestic industry no longer competitive, and why the economy has become global while political institutions remain national. This is where this false dichotomy between globalism and nationalism occurs, because at first glance, globalization appears to make states irrelevant, but what sort of autonomous space and independent reality remains for the state? We can't accept the conclusion that politics simply disappears as capital constantly seeks to impose its autonomy in relation to the political. Yet the world market does require political regulation. This is where we have our contradictory modern reality of the global market, where capitalism wants freedom from political restraint, yet it requires a legal order, property rights, and coercive institutions on a national level to actually maintain it. Although we constantly hear about deregulation, upon closer inspection, deregulation shows itself to be its exact opposite. The Thatcherite deregulation of the market went hand in hand with the undermining of the trade unions, so in reality, it should be better understood as a harsh disciplinary regulation of society, of labor. The state is not withdrawing at all, but state power is selectively deployed to create market conditions favorable to capital. The capitalist mode of production cannot exist without a legal order. The law requires the existence of political power, and so bourgeois society cannot do without the form of the state. The achievement of liberal democracy is that it has succeeded in addressing the great quandary of mass political participation, not by realizing popular power, but by bypassing it institutionally. The exact mechanism of repression is representation. The rules are deputized by the ruled, and the deputized determine the share of power among themselves. And so, the participation of the population in the allocation of power coexists with the exclusion of the population from the exercise of power. Voting allows participants in selecting rules, but does not permit participation in the actual act of ruling. This is why the best way to view liberal democracy is as a constitutional oligarchy. The people create political order, but once this political order is institutionalized, the multitude loses its constituent power, and power becomes separate from the people entirely. Decision-making becomes concentrated, and the right to make decisions is reserved for the minority. And that's the end of the book. Pretty good. Not every single essay felt like 100% essential to what I'm looking at, but basically every essay did have something or other that was pretty useful. Even with some of them, I didn't necessarily agree with every claimant. It was pretty good. I mean, it's the whole point of open Marxism. It doesn't have. That's the problem with criticism of it. It's not like a specific tendency. Like it's not like everyone in here is an open Marxist. I would say, but it's not like they all have the exact same views or agree on the exact same things. They're all kind of doing different things. It's just a broad label, like critical theory itself is, which is why a lot of the criticisms of it just don't really work, because they seem to presuppose that it's about doing some exact specific thing that is either metaphysical or idealist or whatever term of abuse you want to use, but they're just not really doing that. You know, it's just a different approach to understanding Marxism that I feel is more true to what Marx is actually talking about, which is why you see more of a focus on universality, and also why Hegel is pretty important to it as well, because it was for Marx. The Market, the State, and the End of History by Johannes Agnoli. I have neither submitted nor written the contribution that was originally planned for this book. In my view, the pace of change in the world has accelerated to such a degree that a considered judgment on the end of history thesis is quite impossible. Just imagine, I submit a contribution on the end of history thesis, and shortly afterwards, the world revolution breaks out in either Untermezebach or Obervolta. Then, instead of ending, history would begin anew in an entirely different form. Still, there is some merit in Fukuyama's unutterable yarn. History, of course, has not yet come to an end with the victory of either pure capitalism or the form of the state, which is usually called liberal democracy. Rather, what is in it is a specific epoch of social development. By this, I mean neither Fordism nor modernity, both of which continually arise anew anyhow. What is, however, disintegrating on an increasing scale is the domestic market in the national state. Both, it seems, fails to cope with the changing reality that the expansion of the market and the delimitation, perhaps even deformation of the political, represents. The pertinent question, then, is whether the historically integrated relationship between the domestic market and the national state has indeed been transformed. It is quite remarkable that the old problem, which Marx discovered, constantly resurfaces, and this in particular when former demarcations become untenable and societies begin to burst the banks of their former boundaries. This problem is that of a relationship between market and state, between the economic and the political. Tied to this, I think the following question is it the market or the state, the economic or the political, to which either primacy or at least visible autonomy should be accorded? It seems that the changed reality lies in the powerlessness, that is, the erosion of national state boundaries, and in the irrelevance of delimited markets. We find ourselves in the midst of the creation of a world market society in which production, distribution, and reproduction are globalized. This is the term that has been offered as a summary of contemporary developments. I would like to begin with an emblematic observation on which relationship between the economic and the political. When the German Chancellor makes a historically significant speech on the topic of European unity and on the necessity of a common currency, the European press acknowledges this with a few lines on the 4th page of the newspaper. Conversely, when the president of the German Federal Bank, the Bundesbank, utters a few words on the same topic, this affords front-page headlines, and quite rightfully so. The world market society, our present reality, is labeled globalization. Apart from its ideological status in social conflict, that is, the attempt of capital to make European labor accept unconditionally high unemployment and low wages, the term globalization presents something quite different, namely the complete commercialization and commodification of social life. In other words, the so-called laws of the market, operating at a global scale, penetrate and condition everything from industrial production to cultural production. Bourgeois society rests upon the operation of these laws, and it is these laws that transform bourgeois society into a worldwide ensemble of commodities. Clearly, this is the best of all worlds. The media seems eager to convey this message. For instance, the Financial Times of December 93 endorsed the creation of a world market society as the wealth-creating system, which today is universally considered as the most effective ever devised by humankind. The Financial Times demonstrated its acumen by stating that this system remains an incomplete force, since about 2/3 of the world's population have gained little or no substantive advantage from rapid economic growth. In the quote-unquote developed world, this is us, the lowest quartile of income earners has witnessed a trickle up rather than a trickle down. That is, the 1/4 has since expanded to include half the population, shall be noted only in passing. Behind this, quote, still incomplete movement towards the world market society lies a disturbing end towards which we are obviously heading. To be sure, an end which entails something more essential than is indicated by both the unrestricted movement of capital and the globalization of the labor market. What is in fact occurring amounts to a total subsumption of all human social life to the requirement of the accumulation of wealth, as Hegel before Marx termed the accumulation of capital. Decisive then is the accumulation of capital which, regarding individual capitals, proceeds with the capital formation of the multinationals. This expression indicates two problems. The first concerns the obsolete character of the political form of the national state, from which the economy of a world market society has departed for quite some time. Within the European context, for instance, the following claims have become all too familiar. Unemployment can no longer be dealt with in a domestic context. A domestic industry is no longer competitive. The European currencies have reached a state of permanent crisis vis-a-vis the dollar and the yen. The second problem posed by the accumulation of capital based on multinationals is more important than the first problem. It concerns the role of the state. If there is a complete subsumption of all and everything up to the requirements of global capital accumulation, and if there is an ever stronger limitation because the political is merely geared towards the stabilization, safeguarding and further development of the accumulation of capital placed upon the political rendering it merely an ancilia pecunia, servant to money, then what sort of autonomous space and independent reality remains for the state? Should it really be the case that it is capital that realizes Fichte's scream long before Marx of the withering away of the state? In 1954, the US-American author Adolf E. Burl offered a peculiar thesis. He argued that the rate of profit of US corporations was so high that they had acquired the ability to organize by themselves and wither out the good offices of the state, what we call social reproduction. Burl even went so far as to designate in Chapter 5 of his book this system of capitalism as Civitas Dei, God's civilization. Indeed, such a development would, whether conceived theologically or not, amount to the end of history, that is, the complete removal of the political by the economic. Nevertheless, the problem that globalization poses manifests itself differently. The consequences of globalization and the subsumption affect not just the sphere of the market, but also the ability to organize social reproduction. Although the world market might well assert itself, there still remains the problem of the worldwide institutionalization of its processes and dynamics. My argument here is based on a general assessment of the social characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. On the one hand, capital constantly seeks to impose its autonomy in relation to the political, yet on the other hand, just like the domestic market, the world market requires political regulation. That is a form of regulation that stands beyond all specific interests. The issue then is the so-called regulative framework in and through which global world capital subsists, and through which accumulation is safeguarded by law. Although we constantly hear about deregulation, upon closer inspection, deregulation shows itself as its exact opposite, the harsher and disciplinarian control of, for example, the labor market. It is well known that the Thatcherite deregulation of the market went hand in hand with the undermining, also normative terms of the trade unions. That is to say, the capitalist mode of production cannot exist without a legal order. Surely the development of the Reichsstaat, which we are all quite content apart from a rude awakening of its true qualities, which developed in parallel to the advancement of capitalism, has not yet occurred merely by chance. In our societies, presumably in other societies as well, the legal system does not just impose itself as if it were to exist in itself and on its own accord. That is, the law is neither its own master, nor a subject endowed with its own authority and ability to make itself heard, and thus to enforce obedience. Law requires the existence of political power to enforce obedience. In short, capitalism, that is, the capitalist producing and bourgeois constituted society, needs a political form. It needs, in other words, a form that is master of the law, a master who possesses authority, offices, and institutions for the implementation and imposition of law. More to the point, bourgeois society cannot do without the form of the state. At this point, we are again confronted with the question of the validity of the state form and the governmental form that is called liberal democracy. But first, a general observation. Whatever the specific historical form of government of the bourgeois state, that is the state of capital, one basic principle always stands out, namely that of constitutionality. Regardless of the specific form of government, it always rests upon this principle. Undoubtedly, constitutionality is an achievement of human progress, something agreeable that guarantees legal security and transparency. Who would not wish to live in this bourgeois constitutional state? Its strength lies in its formal transparency. Its determination, and indeed its raison d'etre, consists in the need for the capitalist mode of production to adhere to rules. Time and time again, commentators talk of the rule of the game, or better yet, the game of political power. This is more likely due to the circumstances that, in the sphere of power, rather a lot is treated as if it were a mere football. The requisite of clear rules for the reproduction of our society revealed itself clearly in the case of Italian fascism after the Matteotti crisis of 1925. In the face of growing political chaos, the Italian Association of Industry and Confindustria demanded from Mussolini as a condition for its support that the regime return to normalcy. Alfredo Rocco, who was the real creator of the fascist state, took charge of the reconstitutionalization of the political. In effect, this secured the alliance. In respect to contemporary conditions, there is no change in the form of the national state as a liberal state. The bourgeois constitutional state is, if it functions well, is both successful and efficient. I shall leave it to the advocates of liberal democracy to characterize the bourgeois constitutional state as a benevolent state. If one were to assess, if not from the utopian perspective, but rather by its terrible realities. Indeed, there is much that could be said about its democratic character. Surely it has succeeded in addressing the great quandary of mass political participation. I will not say it has resolved this problem, but it has nevertheless found a way to bypass it institutionally. The rulers are deputized by the ruled, and the deputized determine the share of power among themselves. The problem posed by mass political participation is bypassed because the principle of deputation, of representation, entails the participation of the population in the allocation of power, and the exclusion of the population from the exercise of power. For us, though, the question of the bourgeois state forms means something different. In general terms, the bourgeois constitutional state is not just favorable to the population, but it is also shown to be quite adequate for capital. There is no doubting the circumstance that one of the major achievements of the bourgeois world has been the discovery of a form of political constitutionality which guarantees the predominance of the capitalist mode of production and at the same time satisfies the demands for mass political participation by the population. I had my doubts in the past about the relationship between capitalism and democracy, and this doubt persists insofar as a political form is concerned in which the people are endorsed as sovereign. Yet, I no longer have doubts about this conjugation of capitalism in a political form that manifests itself as liberal democracy. More to the point, liberal democracy and the capitalist form of social reproduction do quite well together. Thus, we have to ask ourselves what liberal democracy, in the form in which we know it, actually is. The question has to be posed not only because liberal democracy coexists so well with capitalism, but also, and more importantly, because it is so helpful and useful for capitalism. Why then has capital, and German capital in particular, not simply reconciled itself with democracy, but has in fact identified itself with democracy to such an extent that the so-called Western world has become synonymous with this connection? It is within the context of this connection that we must once again pose Kant's question about the true character of the Constitution to discover, beyond the deceitful publicity of the constitutional text and beyond the profession of its mystical lovers. The reason for this successful connection. The answer to our question would be fairly obvious if we were to look merely at the determination of the real political sovereign, that is, the determination of those who have the political power to decide on the so-called state of emergency. It is well-known fact that this political sovereign is not, and indeed is not meant to be the people. Just to note that this derives not, as many assume, from Carl Schmitt, but indeed from the same Kant of the conflict of faculties. I did not know that. I need to look into that. However, the determination of the true sovereign is not sufficient. It does not expose the secret of the successful connection between liberal democracy and capitalism. In what follows, I will try to reveal the secret of the success in a concise manner, and at the same time, propose a semantic clarification. On the one hand, there is the functionality of the Constitution. The constitutional order is established and the organization of social reproduction is guaranteed and safeguarded within this peaceful framework. On the other hand, this guarantee is itself secured in that all opportunities beyond the democratic virtue of voting, of active meddling in politics, are excluded from the liberal democratic principles of government. Active political participation by the population in the exercise of political power is in fact rendered obsolete and impossible. According to Spinoza's Tractus Politicus, the multitudo, which is the subject of the community, has created the popular imperium by virtue of its potentia. Yet within the established reality of the constituted, that is the constitutional state. The multitudo loses its potentia constitutive power, and disappears in the politics of that constituted power. Politics then obtains only in the separation that is the particularization of power. This occurs initially through representation and then through the concentration of power in the executive. The potentia constituens does not constitute the established relations of political practice. Rather, it subsists within the relations of power in a mode of being denied. The multitudo then loosens out to authority of the state. Political practice subsists as constituted power. Sovereignty, although exercised according to rules in which changing personnel now, is vested in those who determine the guiding principles of politics. Put differently, in spite of the presence of the masses, that is, in the face of the mass society and mass political demands, the right to make decisions is reserved for minorities. These rights are, of course, constitutionally regulated. In turn, the liberal democracy finds its true character within circumstances that are determined by the Constitution itself. The true characterization of liberal democracy is thus constitutional oligarchy. All other characterizations are distinguished by their unquestionably useful, and that is consensus creating, and therewith pacifying or peacemaking deceitful publicity. Even so, within the world market society, difficulties come to the fore concerning the continued adequacy of the constitutionality of the bourgeois state. The contemporary situation is characterized by both the complete breakthrough of the law of the market and by the bourgeois achievement of constitutionality. How does the one get along with the other, and how might it be possible to preserve constitutionality when its socio-historical conditions, better, the national societies and their domestic markets, no longer obtain? Of course, if the political organization of society is reduced to a mere functional discharge of law and order, the state remains necessary. Yet it is questionable whether the state will necessarily remain constitutional. In other words, it is questionable whether both constitutionality and the rule of law will remain appropriate to, can coexist with, the total subsumption of the entire existence of social life to the rule of the market, which the contemporary creation of a world market society presents. The principle of representation obtains as mediated form of mass participation, a form which keeps mass democratic participation to a minimum and which excludes the dependent masses from the exercise of power. It might well be the case that the undoubtful clever invention of the principles of representation fails to safeguard the reproduction of world society. Were this indeed to be the case, we would in a way be moving towards a benevolent political age. The example of the Council of Ministers in Brussels may serve as an unfriendly signpost of things to come, since, despite its legal proviso, it stands completely removed from its allegedly nationally regimented sovereigns. That is, the population and its demands and aspirations. History would thus continue, but it would do so without the constitutional fiction, which at least made the exercise of power to adhere to certain rules and which shaped its existence in liberal terms. The answer to the question about the future, or rather the question of how the history of relationships between the market and the state might come to end, rests with the issue of the continued inadequacy of liberal democracy and the conditions of total subsumption. In short, the question is whether the adequacy of liberal constitutionality to capitalism remains either a political option or possibility. Put differently, the question is whether the developing supranational oligarchs, the economic, the political, the cultural, will consider it necessary to submit themselves to the inherited bourgeois rule of constitutionality. The acuteness of the social conflicts which loom on the horizon seem to raise much doubt that this will indeed be the case. This is what I have to say about the state, the market, and the end of history. However, for our purposes, we may do well to bear in mind that the triumphalism of capitalism's final solution, and the confidence in the basic values of a bourgeois world and the well-posited order of its respectable existence are quite fragile. In contrast, in opposition to this triumphalism, we would do even better to develop a different perspective, a perspective which would lead us to a wide open space of hope and utopia. Of course, the development of such a perspective would go beyond the scope of my contribution. I've learned from the media that all utopian thought has disappeared. Nevertheless, I suggest that we should continue to orientate ourselves by utopian ideas. That is to say, we orientate ourselves by a completely different, good-natured entelechy of human development, by the society of the free and equal. Of course, such orientation presupposes conflict with capitalism and liberal democracy. I am not certain whether history contains this teleological towards the society of free and equals. Yet one insight merits to be noted. Taken as a basic orientation of our social practice, this utopia can lead us forward towards humanization. Our entire behavior, from the mundane to the highest expressions of the intellect, would look different, friendlier, more humane if we allowed ourselves to be led not by the existing reality of profit, power, the seizure and pursuit of power, and the preservation of power, but instead by this utopian ideal of the society of the free and equal.